This guy got punched right in the mouth instantly, but instead of being scared, he just grinned like a crazy person. This was 16 years ago. If that's the case, damn it, what's wrong with this guy? He's lost his mind. Hyuk-soo was a bit cautious. Looked at Kim. Tae Hyun then started bluffing. You bastard, you want to get punched. As soon as Hyuk-soo finished speaking, he took a punch from Kim Tae Hyun, tears streaming down, and the fight began. If this was 16 years ago, it means Kim Tae Hyun might have already awakened. Kim Tae Hyun, just an ordinary guy. At 35 years old, he was still a laborer, carrying loads for the older awakened ones. During one expedition, they unfortunately ran into Asmodeus. An SSS rank monster wiped out the whole group, leaving only Kim Tae Hyun alive. Just as Kim Tae Hyun was about to, Asmodeus sent them to meet their ancestors. A man claiming to be a king appeared. He stopped time, then granted strength to Kim Tae Hyun and sent him back to the past. Not only that, but right when he was being attacked by Hyuk-soo, a fake awakened whose strength and gang beat up Hyuk-soo's friends mercilessly. Seeing him get beaten, they got fired up and charged at Kim Tae Hyun, thinking it would be easy to take him down like before. But no, this time Kim Tae Hyun took them down with just a few basic moves, leaving them out cold for 35 years. Throughout his life as someone who couldn't awaken, Kim Tae Hyun did everything he could from daily physical training to researching all available information about the abyss and monsters' knowledge of various skills, even combat martial arts. So there's no way he would lose to these clueless thugs, those guys, who don't even understand the basics. Speaking of the abyss, since its appearance, it has changed the world. This is where monsters that used to exist only in novels appeared. After the abyss was discovered, humans awakened extraordinary powers, and with that strength they destroyed monsters and explored the abyss's potential. Because of that, people's worth is no longer judged by character or effort, but by rank and awakening strength. If your awakening rank is high, you'll have a good life while ordinary people can't even open their character stats. Even at 30 like Kim Tae Hyun, you can only accept a poor life being despised and trampled on, becoming a servant for fake awakened. But that was his past life. In this life, Kim Tae Hyun awakened at and he will fully seize this chance to rise up. Back to the main story. While Kim Tae Hyun was feeling proud after teaching the bullies a lesson, Hyuk-soo had already recovered from that surprise punch. Awakened, huh? Kim Tae Hyun, you're dead for sure. With that, Hyuk-soo activated his power and kicked, strengthening his body by forming stone on his skin. Then he charged forward, continuously attacking Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun relied on quick reflexes to dodge successfully, then took the opportunity to counterattack Hyuk-soo. But he forgot one thing: Hyuk-soo's skin was very tough, so the counterattack backfired, injuring his arm. Before Kim Tae Hyun could even regret it, Hyuk-soo landed another punch that sent him flying backward, knocking down a nearby wall. Haha, if you're going to act tough, you should know your limits. You've awakened, haven't you? You worthless, unawakened scum at the bottom of society. What do you plan to do now? Keep running like you just did? Or are you going to wave your useless skills around? Hyuk-soo smugly said, as he slowly stepped closer to Kim Tae Hyun, glancing at him like he was vermin. Kim Tae Hyun didn't respond, but started thinking deeply. All fake awakened possess one skill and a rank, starting from rank F, which is basically like a normal human, up to the highest rank S, including fighters who battle in the territories of entities called monsters. The physical abilities and skills of fake awakened multiply many times compared to normal people. But the rank S hunting skill that he possesses is a skill no one has ever known and no one has ever heard of before. Plus, it's the lowest level. Theoretically, Kim Tae Hyun doesn't even have a single chance to win. Hyuk-soo is at rank C, but for some reason, you had the feeling you wouldn't lose to him. From the rubble, Kim Tae Hyun slowly sat up, his body emanating a dense dark aura. It made Hyuk-soo start feeling a bit unsettled. What the hell is that? No way. Did you really awaken? But you're just a lowlife. Kim Tae Hyun at the bottom of society. Kim Tae Hyun was also surprised by the overwhelming power surging through his body. This is hunting. Hunting the magic is entering my will. I don't know what's happening, but as long as I kill the Trien, it'll be over. Hyuk-soo said confidently, then lunged to bite Kim Tae Hyun. But with just a flick of his wrist, Kim Tae Hyun stopped the attack. Then the layers of stone on Hyuk-soo's skin slowly cracked and crumbled, The layers of stone on Hyoksu's skin shattered. He couldn't withstand the power behind that flick of the wrist. He was thrown backward, unconscious. Kim Tae Hyun's system immediately notified him. Hunting completed by capturing prey. Your rank has changed to E, and you've learned a new skill. Devastating stone throw. Kim Tae Hyun took the bullied kids to the infirmary. Since only Kim Tae Hyun was conscious, the teacher asked him why everyone was injured during treatment. Kim Tae Hyun replied, "We fell down the stairs." Somehow she didn't ask further. She let Kim Tae Hyun go. Awesome, I awakened, and even got revenge on Hyoksu. The thing is hunting. Thinking about it, Kim Tae Hyun fell into deep thought. Ranks are supposed to take a lifetime to change. But it increased after just one fight. It's only an F rank, but its power surpasses even a C rank. Can I steal the skills of those I defeat? That guy just gave me this kind of strength. Why did he regress? I have countless questions, but in the end, there's only one thing I have to do. Learn about hunting. After organizing his thoughts, Kim Tae Hyun arrived at his uncle's house. After his parents died, he had gone to live with his uncle. So for Kim Tae Hyun, his uncle's house was home. It had been a long time since he'd been home. He'd be late. Should I look up info on similar skills? Kim Tae Hyun smiled. Happily, eagerly pushed open the door, then saw Hwang Jijong. His uncle's son was kneeling in front of three strangers. Hwang Jijong, why aren't you at school? Kim Tae Hyun glanced at the overturned money box in front of him and immediately understood the situation. Silently angry, he cursed Hwang Jijong. Damn bastard. Before regressing, I remember he always wanted to gang up with other bullies. He stole all the money in the house and caused big trouble. Didn't expect it to happen today. One of the three strangers saw Kim Tae Hyun and asked Hwang Jijong, "Who's this?" Hwang Jijong stood up and whispered into the ear of a blonde guy who looked like the leader. Oh, I was wondering who he was. So he's a relative of Hwang Jijong. If you don't want a beating, you'd better stay out of it and pretend you don't know. We'll take the money and leave immediately. The blonde guy slowly approached Kim Tae Hyun threateningly, then mockingly patted his head and said, still not awakened Kim Tae Hyun. After a moment of silence, he grinned maliciously. Perfect, I wanted to test him. What the blonde guy had just finished speaking when he got a loving punch right from Kim Tae Hyun's position. After knocking down the blonde guy, Kim Tae Hyun began practicing his hunting skill, but received a notification. Hunting function cannot be performed. What hunting didn't activate. While Kim Tae Hyun was still shocked, the blonde guy counterattacked then. With his gang, they unleashed a combined skill trapping Kim Tae Hyun. Binding poison. Hemorrhage. All three C-rank skills targeted Kim Tae Hyun. A loud explosion echoed, swirling thick dust. While the blonde guy's group thought Kim Tae Hyun was down for the count, Kim Tae Hyun's system voice rang out. Detected use of binding poison hemorrhage skills confirmed. Thanks to mysterious power resistance. Successful. It suddenly stopped working, then randomly disabled skills. I have no idea what happened, but I'm sure it's strong. Kim Tae Hyun stepped out of the dust like a god, then swiftly grabbed the blonde guy by the collar and threw him to the ground. After finishing, Kim Tae Hyun looked down at the three unconscious thugs lying on the floor. Then he thought, by now I should have learned two things. Only awakened are able to see the stat windows. 4 stat windows, name Kim Tae Hyun, age 19, rank Hyun. E strength, 3 stamina, 6 speed, mana, 10 fatigue, 71% magic. Hunting skill. The hunting skill selected for the awakened target is Mana Namra, a skill that enhances the body with mana. The details about the awakened target are quite complete here, but not exhaustive. First, from earlier, the mana amount was sufficient to activate the hunting skill, yet it didn't trigger all 4 hunting skills. The hunting skill selected for the awakened target is Mana Namra. In other words, the description requires mana, but to activate hunting, there must be other factors involved besides mana. Additionally, the hunting skill's passive effect isn't mentioned in the description. It resists and nullifies abnormal statuses like poisoning or bleeding. Whether that's true or not will become clear over time. More importantly, Kim Tae Hyun sighed, then glanced at Hwang Jijong kneeling before him and asked, "What are you doing?" Hwang Jijong finally dared to lift his head, tearfully begging, "Brother, after witnessing your human form, I was deeply impressed. I, Hwang Jijong, your cousin, will self-criticize my actions. Please forgive me just this once. Whether it's licking your shoes or barking like a dog when you command, I'll do it all to make my words sincere." Hwang Jae-jong started barking. Woof, woof! Kim Tae Hyun looked disgusted, silently cursing. This pathetic guy, I knew he was reckless from before, but I never imagined it would be this bad. Well, no use holding a grudge. After all, there's an urgent matter happening today. Remembering something, Kim Tae Hyun spoke and let it go. Hwang Jae-jong looked hopeful and asked him again. Really, for real? Kim Tae Hyun said the condition was that he had to come with him to take care of this. Hwang Jae-jong curiously looked up at Kim Tae Hyun. As night fell in a quarantined area, 3 people stood before an energy cage enveloping the crack gate, continuously spewing monsters. A crack gate is a phenomenon where monsters appear when a sudden rift opens, creating a path to the abyss. If not dealt with, it leads to disaster. A young man wearing glasses looked at the crack gate and sighed softly. It's been 15 times now since we last saw a dungeon rift. The sudden gate causes monsters to flood through here, harming humans. A long-haired girl spoke. Looking at the monsters, if we do nothing, a dungeon disaster will happen soon. A red-haired girl asked worriedly, should we evacuate the nearby areas? The young man with glasses confidently replied, no need, because I have a rank B barrier skill. Also, this crack gate is only rank C, meaning the strongest monster coming through will be a rank C monster. In other words, even if an unexpected crisis occurs, suddenly the white fur behind was broken by a monster. The 2 girls in the team screamed. The leader turned around, kicked the monsters' heads away, and confirmed, at rank B, we can easily handle this. Meanwhile, Kim Tae Hyun and Hwang Jae-jong also started running toward the crack gate. On the way, Hwang Jae-jong kept nagging. So isn't it fine there now, brother? You said there's control staff there already, so it should be fine. Kim Tae Hyun, annoyed, said, quiet, stop calling me brother. You're right. Based on preliminary mana estimates, that is a rank C crack gate. Also, the control staff are rank B, so they shouldn't have any trouble facing rank C opponents. Hwang Jae-jong exclaimed, exactly, that's what I meant. But I wish it was really a rank C dungeon. Tae Hyun's words made Hwang Jae-jong, who was about to nag more, suddenly silent, eyes wide with fear. At the crack gate, the team leader sat beside a monster's corpse, pondering. Strange these low-level monsters could tear through my rank B barrier. How could the mana flowing out here be stronger than my rank? My B rank skill is supposed to pierce through. How could the mana flowing out here be higher than my rank? The captain heard a call from inside the gate and quickly turned around to look. He saw a monster much larger than the previous ones emerging from the crack gate. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the monster. What is that? The massive creature was the A-rank giant crystal. It appeared and roared, breaking through the B-rank barrier, releasing the group of monsters to flood out. The captain took no action. He stood frozen, staring at the A-rank Tran Tin giant. It's not C-rank, but... Before he could finish, a powerful wave of energy engulfed the captain and 2 team members. A loud explosion echoed as smoke and fire quickly covered the entire area. Surrounding the crack gate elsewhere, Hwang Jae-jong was running after Kim Tae Hyun. He asked him, suppose you're right, but this is ridiculous. How do you know all of this? They didn't even order an evacuation since there was no sign of monsters, because I had already been through this. Kim Tae Hyun thought silently, but said, my intuition told me so. Stop lying. Don't tell me you're trying to trick me. Before Hwang Jae-jong could finish, a distant, desperate scream rang out. Run! It's the crack gate! Help me! Hwang Jae-jong turned his head and saw a large number of monsters chasing the civilians. He couldn't help but panic. Kim Tae Hyun remained calm and said, remember what I told you to do, right? I remember, then do it. Hwang Jae-jong asked worriedly, what about you? Me, I'll handle those bastards and catch up to you right after. As he spoke, Kim Tae Hyun activated the stone casting skill and stepped forward. Right away, he said. Activating stone casting as he advanced, the monsters were chasing the civilians. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, a man looked anxiously down at the street. It's chaos, he said, turning around. The situation is deteriorating quickly, just as you said. The crack gate, believed to be C rank, turned out to be A rank, and no reinforcements were ready, because everyone else was busy conquering dungeons and exploring. It's a complete abyss now. The only way to resolve this crisis is one, and Hyun-soo is on his way. And Hyun-soo, a pseudo-A-rank awakener, the Mad Blue Sword, known for his puberty syndrome. Upon hearing this, and Hyun-soo bit his lip tears streaming down his face, and said, "Everyone hold on for me. Your hero is here." And Hyun-soo is on his way. And Hyun-soo, a pseudo-A-rank awakener, the mad blue sword narendra, known for his puberty syndrome. While Kim Tae Hyun was destroying the monsters, he also kept testing his hunting skill. After a while, Kim Tae Hyun smiled inwardly, thinking just as I thought, hunting fails due to exhaustion level. If exhaustion exceeds 70%, the skill stops functioning. Most skills activate based on mana use, but that doesn't mean you only need to worry about mana, because exhaustion increase when using skills or physical activity, and the higher the exhaustion, the weaker the skill's power becomes, and the heavier your body feels. Unfortunately, there are many things to consider. I realized that if I absorb the life force of dead monsters, I can restore mana. Then using skills becomes easier, he thought. Kim Tae Hyun used the hunting skill again, and the system announced the target's life has ended, so mana can no longer be absorbed or restored. "You have successfully hunted and restored your mana," Kim Tae Hyun said quietly with joy. "And the good news is, the system announced your rank has changed to D hunting, upgraded from E to toughness, upgraded from E to D." Kim Tae Hyun grinned excitedly, thinking the more I use hunting, the more I level up. At this rate, I could reach S rank, or even SS, right? Maybe I'll become the first SSS rank. But very quickly, the monsters here were wiped out by Kim Tae Hyun. "Done! Should I return to Hwang Jejong now?" Before he finished, a loud noise suddenly came from behind Kim Tae Hyun. He turned around to see the A-rank Tran Tin giant crashed into a high-rise building behind him. Then Kim Tae Hyun saw An Hyun-soo appear in the air above the Tran Tin giant. He raised his sword, glowing with golden light, ready to strike down the monster. He shouted loudly, "You filthy monster! I will make you pay for the lives you've taken. This righteous warrior, An Hyun-soo, will punish you." Tae Hyun heard this, and his eyes were partly evaluative, mostly fearful of An Hyun-soo. The giant Tran Tin certainly wasn't going down without a fight. It rose up and swung its fist toward An Hyun-soo, but it was just a futile struggle. An Hyun-soo's full-force slash was unstoppable. A pillar of golden light shot upward. The giant Tran Tin was defeated by An Hyun-soo. Watching the entire process, Kim Tae Hyun was amazed. He could easily take down an A-rank monster. This was definitely a pseudo-A-rank awakener, the one who single-handedly handled the rift gate. Before I reset, An Hyun-soo with the mad sword was as powerful as the rumors said. At this moment, An Hyun-soo struck a pose he thought was cool and said, "You stupid monster. He just died by the sword of justice." Kim Tae Hyun added silently in his mind, "And he really is just as strong as they say." But why was An Hyun-soo here before the reset? I remember he had a bloody battle with a giant hawk, a giant on the other side of the city yet. And Hyun-soo stood on the giant Tran Tin's body, hands clasped in prayer, for the suffering people, hoping everyone could rest in peace. Tae Hyun was about to say something, but suddenly froze. System notification. Skill perception in next second. Tae Hyun panicked. He saw someone suddenly appear behind An Hyun-soo, stabbing a sword straight through his chest. An Hyun-soo spat out a mouthful of blood. Startled, he turned around and shouted, "What?" The mysterious figure grinned and said, "Got you, An Hyun-soo." At the same time, in a brightly lit room, Hwang Jejong frowned as he looked at Neo sleeping soundly on the sofa. He wondered if this was really okay. Many people would die tonight. One of them was our school nurse Choi Nung. She would die while focusing on helping the people instead of evacuating. You can use your sleep skill to put everyone to sleep right, then put Choi Nung to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place. I'll handle the rest. Remembering Kim Tae Hyun's words, Hwang Jejong wondered in his head how Kim Tae Hyun could know all this, or if there was a reasonable explanation behind it, but there was no other explanation. After a moment, Hwang Jejong had a realization and shouted, "Right! It's Kim Tae Hyun!" Boss Kim Tae Hyun awakened a skill that can see the future, not just predict it. Amazing, crazy, totally insane. Back to Kim Tae Hyun, who was forcing a smile and silently cursing, "Damn it." Something was very wrong here. And Hyun-soo held his chest and loudly demanded, "Who are you?" "Tell me now." The mysterious man didn't answer, but grinned. "You got stabbed right in the weak spot, and you're still alive." That was unexpected. A-rank monsters really are different, huh? This hunt is going to get even more interesting. And Hyun-soo didn't know who the mysterious man was. But Kim Tae Hyun knew this mysterious man was the B-rank villain Han Sang-do, with a B-rank stealth skill. Those awakened who commit crimes are called villains, and among them, B-rank villain. Han Sang-do was a mad killer. When the gate shattered and monsters flooded out, he wandered around killing people for excitement. Kim Tae Hyun thought confusedly, but was sure he had never met him before. Was the future reset because of me? You bastard, you're a villain. I'll punish you with my own hands. And Hyun-soo shouted and charged at Han Sang-do with his weapon. But before he could take a few steps, the ground beneath began trembling in waves. The giant serpent he had just defeated stirred again. And Hyun-soo startled and shouted, "What a giant hawk!" Han Sang-do chuckled harshly. Top-tier regeneration, truly. An A-rank monster. And Hyun-soo had no choice but to ignore it, while Han Sang-do focused on fighting the giant hawk. It's useless. I'll leave that damn monster for Hyun-soo. With that said, Han Sang-do smiled bloodthirstily and glanced at Kim Tae Hyun not far away. I didn't expect to have an audience here. Haha, perfect. The more prey, the better. As he spoke, Han Sang-do charged at Kim Tae Hyun to attack. Han Sang-do's sword aimed straight for Kim Tae Hyun's neck, but was stopped by a layer of stone-like skin. Stupid Kim Tae Hyun smirked sarcastically and kicked Han Sang-do in the face. He sent him flying backward a short distance. Complacent and caught off guard, Han Sang-do angrily shouted, "You bastard! It turns out you're a quasi-awakened." Tae Hyun cracked his neck and stepped toward Han Sang-do, the B-rank villain. Han Sang-do, the madman who goes around killing using stealth skills. That's you, right? Luckily, I ran into you. As he spoke, Kim Tae Hyun activated stone skin on both arms and waved his hand provocatively at Han Sang-do. The two charged at each other to fight. Thanks to the stone skin, Kim Tae Hyun was able to block Han Sang-do's slashes. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. After a few moves, Han Sang-do suddenly stepped back, grinning wickedly. "You're pretty strong. Confidence like that is expected. Who knew this sword wouldn't affect you? I don't know how much you know about me, but you probably think you can beat me, because my attacks don't work on you, right? But kid, you should know the world doesn't work the way you..." Before he finished, Han Sang-do bared his teeth in a smile, then vanished right before Kim Tae Hyun's eyes. Kim Tae Hyun cautiously thought, "Stealth, he's hiding. But he should know that won't change the fact that your attacks still won't affect me." Shouting, Kim Tae Hyun spun around and threw a punch. "Are you sure about that?" Han Sang-do's voice rang in his ear. Suddenly, Han Sang-do appeared behind Kim Tae Hyun, swinging his sword down hard. Startled, Kim Tae Hyun quickly raised an arm to block, but this time was different. His arm was wounded. Blood spilled, leaving him stunned. Han Sang-do laughed wildly and moved rapidly around him. Kim Tae Hyun continuously swung his sword, while Han Sang-do could only stand his ground. Crossing his arms and enduring the blows, Han Sang-do spoke. "Do you know how many awakened I've hunted? Fake ones, right? All delusional, thinking their skills are unbeatable. Your weakness is exposed. Now you're angry and just want to run away, isn't that right? Before you die, you should know this all skills have weaknesses." A fierce attack hit Kim Tae Hyun. More wounds appeared. He spat out fresh blood, silently thinking, "Who knew stone skin had such a flaw? This skill doesn't fully block attacks. Strong strikes break the stone. The broken parts are replaced by stones with weaker durability." He targeted this skill's weakness from the start. But as I thought, I can still go toe-to-toe with him. Even though he's a B-rank opponent, my physical skills aren't just B-rank. Kim Tae Hyun grinned and suggested, "Let's end this test here." Han Sang-do asked, puzzled, "What?" Then he laughed loudly and charged at Kim Tae Hyun. "Have you gone crazy being cornered?" Kim Tae Hyun asked calmly. B-rank villain Han Sang-do replied, "Do you know why I wanted to meet you? Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? It's because I want to steal your skill." That was his answer. Kim Tae Hyun didn't hide anything, and instantly activated his hunting skill. A bad feeling rose in Han Sang-do's chest. He stopped and thought, "What is this mana with such a sinister aura? Has this bastard been hiding his true strength all along?" But thinking of his own skill, Han Sang-do regained confidence, grinning as he charged at Kim Tae Hyun again. "Idiot. I don't know what skill this is, but do you think you can hit me when you can't even see me?" Kim Tae Hyun used his hunting skill to form a barrier around them, and replied, "Wasn't it you who said..." That every skill has weaknesses. I realized this after tearing through monsters a few times. Among those monsters, Many escaped my sight. But eventually, the hunting skill devoured them all. Simply put, no matter where you hide or run, the hunter will catch you. To prove Kim Tae Hyun's words, several precise tentacles suddenly appeared inside the barrier, targeting the invisible Han Sang-do. What? Han Sang-do only had time to shout before the tentacles restrained him. At that moment, Kim Tae Hyun raised a hand and made a crushing gesture. Immediately, Han Sang-do's body was crushed and torn apart by the tentacle tips. At another battlefield where the giant brain and An Hyun-soo fought, a large area was reduced to ruins. Currently, An Hyun-soo was lying on the ground, barely breathing, whispering, "Damn it, if that villain hadn't attacked me from behind." And even a righteous hero and undefeated warrior like me, An Hyun-soo cannot take death lightly. Across from him, the giant brain was slowly approaching An Hyun-soo, growling continuously. It raised its fist to strike the spot where he lay. But when the dust settled, the giant brain was shocked not to see An Hyun-soo. In the pit, confused about what happened not far away, Kim Tae Hyun suddenly appeared. He was carrying An Hyun-soo, who was unconscious. "What the hell? Why are you lying flat on the ground now? That monster is really strong. No wonder this way is more convenient anyway." With that, Kim Tae Hyun activated his hunting skill again. He smiled, looking at the giant brain as if it were a juicy prey. Dawn was breaking, signaling the arrival of a new day. At a house in the neighborhood, a middle-aged couple just opened the door. They saw Kim Tae Hyun and Hwang Jae-jong standing in front. Hwang Jae-jong, hands behind his head, laughed, "Mom and Dad, re back, haha." Tae Hyun politely greeted them. "Uncle, is everything okay? You both seem safe." The middle-aged couple burst into tears, saying, "Oh my goodness, we were so worried you had been captured by monsters." Hwang Jae-jong chuckled. "It's nothing, right, bro?" Hwang Jae-jong's parents recounted, "You probably haven't been home in a while, so you don't know, but our house is a mess now. Like someone just ravaged it." Hwang Jae-jong awkwardly added, "No, it's nothing, right, bro?" Tae Hyun smiled softly and replied, "I don't know either. The media has also started reporting on the incident." Last night's Riftgate brought breaking news. A major Riftgate appeared after 15 hours, as directed by the government. Now, the warning about the Riftgate has been fully lifted, based on the assessment that it cannot erupt again. The government ordered nearby schools to close for a week, and updates about the survivors are gradually being released. The public could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The scene shifted to the team. The first 3 people to appear at the Riftgate, who were luckily still alive, were receiving treatment at the hospital. The team leader kept whispering, "Not C rank, but A rank." Then, Choi Nung, confused, answered the police. "When I woke up, I found myself here." As for An Hyun-soo standing in front of reporters, he shouted, "People, I'm not the one who defeated the giant brain. The real hero is someone else." However, since the giant brain's body has not yet been found, and the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the people remain unknown, citizens are deeply worried that preventive measures to ensure safety might not be effective. Next information, turn off your phones. Kim Tae Hyun smiled, looked up at the tunnel entrance ahead, and softly said, "Good, luckily, no one mentioned me." Then let's move on to the next phase. Personal stats. Name, Kim Tae Hyun, age 19. Rank E strength, 15 stamina, 20 mana, 40 fatigue. Percent. Magic Marpture. 40 hunting skill target. Tracking mana cost 10. Skin hardening. Body enhancement mana cost 3 stealth skills. D can conceal oneself, mana cost 5. Now I have 3 skills. Stealth is definitely a powerful weapon, but at my current level, it's difficult to use all 3 skills, because careless use can instantly drain my mana and increase my fatigue level. That could be a dangerous move, and the best precaution is a mana potion, which can restore mana and vitality when used. But mana potions are expensive, so I'll have to hunt to earn money. And to hunt, I need a legal permit. Actually, using skills without permission is already illegal, so I have only one choice left: explore undiscovered dungeons. Plans are already forming in my mind. Kim Tae Hyun stepped into the tunnel, and after slipping through a secret narrow crevice ahead, he appeared in a spacious area. A pair of glowing red eyes immediately stared at Kim Tae Hyun. It turned out this was a monster den. Leading them were 3 level B spider goblin sisters. The 3 spider goblin sisters exclaimed in shock, "How dare a human come here? How did you find us? Haha, let's paralyze him and throw a feast." Kim Tae Hyun glared at the 3 complaining monsters. Level B isn't high enough to change my rank. I have to absorb 100 like them." The three monsters provoked by Kim Tae Hyun shouted angrily. "How dare you, arrogant, lowly human! Do you know what situation you're in? We will eat you alive." They all puffed up their mouths and simultaneously unleashed paralyzing skills toward Tae Hyun, then laughed triumphantly. "Haha, how do you feel? Can't move your body, slowly paralyzed, right?" Kim Tae Hyun showed no fear and didn't dodge. He just stood still, smirking as he activated his hunting skill. The system announced successful resistance against a negative effect. "Just as I thought, you have some pretty useful skills." As Kim Tae Hyun finished speaking, he fully activated his hunting skill, targeting the group of monsters. Then the tunnel echoed with the monsters' pitiful screams, one after another. After a while, the screams gradually faded and finally stopped. The system announced, "You have successfully hunted. New skill, absorbed paralysis." Meanwhile, at the building of the new guild, the Korean player Awakener was in a room with 3 people, including the Deputy Director of Human Resources of the new guild Korean Awakener, Go Tae-guk, commander of the Night Zombies, and an S-rank player. Zu Ayon, president of the new guild, a Korean player and S-rank player, Ji Jin-gui, stood before the 2 S-rank players. Tae-guk felt pressured, thinking silently, the 2 best Korean Awakeners of the new guild. Players legally licensed Awakeners authorized to use their skills for tasks like exploring abyssal depths, clearing dungeons, and so on. Currently, there are 5 strongest players in Korea. They largely hold the balance of power among Awakeners in the biggest Korean player guilds, including the 4 great guilds: the Monolith, Warriors, the Alchemist, Artisans, the Witch, Sorcerers, the Information Providers and Investigators, the Night Corps, and the regulatory authorities managing players. Among the 4 great guilds is the new guild of Korean players, and standing before him was Zu Ayon, smiling at Ji Jin-gui. "Long time no see, Mr. President." Ji Jin-gui spoke, thanking her for coming. "I know you're busy. Did you find what you were looking for?" Zu Ayon withdrew his smile and asked seriously, "Do you mean the Devious Guild?" The Devious Guild is a criminal organization founded by the most cruel criminals among villains. Members all wear gold rings engraved with 3 skulls. Someone handed Jingwei a file and said, "These are the recent moves of the Devious Guild and the list of players they are targeting. But surely you didn't call me here just to personally collect the documents, right?" "So what's the matter?" Jingwei took the file and smiled slowly. "You're quick too. I want to ask your opinion on this," Zu Ayon asked curiously. "My opinion?" "Zu Ayon, since when have you been doing player evaluations?" Zu Ayon replied skeptically, "Of course, since I was 19. Suddenly, Zu Ayon seemed to realize something and said, "President? Don't tell me that." Ji Jingwei laughed and asked her, "Do you think a high school student can stand against monsters?" Back to Kim Tae Hyun. His backpack was now full of mana stones. Sitting atop a pile of monster corpses, he called, "Hello? Is this one of the 4 great alchemist guilds? I want to buy medicinal water because the school is closed for 7 days due to the Riftgate incident." Taking advantage of that time, Kim Tae Hyun practiced breaking through several dungeons using mana core stones from monsters. They are used to make potions or equipment to trade with the Alchemist Guild. Also, the biggest achievement in these 7 days was he successfully leveled up to a C-rank Awakener. After the lockdown ended, Kim Tae Hyun returned to school. Rumors about him defeating Hyuk-soo had now spread throughout the school. Most students were amazed, but many were worried about Kim Tae Hyun, because the situation had escalated to a point where S-rank Awakener Ashley, Lee Young-yeo, could no longer ignore it. Indeed, on the very first morning when the school reopened, Lee Jung-jo and 2 of his henchmen came straight to the classroom looking for Kim Tae Hyun. A brief introduction to Lee Jung-jo. He is the 3rd generation of the Taesan conglomerate, the group that sponsors Taesan High School, the leader of the bullies at Taesan High School. Additionally, Lee Jung-jo was the one who ordered Hyuk-soo to bully Kim Tae Hyun before he awakened. At this moment, Lee Jung-yeo sat confidently across from Kim Tae Hyun and greeted him, "Long time no see, old friend." Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun swore bluntly, "Who the hell are you calling a friend? Shut that damn mouth of yours. You bastard, who do you think you're talking to?" One of Lee Jung-yeo's henchmen behind him shouted and tried to rush Kim Tae Hyun, but Lee Jung-yeo punched him immediately. "Can't you see I'm talking here?" Lee Jung-yeo scolded his men, then smiled and spoke to Kim Tae Hyun. "Kim Tae Hyun, I'm sure you're feeling proud after beating Hyuk-soo." However, Lee Jung-yeo suddenly unleashed his power and glared at Kim Tae Hyun threateningly. "You should know exactly who you're standing in front of. You'd better listen while I'm still being merciful. This is the power of a fake S-rank awakener. Impressive, isn't it? But do you know what? I'm curious to see what you'll do when you meet a real predator. Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself, his hand already preparing to activate a skill. Suddenly a female voice interrupted Lee Jung-yo. That's enough. Stop, Lim Zhang said, as she slowly stepped closer to Lee Jung-yo and Tae Hyun. She used a skill to restrain the arm of one of the henchmen. Jung-yo was about to stop her, but glanced at Kim Tae Hyun and warned Kim. Kim Tae Hyun, you too. Enough. Kim Tae Hyun remained silent, but inwardly agreed with Lim Zhang, the class president, the heiress of a wealthy family, Zhu Ah-hyung's younger sister, a fake S-rank awakener, a model student, and top-class future noble, a future SS rank player with countless titles, and predicted to gain even more. The problem was she was very stubborn, and not easy to persuade, just like now. Moreover, the issue was that she was very stubborn and unwilling to back down, just like now. When Lee Jung-yo acted friendly, as if he genuinely wanted to chat with Kim Tae Hyun as a friend, didn't hesitate to say bluntly, "You are like that. But what about the punch to his face?" Lee Jung-yo's fake smile vanished. He shot back with fiery eyes. Lim Zhang, watch your rude mouth, got it. Lim Zhang didn't shy away from confrontation and replied, "I'll use force if you don't leave. Shut up and get lost." After a tense 5-second stare-down, Lee Jung-yo sighed and waved his hand. "All right, let's stop here. I don't intend to fight in this classroom." However, Lee Jung-yo then formed a fireball and shouted, "You think that's what I was going to say?" Seeing this, Lim Zhang immediately gathered energy ready to fight. As both sides prepared to clash, the bell rang. Then the school radio announcement came. Announcement from the media club. A special class hosted by the Players Association will take place in the main hall. All students should gather immediately in the main hall. A special class by the Players Association, Deng Dui muttered, then smiled at Kim Tae Hyun and Lim Zhang. "Oh man, you guys are lucky," saying that he turned and left. "Are you okay?" "No need to thank me." Lim Zhang slowly withdrew her power and said to Kim Tae Hyun, "But you're not sitting there anymore." While Lim Zhang was still confused, Kim Tae Hyun stood at the door, urging, "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear the announcement? Everyone gathers in the main hall." "Oh, I'm going ahead." Lim Zhang looked at Kim Tae Hyun suspiciously as he left. He could move around without her noticing. Has Kim Tae Hyun always been like this? Soon, all the students had gathered in the main hall. While everyone was guessing about this special class, Go Tae-guk began to speak from the podium. "My name is Go Tae-guk, on behalf of the Players Association management. I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to apologize for the association's delayed response to the recent hype. And second, to announce changes affecting the players among you, those who hold the future of the association." Murmurs began spreading through the audience, speculating about player challenges. "So what does this have to do with us? Aren't you supposed to be eligible only at 19? Then we can't participate this year either." To prevent students from wondering for too long, Go Tae-guk quickly explained, "Maybe you thought that was the case, but of course I'm here to announce something. From now on, this matter will concern all of you. Due to the recent outbreak at the gate, the number of monsters in the dungeon has suddenly increased. The Awakeners Association has realized that we are severely understaffed, so through these trials, we will begin recruiting candidates, including high school students. High school candidates will be selected based on factors such as skills, evaluation scores, academic performance, and attitude." While the other students were excited by this news, Kim Tae Hyun, with the memories of his 35-year-old uncle, just smiled quietly to himself, thinking, "Lies. These trials are indeed open to all students, but the selection process has already been underway. Using Go Tae-guk's skill, the eyeball could observe an overview of the capabilities of those it scanned. If focused more, it could even see the status windows of the targets." Standing on the podium, Go Tae-guk spoke while scanning the students with his eyeball, silently admiring. "The number of recruits here is far better than elsewhere. They could become skilled players. But most surprising among them were the eyes of Go Tae-guk, stopping on Jung, X with a score of 924, and Lim Zhang with a score of 2335. Although he had received a list of promising candidates, who would have expected so many untrained potential awakeners like these? "I'll write a nomination for the new association right away. Go Taeguk, happily thought. At that moment, Lee Jung-yo raised his hand to speak. Sir Awakener, you said you were announcing the player recruitment trial, but aren't there still people here who aren't suitable for this selection? I mean, this trial is only suitable for some people with potential to become players, among those who have already awakened. Right, in other words, I don't think those who haven't awakened should have to listen to such harsh words. Lee Jung-yo glanced at Kim Tae Hyun and smirked, continuing. Strength isn't the only thing. That makes a strong player. Awakening-level situational handling skills and broad knowledge of the abyss matter too. To become a player, one must master complex skills to a certain degree. But in the end, those stats can only be achieved by those who have awakened. For those who haven't awakened, it's like pouring salt on a wound, isn't it? What basis do they have for evaluation? Are you wandering around here to see if I've awakened or not? Kim Tae Hyun thought, as if he could read the boy's mind. Lee Jung-yo raised an eyebrow challengingly. Well, if you've awakened, then prove it. A few other students laughed and looked toward Kim Tae Hyun when Lee Jung-yo spoke only Lima Zhang. At the front of the line, angrily, turned to scold Lee Jung-yo, but thinking Tae Hyun might find him troublesome, he turned away and ignored it. With no one objecting, Lee Jung-yo pressed on and said to Go Taeguk, so I hope you'll kick those damn unawakened people out of here as soon as possible. This place isn't for them. Go Taeguk responded politely. I understand your point, but whether you participate or not is up to you. Kim Tae Hyun, aren't you ashamed yet? Someone like you. How could you be a candidate here? Or are you just not interested in this awakening trial? Lee Jung-yo continued rambling to Go Taeguk. Standing on the podium, he secretly despised Lee Jung-yo's arrogant attitude. A proud S-ranked player bullying others, truly contemptible. But it was exactly that attitude that made him curious about Kim Tae Hyun, an unknown, unawakened person. Why was he paying attention to him? Or was it just jealousy or resentment? Wanting to see this kid's potential. Go Taeguk used his eyeball to evaluate Kim Tae Hyun, but received unreliable information, shocking him so much he froze in place. Meanwhile, Kim Tae Hyun remained calm before Young-ye's Na's insults. Indeed, if he couldn't prove he had awakened, he wouldn't even dream of entering this association's selection. But to be nominated, he didn't necessarily have to reveal his true power. Thinking to himself, Kim Tae Hyun smacked the situation back and replied to Lee Jung-yo, You're right, I really have been too careless. Why would someone like me who hasn't awakened yet even participate in this selection? I'm only here to hold you all back, so I'll leave on my own, and you guys can lock yourselves in here to attend your wonderful training session. Kim Tae Hyun raised his middle finger as a farewell, then turned and walked away. Go Taeguk was still confused and suspicious because the eye insignia had no effect on Kim Tae Hyun. This had never happened before, not even with the chairman or the AI. There had always been no exceptions. So why did it not work on this kid, Kim Tae Hyun? As if reading Kim Tae Hyun's thoughts before passing through the door, leaving the main hall, Kim Tae Hyun stopped, looked at him, and gave a sinister smile. Instantly, Tae Hyun's eye insignia displayed an unimaginable stat, 5/96. After leaving the auditorium, Tae Hyun went to the library to search for more necessary information. But before long, Lee Jung-yo's henchman showed up. Lee Jung-yo is looking for you. Come with us, or else what? Kim Tae Hyun sneered and replied, Does your aunt run a restaurant or something? This question put Kim Tae Hyun on alert. The other guy immediately tried to stray from the topic. Lee Jung-yo sends you a message. You're a pathetic bastard. Do you want to suffer more? Isn't she already suffering enough? But don't worry. We'll drag you to Lee Jung-yo no matter what. Suddenly, the peaceful library turned into a battlefield with scattered debris everywhere. Kim Tae Hyun grabbed one of Lee Jung-yo's henchmen lying on the floor, lifted him up and said, Don't make me ask twice. Where is that guy? Shortly after Kim Tae Hyun arrived at the gym, the place where Lee Jung-yo arranged to meet. As soon as he saw Kim Tae Hyun Seun Hondo, an A-rank player and Lee Jung-yo's defender, activated his skill and reported to Lee Jung-yo. This is unexpected. What do you think? After that kid arrived, I cast several debuff skills, but none of them worked. With that level of resistance, he must be at least A-rank. Receiving this answer, Lee Jung-yo laughed triumphantly and said to Kim Tae Hyun, As expected, you've awakened. So shall we have a little chat? My words might sound a bit rude, but I don't intend to hit you. Actually, I want to recruit you under my command. I plan to establish a guild after graduation under the name of the Heir to the Tisan Corporation. But even if I'm a genius, I can't do everything alone. You get what I mean, right? I'm talking about talented people. Not idiots like Hyuk-soo, but truly talented people like you right now. Kim Tae Hyun, you should forget your grudges and come work for me. You'll have wealth and fame. I will make your family rich. Kim Tae Hyun cut off Jung Jae's cold speech. You talk too much nonsense. Recruit with wealth and fame. Lee Jung Jae, you've crossed the line. Then Kim Tae Hyun activated the rock throw skill. Instead of declaring war on Jung Jae Lee, Jung Yo showed regret and sighed. Oh, is that so? Immediately, he unleashed his power and declared, just as I thought, a stray dog needs to be taught a lesson. Seon Hondo promptly created a barrier covering the entire basketball court. This was a magical spatial barrier, preventing anyone outside from sensing the magic inside. Once done, he said to the others, "No one will interfere with the young master's battle now." Then Yeon charged fiercely at Kim Tae Hyun like a storm. But the rock throw skill seemed to have little effect on Lee Jung-yo. Just a few punches from him made Kim Tae Hyun cough up blood. "Ha ha! Have you realized the gap between us yet, Lee?" Jung-yo shouted triumphantly, then continued enthusiastically beating Kim Tae Hyun. Seon Hondo stood aside watching, secretly feeling sorry for Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun has a high-level body enhancement skill and is also a pseudo-A-rank awaken. Then it continued to relentlessly attack Kim Tae Hyun. Seon Hondo stood aside watching and quietly feeling sorry for Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun possessed a high-level body enhancement skill and was also a pseudo-A-rank awakened. With combat skills and willpower far beyond other students in this school, few could match him. But today his opponent was a genius, so he wouldn't win this fight. He'd better give up and surrender. At that moment, Seon Hondo's surprise was undeniable as he widened his eyes watching what unfolded. The battle shifted. Kim Tae Hyun gradually turned from defense to counterattack, gaining the upper hand. After taking so many hits, he finally returned the favor with a direct punch to Lee Jung-yo's face. "Impossible. The master is losing in a one-on-one fight," Seon Hondo exclaimed in shock. Lee Jung-yo lay sprawled on the floor screaming, "You damn Kim Tae Hyun! What did you do to my body? I can't move!" Hearing that Seon Hondo was even more shocked. He can't move. Body enhancement wasn't Kim Tae Hyun's only skill. What kind of monster was he? "Finally working," Kim Tae Hyun said proudly. He had acquired a total of 7 skills, hunting stone skin. Petrification stealth paralysis. He hadn't used all his skills from the start. C-rank paralysis wouldn't easily bypass S-rank resistance. Stealth doesn't work against ranged attacks. Hunting is a last resort, and shouldn't be used so blatantly. So Kim Tae Hyun's plan was to wait for the right moment to use paralysis in close combat. Effect skills are more effective when directly applied, rather than from a distance. With damage, plus continuous paralysis effects on every punch, even S-rank resistance isn't immune. You have been paralyzed. You completely resisted it. You have been paralyzed. You completely resisted it. Jung-yo's system kept repeating this notification until it changed to, "You have resisted paralysis 7 times unsuccessfully." At the same time, Lee Jung-yo was frozen, allowing Kim Tae Hyun to keep attacking until he collapsed on the floor. Kim Tae Hyun was also a genius in one-on-one battles. He even surpassed the master. But the battle? Seon Hondo watched cautiously, shuddering. Lee Jung-yo suddenly burst out laughing and said, "I admit your strength, Kim Tae Hyun. I guess I underestimated you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to a loser like you. So from now on, let's fight seriously." After saying that, he pulled a small stone from his pocket and crushed it instantly. A giant skeleton burning with hellfire appeared behind Lee Jung-yo. It gradually merged with him. As the enhancement process finished, Lee Jung-yo immediately launched an attack at Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun jumped up in time to dodge, then countered with a kick, but the strike was like hitting stainless steel to Lee Jung-yo. As soon as it touched the entity, the stone on Kim Tae Hyun's hand shattered. Then he was pushed back a long distance by the immense force. That was the true form of the master's skill. Normal Flame Heart users rarely unleash their full power. The master with S-rank strength and advanced skills needed support. Just now he used a large mana stone fragment, refined from monster mana stones. It temporarily expanded the mana capacity within the user's body. With that auxiliary stone, the master could fully unleash his S-rank power. Thinking this, Seun Hondo anxiously shouted, "Master, you should stop! Are you trying to kill him?" Besides this much, magic in your body is already too much. Your blood vessels will burst from the violent magic. Out of control, a missile arrow shot straight towards Seun Hondo. "Shut up! How dare a bodyguard like you give me orders? This loser just insulted me. You want me to let it slide?" Lee Jung-yo turned to look at Kim Tae Hyun and unleashed a full-power, frenzied attack, yelling, "Die D, you bastard!" Kim Tae Hyun was losing it, just as I thought. The young master was losing control, his mind in chaos. How could he possibly escape this desperate state? Seun Hondo hurried over to the crater, created by Lee Jung-yo's punch, anxiously reaching out to urge Kim Tae Hyun. "Are you still alive? Don't give up and get out of here now. I'll hold the young master back, so hurry." Right after he was met with a punch from Kim Tae Hyun. "Run." "What nonsense are you guys talking about? Starting this fight yourselves and then complaining. There's nothing surprising about that. I admit S ranks are strong, so from now on, I'll take it seriously." Saying that, Kim Tae Hyun downed several potion vials, instantly restoring his stamina and mana, while activating his hunting skill, preparing for Ricky. Lee Jung-yo knows what a real festival means. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the headquarters of the New Korean Players Association, after hearing Go Taeguk's report, Ji Jin-hyun couldn't help but be amazed. 900. 2-300. Yes, Lee Jung-yo is at 1-900. Lim Zhang at 2-300. No doubt both are S-rank awakeners. The other staff were equally shocked and began to whisper, "Even among S-ranks, a newcomer with a power level of 1,000. That's clearly the level of an A-rank player. So that means he's on par with Japan's Saintess." Ji Jin-hyun laughed joyfully. "Finally, we have a player equal to the Saintess in Japan." Saintess Go Taeguk thought quietly. The Saintess leads and commands the Japanese players, a monster with stats surpassing 500, who first appeared at 19 and shocked the entire awakened world. True, even that monster has barely broken 2,500. How could you compare that to a newcomer's awakening stats? Remembering Kim Tae Hyun's 5096 Go Taeguk, involuntarily began doubting himself. Was it a hallucination or a misread stat? Either way, he'd have to check personally. Back to the male lead. Young-yeon was gradually being swallowed by Tae Hyun's hunting skill. Struggling, he refused to accept defeat, screaming, How can this be happening? How could I lose to a loser like you? Kim Tae Hyun. I'm the heir to Taesun Corporation. I'm a damn S rank. You must die, I'm Lee Jung-yo, and no matter who you are, heir or whatever, it doesn't matter to me because this is the power of a king. Saying that, Kim Tae Hyun boosted his hunting power. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, instantly engulfing the entire stadium in flames. Impressive! Kim Tae Hyun looked at Seun Hondo with excitement. Earlier he risked his life to save Lee Jung-yo as the hunting skill pulled him in. Otherwise, that bastard would have already booked a one-way ticket to meet his ancestors. Luckily, the young master was saved. Seun Hondo breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously asked Kim Tae Hyun, "What are you planning?" The young master is the heir of Taesun Corporation. How do you intend to handle this? Hey, who's the real troublemaker here? Speak reasonably, and why should I be afraid of threats like that? Don't worry, I don't intend to kill him. Instead, you should pay the price for this mercy, Seun Hondo. Hearing that caused some confusion. Pay the price. Let's see. Being the heir of Taesun Corporation, Kim Tae Hyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully and made an offer. Shouldn't you be paying $1 billion in compensation? Outside, the loud blast and aftershocks caught everyone's attention. They rushed out to the stadium to check the situation, seeing the gymnasium burning and debris scattered, causing the students to start getting scared. What's happening? Did a monster attack? Lim Zhang silently dismissed the thought. The terrifying magic and flames were definitely Lee Jung-yo's power, but who was he? With could it be? In Lim Zhang's mind, he imagined Taehyung being tortured by Jungkook. Everyone fall back. Anyway, just stay here quietly. Don't go in. It's dangerous. While Choi Nyung was instructing the students, Ji Jin-gui couldn't help but be curious. An interesting matter. Besides the S rank, there's someone whom Mr. Go Taeguk had to personally come to speak with the Go Taeguk manager. Aren't you curious? Who exactly is this person that made Go Taeguk step in to talk back to Kim Tae Hyun? After unsuccessfully using the hunting skill on the Black and White brothers, he looked at them, then stared at his hunting hand, feeling uneasy. Why is this happening? I need to check the system. Kim Tae Hyun soon realized the cause was his own lack of stamina, due to overload, so the hunting skill was temporarily disabled. He worried, oh no, oh no. In his mind, he considered ways to increase his stamina, but every method required binge eating. Damn it! Kim Tae Hyun was truly cornered. The next day, ignoring Hwang Jejong's advice, Kim Tae Hyun was determined to train at the Breakhead Training Center. Yura, the manager with an attacking chest and defensive hips, felt a bit flustered seeing the skinny Kim Tae Hyun brothers arrive, but her embarrassment quickly vanished like the wind when he pulled out the Elite VIP Pro Black card from the old Kim's Guild. Why would a kid have the card of a high-level awakener? Or did he approve himself? Surely this would cause some issues. What now, seeing Yura so flustered? Kang Chun, the strongest guild member with six-pack abs, appeared to intervene. He was Kang Chun the Strong, a Blackhead member, and an assassin with unparalleled skills. Muscular. Kim Tae Hyun had survived countless hardships, but this was the first time he'd heard such a ridiculous name. Some bystanders witnessed Kang Chun putting on a show in front of the newcomer and whispered, sensing he was about to recruit a new member, "Haha, have you all felt the chill when you hear my name? If you leave now, I'll let it slide." What are you saying, weakling? Kim Tae Hyun was cool as a cucumber. Coldly challenging Kang Chun drove him into a fury. Without fear, Kim Tae Hyun proposed a bet. The loser would pay a year's membership fee. Kang Chun, fired up by the challenge, immediately agreed. With a swoosh, they both entered the virtual system ready to duel. N pair of eyes watched the drama unfold. This system was the Virtual Potter virtual training system. It was a virtual reality like ABC, a training course requiring players to defeat B-rank monsters and reach the finish line in the shortest time while carrying a maximum weight. Everyone felt Kim Tae Hyun would be at a disadvantage against Kang Chun. The bulky Kang Chun seemed energized, swinging his arms wildly, slaying monsters in the system. He shouted, "Kim Tae Hyun, one hit and you're done." His lifting capacity was also impressive, laughing loudly. Suddenly, Kim Tae Hyun flew past, like the wind scattering monster corpses along the way, slightly stunning Kang Chun. Using his unique technique, just a few basic strikes, he smashed all those monsters into pieces. Kang Chun watched Kim Tae Hyun's performance, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Sweat poured like a shower earth, and stones shattered, leaving only Kang Chun wide-eyed staring at Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun's tall face smiled victoriously over his back, demanding the money and telling him to scram. Soon after the day everyone awaited arrived the test day for the Awakeners. The stadium was packed with people coming and going. The Awakener Association had changed the test this time, allowing minors to participate. Besides the audience, some key figures essential for this battle appeared: 5 unbeatable, close combat fighters. Hong Jong-hyun, an A-rank monk with excellent combat skills. S-rank, not an easy opponent to beat. Lee Jisan, A-rank thunder god. Undefeated in Busan. Sim Jangbok, S-rank. A promising star, along with Saint-S Lim, a Zhang S-rank. Many talents registered for the AI competition, crowding so much that E-rank reporter Kim couldn't get in to cover the news and sat on the ground crying. Unable to get in, she sat on the ground crying. Just then, Kim Tae Hyun appeared looking extremely cool. 1 minute before the test started, Kim Tae Hyun felt he needed to build his image first. Feeling the need to build his image, he pushed through the crowd as the Azang Guild recognized him. Kim Tae Hyun was also here and looked utterly shocked. I heard he had awakened, but could he really have changed that much in just 1 month? She was confused, wondering about the many questions left unanswered, when the announcement for the official start of the competition blared over the speakers. After the introduction, the rules were explained. Look at the number on your chest, that's your participant ID number. The requirement for this round was to collect 5 ID numbers, including your own. Losing your ID number meant disqualification. This was a battle to seize ID numbers. The time limit for this round was only 1 hour. Everyone was allowed to use any skill, except killing. Before the MC finished speaking, the ground beneath the contestants shook violently and split apart. The first round officially began. Amid the chaos, Lima Zhang stood alone, a lone female warrior on the battlefield. The crowd immediately targeted her, trying to snatch her name tag, but she was too quick. She swung her fist and landed a hit. In an instant, they were knocked down like ripe fruit. The judges watching through the glass noted her exceptional skill, truly worthy of the title goddess level. The other contestants were also formidable. This group was far stronger than previous ones. Among them, the most anticipated was Busan's Class C Sim Jangbok, the judge who had just been observing. He commented, 20 minutes into round 1, and no one has managed to approach Sim Jongbok. In general, he and Lima Zhang were the two most prominent figures in the judge's eyes. Only Go Taeguk was paying attention to Kim Tae Hyun. He was confident that a person like him would easily pass this test. But less than a second later, Go Taeguk was shocked to see Kim Tae Hyun blocked by a fake awakened opponent, who just stood there taking hits without fighting back, which was extremely pointing. He silently blamed himself. Did I overestimate him? In fact, Kim Tae Hyun was using the Stone Skin skill to counter Iron Skin. Stone Skin from the fake awakened Class A Hong Jungo was a low compatibility skill against Iron Skin. Kim Tae Hyun deliberately misled his opponent, then suddenly launched a surprise attack that sent the enemy reeling. After a month of training, the traces of ferocity were still evident. Though his ability had flaws, he had improved it through training, maximizing his body's endurance in a battle nearing its limit. He unleashed his full power, knocking out the Class A opponent pitifully at his feet. Kim Tae Hyun Class C had successfully obtained an ID number. The registration number, 02 Go Taeguk, on this side also feels proud on his behalf. This is the method of training in this large-scale survival battle. Kim Tae Hyun, this bold bravery is impressive. But now the problem is that his power level has been greatly depleted after the recent fight. For now, it's best to conserve energy and collect the registration numbers of the weaker players, Tuke calculated in Kim Tae Hyun's head. Unexpectedly contrary to predictions, he sought out the high-level awakened players himself. CE Shin Jun Bok looked even more arrogant than before after Yoon's lightning strike. Bok unleashed a loud explosion that shook the serrated plum trees. Kim Tae Hyun quickly dodged. Then, suddenly, intending to charge in and kick the opponent, he didn't expect the other to be formidable as well. Both AIs were as fast as squirrels, neither willing to yield. Busan's S-rank AI Thunder. God Shin Yun Bok. I never thought it would be this troublesome. His entire body was surrounded by bolts of lightning. It not only helped him block every attack, but also delivered devastating power and electric range, whether near or far. How can I pierce through it when I still can't unleash my full power? Tae Hyun, facing the opponent's relentless storm of attacks, at the slightest hesitation, Hyun Bok arrogantly charged forward again. He channeled lightning into himself, excited, as he saw Tae Hyun flustered turn and run away. He chased closely behind, gleefully unleashing continuous lightning bolts at Tae Hyun, enjoying the sight of his agonized screams. It hurt too much, unbearable. Tae Hyun fiercely fought back, but it was useless. Yun Bok's dance of attacks had reversed the roles. The energy he released was overwhelmingly intense, leaving Kim Tae Hyun basically unable to defend at this point. Almost everyone has run away from me. I thought it was only Lima Zhang who intrigued me in this false awakening test. But unexpectedly, there's still an interesting toy right here, Yun Bok thought as he gathered all his strength and gleefully aimed at Kim Tae Hyun. Suddenly a rock flew like a missile straight into his face, making him fall and bleed. He stopped in shock, doubting there was no way the attack from Tae Hyun could have been played like that. Tae Hyun was now gritting his teeth, throwing large rocks one by one, causing Yun Bok to collapse. Indeed, the stone skin skill can't withstand the wrath of the Thunder God, let alone surpass it. Even if its durability is maxed out, it would shatter and disappear upon contact. But here, in the False Awakening arena, everything is different. This arena from the start was built with some durable material to ensure it can withstand the power of the False Awakenings. Unlike stone skin, it doesn't deform even when broken. So when Kim Tae Hyun uses this as a weapon, it can endure even the wrath of the Thunder God. Shin Hyun Bok is basically doomed at Kim Tae Hyun's hands this time. Zu-Ayan bled from his nose, staggering down to the ground amid the horrified gazes of the onlookers. An S-rank False Awakening lost to a newly dead C-rank. He's actually quite skilled, able to make everyone nervous. Teo chuckled silently inside. Kim Tae Hyun has now collected all the registration numbers. The only thing left is to wait until the competition ends. Suddenly, from somewhere, a shard of ice flew rapidly, targeting his legs with a barrage of strikes. Following that, countless waves of icy air rolled over him step by step. That was Azong, with a proud and cold expression surprising Kim Tae Hyun greatly. How did Azong even get here, and how long has she been watching the match? He wondered in confusion. I believe that power must come with responsibility. Power without responsibility is simply violence. Tae Hyun, you are truly strong. You defeated Shin Yun Bok in a way no one expected. Lee Young-yo was also defeated in a similar way, right? She suddenly erupted, her eyes full of hatred, as she attacked him directly. Waves of freezing cold surged in devastatingly destructive, so he couldn't dodge in time. Even using invisibility now would be useless. Come on. Lim Ah-zang, keep punching and kicking. He punched while cursing. I trusted you on the arena floor, but you said you were different from people like Lee Jung-yo. You also said you wouldn't act stubbornly. Wasn't it for personal gain? But when I saw how you fought, I finally understood that Lee Jung-yo and even Baek Hyuk-soo, everyone was controlled by you alone. Sharp ice shards suddenly erupted from her hands, piercing through you and causing you to fall bleeding. The ground seemed to collapse beneath her, shaken by Lim Ah-zang's terrifying force. She saw you lying unconscious immediately. She demanded that you withdraw from this fake awakening competition if you didn't want her to expose your skills. What are you exactly? You can't even stop Lee Jung-yo's cruelty. What about your power responsibility or qualifications? Your ultimate goal was just to knock me out. So it would be better to use this survival match as an excuse. That would be more acceptable. Don't act so lowly anymore. Kim Tae Hyun. Jun stood up. With a pained smile, he said, if that's how you see it, then. Zhang, I have nothing more to say. Fueled by the fury of his sisters, she swung her arm and formed a staff. Then I'll end you with this. Since Kim Tae Hyun's stone skin had shattered hundreds of times, it lost its original function. Even if you use stealth now, it will quickly be countered by wide-area attacks. The Emperor's heart has boosted his stats and is activating, but it's still not enough to turn the tide. The true power remains sealed. Kim Tae Hyun doesn't have the stamina to endure paralysis, like in the match against Lee Jung-yo. What he can do now is nothing else. Thinking quickly, Kim Tae Hyun charged directly at Ah-zang. An earthquake rumbled along with thick fog covering everything, so no one knew the outcome. When the fog cleared, everyone widened their eyes at the scene Kim Tae Hyun was pinning Ah-zang down. Ah-zang was breathless and panicked, powerless to understand what he was doing to her. In that desperate moment, what Kim Tae Hyun aimed for was a kiss. It was actually a paralysis technique. The success rate of this skill is much higher at close range, compared to using it from afar. That's why he mixed paralysis into his blood, to force Ah-zang to ingest it. And of course, considering the resistance of an S-rank fake awakener, this was like a gamble. Luckily, she really did get paralyzed. In the end, Kim Tae Hyun succeeded. He wiped the blood off his mouth joyfully, and slowly stood up. The time for most. The first exam had just ended. Now it was over. After the first exam, all injured candidates were immediately treated by the medical team. Although Ah-jung was paralyzed, she still passed the first round because she hadn't lost her exam number or her fighting ability. As for Kim Tae Hyun, he only managed to steal 7 exam numbers, but defeating Shin Yoon-bak and Ah-jung drew the attention of many other candidates. Everyone behind him whispered, marveling and admiring. He was standing lost in thought when suddenly Yoon-bak appeared out of nowhere, yelling as he charged toward him. He was still wearing his medical uniform, swearing revenge for the last fight. Everyone got excited when they saw a fight about to break out. Vu Yoon-bak's recklessness killed Kim Tae Hyun. When it got noisy, Yoon-bak kept turning around. He fired a strike at the crowd. Let's settle this. Kim Tae Hyun, face me one-on-one. I'll show you who's really on top. Blood boiling, he screamed, waiting for those around them. Suddenly, a wave of murderous energy flooded the ground, shaking it like an earthquake. Yoon-bak was struck on the head by debris and passed out. The only person conscious there was Kim Tae Hyun. He realized the owner of that deadly energy was S-rank fake awakener, Park Sung-jin. He was one of the top fake awakeners in the Korean Awakener Association and destined to become one of the SS-rank fake awakeners. Seeing Tae Hyun showed no interest in facing him, Sung-jin twisted his hand again, causing the ground beneath Kim Tae Hyun to collapse. Tae Hyun braced himself, sweating as he resisted, silently judging his opponent's strength. This kid can actually endure this. Even veteran fake awakeners couldn't. That made the other guy intrigued by Kim Tae Hyun's resilience. The force he unleashed kept growing stronger. Suddenly, nurses and doctors rushed in to stop him, forcing him to pause. Everyone was passed out except for Kim Tae Hyun. Sung-jin eagerly approached and asked his name. Kim Tae Hyun, C-rank. The one who just defeated Sim Yoon-bak and Lim Ah-zang, right? It's been a long time since such an interesting kid showed up. He smirked to himself, then stepped closer to him, promising to meet again soon. Kim Tae Hyun watched his retreating figure with a puzzled look. Shortly after everyone had gathered to prepare for the second round, Jin ordered everyone to pass through the gate ahead for rank classification where monsters would appear. Everyone was terrified, sweating in fear. Every 5 people who passed through the gate would form an expedition team into the spatial dimension. Alongside a pre-assigned supervisor, every action during the exploration would be evaluated. Essential items like weapons and supplies would be fully provided by the association, and now each person would pass through the gate in order. Sung Duyan explained that this second test was to classify amateur awakened ones, but those without experience wouldn't face major difficulties entering the D-rank dungeon, unless this classification test was the world's apocalypse. The first apocalypse discovered in the world inside a D-rank dungeon, which was the second test location for awakened ones. Many had been killed, including awakened ones, who discovered it making prison breaks there impossible. If only it could have been stopped earlier. Nobody believed my baseless claims, even when the truth was revealed. I'll still be the only one suspected. It's unfortunate, but I'll just focus on my own business. As long as I'm not in the first expedition team, I have plenty of ways to survive. He thought confidently. Who would have thought that in the end, Kim Tae Hyun was assigned to the group with supervisor Ma Do-hak, the first person to discover the apocalypse in this twin prison calamity. Kim Tae Hyun was doomed. Countless fierce monsters were inside, but the team quickly dealt with them. Ultimately, this earned Ma Do-hak much praise. Kim Tae Hyun was still bitter about being assigned to the team that first discovered the dungeon. It seemed everything was because of the item Ma Do-hak wore, the item the first person to discover the twin prison ever wore, the Sage's Ring. It was unique, boosting physical strength, speed, and magical power tenfold. The apocalypse in the twin prison was definitely S rank. I won't survive once I get caught up in this. No matter what, I must do everything to avoid discovering the apocalypse. Kim Tae Hyun silently strategized in front of everyone. At this moment, many paths forked off in all directions. Just as Ma Do-hak was about to vote on which way to go, Kim Tae Hyun, quick and dangerous, dashed off in one direction. Forget those behind me. I'll choose a different path anyway. Why let him decide? What if he picks wrong and then discovers the apocalypse? He pushed through forests and streams without stopping. But man proposes, heaven disposes. A brilliant apocalypse had been waiting right ahead, watching Kim Tae Hyun since afternoon. And now, the first person to discover the apocalypse was him. This was maddening. I've been running in circles, so why did I end up back here? He thought in horror as he saw the others curiously approaching the apocalypse. Kim Tae Hyun shouted for everyone to retreat quickly. He wanted Ma Do-hak to report this back outside, but the reckless man wanted to try going inside. I know better than you what Kim Tae Hyun means, but I sense the magic. Inside this gate isn't too dangerous. After all, it's just a D-rank prison. I'm an A-rank awakened, but the association had prepared for this. This gate was a special probe case, which also meant our scores could be much better. Hearing him, Kim Tae Hyun nearly lost it. Everyone was veering off his plan. Ma Do-hak immediately turned and criticized him for refusing to follow the team, stubbornly doing his own thing. The others shouted and pointed axes at him, leaving him stunned despite his hoarse pleas. He snapped his fingers and sent everyone into that apocalypse. Opening their eyes, they were confused to find this place was a vast D-rank twin prison with old crumbling architecture. The group panicked and whispered fearfully, but Do-hak ordered them to silence and face forward. Only Kim Tae Hyun understood what was happening. An A-rank demon beast and a death swordsman appeared simultaneously, leaving Ma Do-hak speechless. Turning his back, he urged everyone to prepare for battle quickly. It was already too late. The enemy was relentlessly closing in. Countless sharp weapons shot out wildly. The basic force of the demon black mechanism couldn't even break a single one of them. The intense firepower covered the entire area, everyone trying to coordinate their attacks by spreading out. Fortunately, we managed to take them down. Everyone wore faces of disbelief, gasping for breath, boldly shouting a challenge. If you're so tough, come at us again. Unexpectedly, they really did. Less than a minute later, another group of death swordsmen appeared, their aura even more dangerous and ferocious than before. Even more so. The whole group stood frozen, speechless. Kim Tae Hyun sensed something very strange. Damn it, every time we kill a monster, more layers of monsters rush in. And everyone is already exhausted. If this continues, we all will. More layers of monsters keep swarming in, and everyone is completely drained. If this keeps up, we all will. Be killed. The demon in black mechanism panicked and hesitated, but Kim Tae Hyun remained calm and stepped forward. He said this place was very strange. He noticed Kim Tae Hyun's aura was normal, as if nothing had happened, which was somewhat surprising. He had fought a lot, but showed no signs of fatigue, even though the double gate was extremely dangerous. If Kim Tae Hyun's power hadn't been boosted by the Sovereign's heart skill, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Could he really be a level C awakened player? He silently assessed him in his mind, though it was just speculation. But he was not an ordinary Death Knight. I'm going to check now to be sure what kind of monster we're facing, Tae Hyun said, then immediately turned, grabbing his sword and charging straight at them. The two sides clashed noisily. He powerfully dodged their fierce attacks, then stabbed directly at the leader who stood still like a statue. The illusions gradually faded away. This place was actually a trap. It showed that the illusory space and enemies were a strategy to drain the strength of the intruders. The group listening to Kim Tae Hyun was terrified. Just illusions were enough to wear them out like this. What would reality be like? Faced with questions from the demon black mechanism about how he knew the place was an illusion, Kim Tae Hyun said he wasn't sure. But one thing was certain. The monsters here were truly not easy to defeat. Let's move quickly before we all get killed. He turned and walked straight ahead, ignoring the intense gazes from the 7 demon black mechanisms. The illusions had disappeared, but the situation hadn't improved at all. After the appearance of the double dungeon, the dungeon's space had completely changed. The wounds from fighting the illusory monsters were worsening. They couldn't just sit and wait for a rescue team. Their last hope was to find the dungeon's exit no matter what. After much effort, the group found a sealed door that looked dangerous. But what could be more dangerous now? Dying here was worse, so they decided to take the risk and opened the door. In front of them were piles of Death Knights waiting, surrounded by countless skulls stacked all around. It was unbearably terrifying. But fire suddenly ignited, illuminating the entire room, the lair of the whole group. Above the Lord of the Death Knights, the Master of the Apocalypse dungeon was laughing menacingly and threatening to wipe out Kim Tae Hyun's group. The Death Knights, without any command, raised their swords and spears, pointing their sharp tips at the group. It seemed they wanted to fight one-on-one with each member. Some started shouting in panic, exhausted and drained. How can we possibly fight them one-on-one? Everyone calm down. Our goal is to escape, so one-on-one fights are unnecessary. Kim Tae Hyun shouted at a few members who were too scared and tried to run back toward the exit. But in an instant, the Death Knights swung their swords back, blood splattering across the air. Kim Tae Hyun's eyes widened in horror as he immediately told the demon black mechanism to find a way out of there. While he tried to buy time unexpectedly, the demon black mechanism not only ignored him, but pushed him aside and charged forward alone. While you were stalling unexpectedly, he not only ignored your words, but pushed you back and advanced forward by himself. I've always wanted to become an awakened S-rank, but no matter how much I trained or tried, I still couldn't reach that goal. That goal seemed to grow farther away and unreachable for me. This is my chance. If I can defeat this double dungeon boss, I will officially be recognized as an S-rank awakened. What will the result be has to be decided today. Saying that, the dark demon charged straight ahead, sweating as he fought the boss head-on. While fighting, he told Kim Tae Hyun to run before it was too late. Everything here is held off by him. Rest assured I won't die so easily here. This is exactly the role of a supervisor like me. But because the dark demon had exhausted all his strength, his eyes wide open, forcing out all his power, Tae Hyun looked around in fear and confusion. He sensed that everyone nearby was heavily injured. While dazed, a deafening explosion rang out. It forced him to turn his back. In front of Tae Hyun was the sight of the dark demon lying flat under their swords. He looked pitiful. His entire body soaked in blood, his back burning fiercely from the sword's energy. Tae Hyun couldn't bear to look for long. Everyone here had been taken care of by them, except for him. The boss pulled the bloodied sword from the dark demon's body and pointed it straight at Tae Hyun, saying, "I challenge you." In this terrifyingly silent atmosphere, Kim Tae Hyun broke out in sweat, barely daring to breathe. Suddenly he noticed. On the ground was the dark demon supervisor's ring. Just as the other's sword tip was about to strike down, Kim Tae Hyun managed to spring up and flee. I need to wear it to boost my power, hopefully enough to awaken my hunting skill. There was no other choice right now. This was not the time to hesitate. Please activate Wise One Ring. He slipped the ring on and begged. It flashed once, releasing a burst of energy that sent their knights staggering. With its power, they were severely injured, overwhelmed by the blazing force. The Wise One ring was activated, adding +10 to all stats. Kim Tae Hyun's hunting skill also activated. That power was immense, exploding fiercely, as if nothing could hold it back. Kim Tae Hyun dodged, while controlling the fresh blood spraying everywhere from the soldiers. The full activation time of the hunting skill was about 10 seconds. He trusted that with the skills he had acquired so far, he could completely defeat them, using the experience gained from previous battles. In this showdown, he could survive. Kim Tae Hyun chanted a mantra and unleashed all his fighting strength to solo them. After a fierce clash of smoke and flames, a sword energy flew down from above, narrowly missing him. Kim Tae Hyun had wiped out the rabble. Now it was time to face the extremely dangerous final boss. Suddenly, countless sword blades rained down heavily from above on Kim Tae Hyun's head. He startled, desperately running and dodging. Fresh blood soaked his face, but the boss still wouldn't relent. It used magic to pull him closer, its energy blazing as if ready to crush him on the spot. With a loud crash through thick black smoke, Kim Tae Hyun's bloodied body was trapped beneath the boss's heel. "I want to ask you one last thing before this ends. Where does your power come from?" the boss asked as he stepped on Kim Tae Hyun's head, causing him to scream in pain. The system reported that Kim Tae Hyun partially resisted the boss's overwhelming pressure thanks to a mysterious power that eased some of the crushing force on him. "You really are different from other ordinary awakeners. But do you really think you can withstand my overwhelming pressure? I'll ask again, where does that power of yours come from?" The boss pressed on relentlessly, the excruciating pain nearly driving Kim Tae Hyun to unconsciousness. In his daze, the scenes of those who had fallen because of him flashed before his eyes. "Everything I have still isn't enough to defeat him. What should I do? Who is the true master of the power that granted me the king's hunting skill? Why, when I gained this power, was I able to understand the language of monsters? Is this power a coincidence? Or is there some plan I haven't realized yet? Everything remains in the dark. Why am I so confused?" A warm, deep voice echoed in his ear. Before Kim Tae Hyun appeared, a dazzling light, along with a man's voice saying, "It's all because of your will and perseverance. Those are what make you strong. You don't need to think or change anything. You just need to hold on to the royal power that I have given you." As those words ended, Kim Tae Hyun returned to the present world. The reckless boss saw that he wasn't responding and assumed he was scared. He immediately swung his hand to finish him off. But at that moment, a fierce energy radiated from Kim Tae Hyun's entire body, indescribable, leaving the boss stunned. The magical power inside Kim Tae Hyun kept rising. The enraged boss charged forward. But unfortunately for him, Kim Tae Hyun had returned stronger than before, blocking him with one hand. With one hand, he threw the boss 10 meters away. The boss couldn't believe a human like Kim Tae Hyun could be this powerful. It screamed loudly, deafening the ears. Kim Tae Hyun didn't say much. He just lightly twisted his hand, releasing an infinite power. That power shattered the boss into ashes. Kim Tae Hyun's strength was no joke. It was truly the power of a king. The battle ended alongside Kim Tae Hyun's new skill. Meanwhile, the knights outside still fought on. Many reporters and journalists gathered in front of the dungeon gate, murmuring about the terrifying source of power. Damn it, a D-rank dungeon suddenly produced an S-rank magical power. At this rate, everyone's going to die. Maybe I should go in and check it out myself. Sung Jin sweated as the dungeon suddenly opened. Kim Tae Hyun emerged covered in blood like a god before their horrified eyes. Almost didn't make it back. He sneered and said thanks to Tae Hyun's efforts, the double dungeon incident was resolved. All the trainees escaped danger safely. The results of the second recruitment test would be based on the scores before evacuation. The bodies of the victims were found and returned to their families. The authorities also decided not to disclose identities. The one who resolved the double dungeon incident, fearing Kim Tae Hyun, would become a target for the media and other hunters. Sung Jin and Go Taeguk understood the chairman's good intentions. "What do you two think? What level has Kim Tae Hyun reached?" The chairman asked Sung Jin with a light smile, confident he could handle it himself. An S-rank dungeon's skills and strength should be at least that of an S-rank player, but Go Taeguk felt Kim Tae Hyun's true rank was much lower. It was hard to evaluate his power. "So that means he's likely reaching national-level strength," the chairman said. Tae Hyun was dreaming a strange dream. He found himself lost in a place full of monsters, a dark, bottomless abyss. In the distance, the king's shadow appeared, reaching out to eliminate the beasts, restoring the land's beauty. After saying, "I will wait at the very bottom of the abyss," he gradually disappeared into the light he left behind. Tae Hyun didn't understand anything, startled awake from the dream, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Was it a dream, though? It felt far more real than a dream. What did he mean, the predator? Even S-rank monsters had to be cautious, and he could even understand what the monsters said. So many questions flooded his mind. Maybe the only way is to become stronger and venture into the abyss, he told himself. Now that he had reached rank B with these stats, he was close to matching an S-rank player. The Lord's pressure must have been the powerful skill that overwhelmed me back then. At this rate, I'll soon reach national-level strength, he thought confidently, when suddenly a commotion came from outside the door. The familiar voice made Kim Tae Hyun sweat slightly. The door opened, and it was Yo, not some AI farm bot. She quickly helped him onto the vehicle. They headed to their destination ostensibly to visit him. But in truth, she came to inform him about the third awakening test. The third test was a survival challenge, like the first test. But unlike before, everyone outside could watch from the stands. At that time, his skills would be exposed, and all the guilds would start hunting the low-rank awakened, and he could even defeat S-rank players. "So I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. First, money or fame, I'll give you everything you want. Join the Night Corps." Aeon reached out to Kim Tae Hyun with hopeful eyes. The atmosphere was tense as a drawn bowstring, but it was quickly shattered by Kim Tae Hyun's two words. "I don't want to," leaving Aeon looking confused. Kim Tae Hyun got out of the car and walked straight away, ignoring her promises to give him everything he wanted. Don't get me wrong. There's no special reason. Whether it's the other association or the conditions of Dahan, what's the difference? I just don't like it, so I refuse. That's it. I'm leaving now. Tae Hyun sneered, then immediately turned his back and walked on. Unexpectedly, after just a few steps, Aeon approached from behind and covered his mouth. Her sharp gaze questioned, "So what exactly are you now, a young false awakened who refuses the SAO quartet?" "There really is no reason. SAO is truly unreliable. But I'll forgive you. On the contrary, I'm quite satisfied with you." Teasing Kim Tae Hyun, Aeon was blazing with fury. Her fierce aura suddenly faltered when he mentioned that girl. "I know my sister's teeth very well, even the name that was taken away." Kim Tae Hyun half smiled, threatening Aeon into trembling. A surge of sinister energy flared up following his threatening stance. Although Aeon's real name was Lim Aezang Lim Changzong, representative of the Gyu Psung Corporation. Initially raised to become the heir of the family, but after the birth of that daughter, the name Lim Aezang was taken away. Since then, Aeon became an outsider, changed her name, and became a false awakened that very few knew the truth about. At this moment, struck deep by Tae Hyun's words, she was furious, her eyes burning with hatred as she grabbed his neck tightly. But he quickly resisted, with his mysterious power pressing fiercely until Aeon couldn't withstand it. Stepping back, trembling, Kim Tae Hyun closed in on Aeon in a Kabitan stance and said, "Don't cross the line, Sister Lim Aezang." The third test for the false awakened took place in a place resembling an ancient Roman arena. It was held publicly, unlike the previous two tests. So many people came early to watch live. The AIs disguised themselves as ordinary people. Among the crowd watching the match, Kim Tae Hyun's relatives, aka Dewey Jong's parents, were a bit worried about him. As for Dewey Jong, both his cousin and the president of Kim Tae Hyun's fan club, he was confident. "Everyone, he'll definitely wipe them all out in one strike." Reporter Kim was also present, determined to write a proper article. Her previous interview was cancelled because Kim Tae Hyun was only a low-rank false awakened. If she couldn't find someone to interview this time, she would be fired by SA. Crying softly, reporter Kim felt. The atmosphere here was a bit strange. From high-rank false awakened veterans to promising candidates in this exam, all were staring intensely at one person, Kim Tae Hyun. Could it be that everyone was targeting to take him down? How strong must the opponent be? She wondered briefly. The official test began. All the contestants turned their hateful gazes toward Kim Tae Hyun. At that moment, he carried an unprecedented calm and cool demeanor. The battle unfolded with extreme intensity, each strike bursting with eye-catching force. They were thrown aside like rags lying sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, clusters of roots sprouted from the earth, wrapping around his body. This move came from the guy with slanted eyes and green skin, who was laughing loudly, challenging him. "You're challenging Tae Hyun. I'll take care of everything." He quickly broke free from the roots, kicked the guy hard in the face, knocking him out cold. Kim Tae Hyun calmly faced each attacker one by one, maintaining his composure, fighting with the spirit of a knight and wiping them all out. His blazing aura made the audience feel nauseous. Aeon thought he was insane beyond words. After the thick smoke cleared, Kim Tae Hyun exhaled deeply. With the fighting spirit of a knight, he swept them all away. His blazing aura, burning like fire, was so overwhelming that even the spectators below felt sick to their stomachs. Hearing Kim Tae Hyun mention their previous kiss, she blushed deeply. Her anger ignited the icy prison with loud cracks. Unexpectedly among them, one girl had not been defeated yet. It was Lima Zhang. Hearing Kim Tae Hyun mention the last time they kissed, she blushed deeply with embarrassment. The rage triggered an icy prison to explosively erupt. Zhang angrily pointed her scepter at Kim Tae Hyun. "This time, I won't let that happen again." Moments later, the result was exactly as Kim Tae Hyun predicted. She collapsed at his feet again. The outcome was the same, but she was truly a tough opponent. Lima Zhang's third round ended splendidly. The victory, of course, belonged to him. The chairman personally summoned him to the room to award the prize. "Congratulations, Kim Tae Hyun, on becoming an S-rank awakener. Honestly, I never thought the third trial to end so simply. It's truly no accident that you conquered the Apocalypse Double Dungeon. I had praised you before, Kim Tae Hyun. After this trial, do you plan to join the Korean Awakener Association? What do you think about enlisting with our Awakener organization?" As soon as he said this, Kim Tae Hyun was utterly stunned. So much had changed, even though he already had many achievements from his previous participation. This trial was held by the Awakener Association, but honestly, I'm not strong enough yet to be considered a high-level player. Still, they invited me to join as an official member. To be honest, joining the organization would give me many opportunities to grow and receive a lot of support, but there are restrictions on my activities if I join. In the end, Kim Tae Hyun declined the chairman's invitation. The chairman slammed the table in shock, never expecting such a blunt refusal. The reason was simple. Rather than joining an association or organization, even with their backing, my actions would be heavily restricted. Therefore, I think it's better to operate as a lone player, Kim Tae Hyun replied to the chairman while sipping his tea. Hearing this suddenly, the chairman burst out laughing wildly, sensing Tae Hyun's confidence. Then he proposed, instead of joining the association, would you consider joining the Top Asian Awakener tournament? He would explain that at the Asian-friendly tournament, Kim Tae Hyun once again dominated the virtual world. Each country selects 5 representatives from associations or guilds in Asia to compete by hunting demons and monsters. To be chosen as a national representative player, you need to hunt a certain number of monsters and contribute to your country something called merit points. It sounds easy, but I just became a player, and if I want to catch up to the merit points accumulated by others over many years, I have to hunt stronger demons or monsters. However, the dungeons released in Korea won't provide enough merit points, even if I clear them all within a month. I also can't level up quickly, so no matter the danger, there's no choice but to enter that place. Kim Tae Hyun strode straight into the dungeon ahead, inside a certain castle. The chairman of the Teeth Corporation was venting his anger at his servants because his heir Tae-san was hospitalized, while the culprit was running around freely. At that moment, a guest from the Ruthless Association arrived. The chairman, already furious, had to receive the guest and angrily cursed as a sinister aura faintly filled the room. Sadao, the deputy leader of the Ruthless Association, stepped inside. His eyes full of malice, he told the chairman to calm down. Meanwhile, Kim Tae Hyun was just exiting the dungeon and noticed someone waiting for him at the door. "I will escort player Kim Tae Hyun to the auction. I am Park Gan-wong, an A-rank alchemist. Honored to meet you." He trembled like a scratched record and even admitted he was a fan of Tae Hyun. It left Kim Tae Hyun speechless. This was the biggest auction in Asia XY. Point the largest in Asia, with the most valuable auction items, and even on-site translation support. Esports has many advantages. However, the best feature there is security. When association members participate in auctions, it's our responsibility to escort them safely. Because White Boy frequently changes, no one can come here without permission. Maybe that's why there have been no security incidents for decades. Gan-wong rambled on to Kim Tae Hyun, confirming that this place is considered the most secure, However, today, this place is about to face an attack from an S-rank demon. He thought silently as the auction was underway. The MC was introducing the Phoenix position item. Kim Tae Hyun was still waiting for the S-rank demon's attack to gain merit points. The problem was there was too little information. The news before the regression only mentioned heavy losses for X-Boy. The attacker was an S-rank demon named Narendra Nero, who ultimately suppressed him. Kim Tae Hyun pondered, and then called Gan Wong over, asking about today's situation, who was responsible for overall security, before Gan Wong could answer. The infamous demon Ryohei Isaka, an S-rank player from Japan, suddenly marched loudly toward Kim Tae Hyun. He was also in charge of overall security here, but Kim Tae Hyun had to be cautious for his own sake. He was known as the Demon Gan Wong because he could kill even his own allies among players. Isaka whispered into Kim Tae Hyun's ear, extending his hand to greet him. But Kim Tae Hyun grasped his left hand firmly. An electric shock ran through his body. Seeing this, Isaka burst into a triumphant laugh, driving Kim Tae Hyun crazy with anger. Everyone around under the electric current struggled to breathe and felt exhausted, damn it. Facing off here would involve innocent bystanders, Kim Tae Hyun thought nervously. Suddenly, Isaka let go of his hand and pulled someone close to his ear, whispering to Kim Tae Hyun, "You know, just because we're both S-rank doesn't mean we're on the same level. I don't know what you're doing here, but don't do anything pointless, just obediently leave now." After saying this, Isaka turned away satisfied, leaving Kim Tae Hyun with a lump of frustration stuck in his throat. Two awakened groups had accidentally come face to face at the gate. Inside the teleportation gate's management office, the bald guy's group looked battle-ready, brandishing knives and swords, eager to take action. The opposing group was inside a cave where Narendra Nero, an unidentified S-rank awakened, was using dark, soul-summoning magic, trying to control his ferocious beast. Bodies lay strewn on the ground, the stench of death thick in the air. "Sir, the situation is a bit complicated. An unexpected figure has appeared at the auction house. The newly risen Korean S-rank player Kim Tae Hyun is here. This was not something we anticipated." "What will be our next move?" his henchman hurriedly asked from a distance. Nero remained extremely confident, seeing Kim Tae Hyun as nothing but a mosquito. "If you face him, you'd have to call him on his landline 01. Who can escape the punishment of the holy god Nero threatened?" At a seaside skyscraper, a terrifying explosion occurred, causing severe casualties among everyone at the conference. Gan Wong shouted in fear. "The situation is extremely complicated now. We need to move quickly from the auction house to a safe location." Indeed, no one expected the attack to happen so fast. Explosions erupted everywhere in the auction house, but this seemed to be just a terrorist attack. The S-rank demon. The main culprit and our target had not appeared yet. But right now, the most important thing was for Kim Tae Hyun to witness the violent explosion firsthand. He was anxious and worried. Around him was a cacophony of shouting and screaming, creating chaotic scenes. Gunfire from the terrorists mixed with thick dust. They shouted orders for everyone to stand still and drop all valuables immediately. Anyone resisting would die. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut down, blood soaking the ground from a slash delivered by Tae Hyung's position. "Park Gan-wong. The situation here is dangerous. Quickly report to the Awakened Association so they can send reinforcements immediately. I will stay here to handle this personally," he said arrogantly. The aura from the bloodthirsty blade in his hand surged fiercely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the violent Awakened were using force to suppress, trying to seize the auction items for themselves. A fierce, bloody battle broke out. After wiping out the security, they successfully reached the unique Blood Phoenix treasure. This was the item Nero wanted from the auction. Its effects were truly terrifying. For high-level Awakened, their power was almost impossible to increase. Now just using this could boost their strength by an entirely new level. Now, all that was left was to return and hand over this item. The leader was quietly pleased, but their plans didn't match fate. A sudden deafening explosion erupted. They were thrown back about 10 meters. Someone mysterious ambushed them, and on top of that had stealth skills, leaving them no time to react. They were overwhelmed and knocked down by the violent, murderous aura, falling like ripe fruit. The leader Dan Man used a light chain to restrain Kim Tae Hyun. He silently rejoiced, thinking he had him handled, but he was too naive. With a single swing, Kim Tae Hyun shattered the chains into pieces. His eyes filled with a sinister gleam as he chuckled, staring at them. At the management office near the auction house teleportation gate, everyone was restrained by monsters, their hands and feet tightly bound. Nero, the boss, was extremely pleased because everything was going smoother than he expected. The summoning ritual would proceed without issue. Now, all that was left was to secure the Blood Phoenix, and he would have no complaints. His henchmen had broken into the two Daiki groups. "We found the Blood Phoenix, but are encountering some issues on Denikis on the other end," they reported. Kim Tae Hyun's voice rang out with authority, introducing himself as the one who had obtained the Blood Phoenix. "If you want to get it back from the Daiki group, come see me right away."
"I'll be waiting here, you rotten S-rank bastard!"
Nero's fury boiled over upon hearing this. His eyes filled with the demonic resolve to deal with Kim Tae Hyun at the auction house, amidst the scattered corpses. Kim Tae Hyun gulped down the Blood Phoenix potion, feeling his strength surge as he looked at the vial in his hand. "All right, my stamina has increased significantly, and my magic has improved as well." The glowing light from the potion confirmed it. Indeed, the Blood Phoenix was exceptional, its effects unmatched back in the dungeon. Even after equipping the Sage's ring, my stats didn't increase this much. Kim Tae Hyun smiled with satisfaction. "Now that I've finished this Blood Phoenix potion, there's nothing that bastard here can steal from me." Footsteps approached. Ryo-hei appeared with a blank expression followed by his subordinates. Seeing the scene of scattered corpses, one stepped forward to check if anyone was still alive. Another, sweating slightly, said, "There was a call to the security team's hotline earlier. Let's head down." "Why is everything like this? The culprit who did this has already escaped." A cunning laugh echoed. "What are you talking about? Are you even paying attention?" the henchman exclaimed. His face twisted with dark scheming. With an evil smile, he said softly, "The one responsible for all this is standing right in front of us." His voice echoed in the dark basement. "I already know you're here. Show yourself, Kim Tae Hyun." Purple glowing legs appeared. Well, Kim Tae Hyun. I'm clearly using stealth skills, so how did you still find me impressive?" The two stood facing each other. Ryo spoke with an arrogant tone. "Stop beating around the bush. What's a newly promoted S-rank, like you doing sneaking around here? You're the one who caused this mess, aren't you?" Kim Tae Hyun replied with attitude. "What are you talking about? Aren't you the security chief at the auction house? This dawned asking me terrorists attacked here and assaulted the auction participants, killing them. Where were you during all this?" Ryo-hei sneered cunningly. "Of course I have my reasons. You don't need to understand." Kim Tae Hyun's eyes locked on him. "I see. No wonder I found it odd to have so many high-level security here." Kim Tae Hyun reached into his jacket and pulled something out. Every corner was guarded. Before the terrorists attacked, many bombs had already been planted and detonated in the auction room. I suspect someone here set them up right on cue for the terrorists' assault. Inside his jacket, Tae Hyun slowly revealed a glowing dagger. Perfect timing indeed. "You know your job well, true to your reputation as a seasoned S-rank." A spy aiding them was the security chief, just as expected. No one suspected a thing. Ryo-hei lowered his head with a sinister laugh, his body glowing golden as he spoke. No one ever expected it. Ryo lowered his head with a sinister laugh, then spoke as his body glowed golden. "You seem smart, but you're dumb sometimes. Didn't I tell you to behave and not bother me? Didn't you remember?" Then he vanished, leaving only golden streaks. Kim Tae Hyun held his sword face guarded. He suddenly appeared wielding his sword, but Kim Tae Hyun was prepared and blocked the strike. "Give me the item you took right now." His face twisted with cruelty. Kim Tae Hyun smirked as he blocked the strike. "Nice try. If you're good, then defeat me and take it back." The two fought fiercely. Golden flashes blinding the eyes. Then only two white silhouettes remained, along with more intense red sparks, small stones falling, and the box splitting in half. The subordinates shouted, "This isn't good. Let's retreat quickly. Two S-rank opponents clashing, there's no way we can intervene. Besides, everyone knows about Lord Ryo's notorious reputation. If we stay here carelessly, we'll lose our lives just like that." Even comrades who risked their lives with him were taken down. Kim Tae Hyun used his skills to attack, feeling some doubt about this opponent's fighting style. It was somewhat unusual compared to what he knew. His attacks and counters seemed quite unique. "I rely on instincts and the situation to make moves, but he uses sound and movement cues to predict and adapt. This guy isn't ordinary. He can recognize my movements and guess the right counterattack." A streak of golden light flashed by. Tae Hyun was caught off guard, unable to defend in time, as Ryo suddenly launched a powerful strike, tossing Tae Hyun into the air. He injured his arm and spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought that even though both were S-rank with similar movement skills, their combat experience showed many differences in skill level. But no matter what, Kim Tae Hyun suddenly leapt upward. The subordinates gasped, "Huh, up there!" Kim Tae Hyun's hand reached out like a hellish demon. No need to use his hunting skill yet. At that moment, the subordinates were pulled up with agonized screams. A hand like a demon's. The hands controlled the subordinates and killed them amid terrible sounds wielding unexpected power. Kim Tae Hyun called out, "Where is the demon sword Isaka Ryo?" A sinister laugh echoed back. "Kid, you fight well. Although you hide pretty well in a place with so many obstacles, I can use sound to track you, Ryo. Maybe you're above on the ceiling. Now you've revealed yourself to me. To repay what you did before, take this piercing demon sword strike from above straight to your head." Ryo, with his red eyes retreating and sword in hand, made it hard for Kim Tae Hyun to defend against the two masked guards standing watch below. They immediately fled when Ryo punched through the floor they guarded. A beam of light pierced through the stone basement, scattering debris. Ryo stomped on Kim Tae Hyun's chest, pointing his sword at his chest. Suddenly he panicked. "What? What? How can you block my demon sword?" Kim Tae Hyun smirked as glowing chains appeared on his hand. Locking Ryo's sword, he grinned. "Even though we're both S-rank, our skill levels are different." But idiot Ryo's face showed disbelief. That bastard below him, after attacking those weaklings outside and revealing himself, didn't try to escape, but deliberately baited me into attacking him. After attacking those weaklings outside and revealing himself, he did that not to escape, but purposely to lure me into attacking. He had prepared the light chain skill so that after I attacked, he could lock all my movements to prevent me from escaping. Tae Hyun swung his fist bound by light chains. "Where do you think you're running now?" The light chains attacked straight toward Ryo, that bastard. "How can you do this to me?" he screamed in disbelief. The chained punch flew forward, hitting Ryo's face directly. His face twisted in pain, blood spurted from his mouth. The floors were pierced, leaving a large dark hole, truly terrifying. The auction house lay in ruins. Isakario Ryo and his subordinates were bound with glowing chains, heads hung low, and disheveled, kneeling before Kim Tae Hyun. The subordinates struggled against the glowing chains binding them tightly, faces weakened, furious, and in disbelief. They refused to give up thrashing to break free, but to no avail. Isakario Ryo knelt there, chained up. He didn't submit. His face showed ferocity and unwillingness. Ryo snorted coldly, grinding his teeth in bitter resentment. Standing in front of him was Kim Tae Hyun, wearing a triumphant smile. Ryo Hae was kneeling on the ground, his face filled with bitter resentment as he stared at that bastard Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun stood there, looking straight at him with a contemptuous smile. "I never thought you were an S-rank player. With your ranking in Japan, you ended up as an accomplice to those thieves." Ryo Hae couldn't bear such humiliation. His expression turned fierce as he pushed himself up and roared, "You bastard, because of you, my plan failed." A foot slammed straight into Ryo Hae's face. The kick hurt him badly, leaving his mouth agape. After the powerful blow, Ryo Hae was flung far away, writhing in pain. Kim Tae Hyun's voice rang out. "You've talked enough. Accept your failure." Kim Tae Hyun then froze. He saw his loyal subordinates worrying about Isakario Ryo Hae. They all watched as he was thrown far away. Panic and fear filled their eyes as they looked toward Isakario Ryo Hae, shouting anxiously, "Lord Isakario Ryo Hae! If you know what's good for you, tell me about that bastard." "Where is Narendra?" Nero, the leader. Isakario Ryo Hae took a painful hit. Lying face down on the broken tile floor, eyes tightly shut, Kim Tae Hyun's voice echoed in his ear. "If you talk, your sentence will be lighter. If not, it doesn't matter. The guilds have already been alerted. They'll arrive at this auction house soon. Of course, when the major awakened guilds arrive, you and that bastard leader Narendra Nero will be finished." Lying amidst the rubble, Isakario Ryo Hae sneered, curling his lips in mockery. "You say they'll come to help. You're too naive. You really are a rookie." Kim Tae Hyun's eyes widened, mouth agape in shock. He looked at Isakario Ryo Hae. "What did you say?" Footsteps hurried down the hallway as the base door swung open. Everyone working stopped, looking toward the newly opened door with astonished expressions. A stout man with round glasses and long graying hair appeared. He hurriedly rushed into the office where electronic screens blinked beads of sweat dotting his face. Panting and out of breath from running, he shouted in a broken voice, "The support teams! Why haven't we seen the support teams arrive at the Dawn auction house yet? This man was a level 4 guild member, head of the Kim rank S guild. Sang X looked at the two men before him. One young one, he old, analyzing the current situation. Do you know there are many rare auction items at the auction house? There aren't many VIP clients left in Korea or other countries attending. If the awakened guilds don't arrive quickly to support the auction house, won't be able to withstand the robbers. The older man, wearing an eye patch with a beard and neatly styled hair, remained calm and reassuring. Calm down first. We already know all that. When the terrorist attack happened, the alert spread throughout all the guilds. The guilds have prepared. With military reinforcements, the leader of the guild support teams is player Park Sung-jin, accompanied by S-rank awakened players. All of them are incredibly powerful. Images of the military reinforcements appeared in his mind, along with the strong leader Park Sung-jin. Sang X was alarmed. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead in surprise. So why haven't they departed to reinforce the auction house yet? If there's any problem, contact us. We will fully support their reinforcement. That's not the issue. I don't know about other things, but the biggest problem is still unresolved. There's no way to reach the auction house. He slammed his hand on the table, eyes full of anger. Sang X became even more anxious, sweat pouring down his forehead. He said, briefly replying, "Those bastards prepared for this situation when attacking the auction house. They immediately advanced to the teleportation gate control room. They took complete control of all the gates, so all the gates have been locked down. This time, Sang, they took total control of the gates, so all of them are locked. This time, Sang, but you don't need to worry too much," he answered calmly. "Obviously, luckily there are still 2 S-rank players at the auction house, Isaka Ryohei and Kim Tae Hyun." Isaka Ryohei's mind filled with dark thoughts as the sword emitted a blinding light that dazzled the newly promoted S-rank players. Kim Tae Hyun already possessed great strength, while among the bandits only their leader Narendra Nero was also S-rank. Kim Tae Hyun appeared with amber eyes, a crooked smile, and surrounded by a red glow exuding supreme confidence. It was certain that all we had to do now was wait until they managed to create a portal, a new gateway connecting to the auction house. But I think by then, the 2 S-rank players there would be holding the line buying time. Now we just need to wait for the technicians to fix the portal. But the opponents of those 2 players, that bastard Narendra Nero, is no ordinary foe. And with that voice, a pair of black high-heeled shoes slowly stepped into the room. Everyone turned in shock toward the person who had just spoken, appearing at the door. A player with a commanding presence. Who was she? A girl with short, edgy hair and a cold expression, dressed in a black suit. Wearing a black suit, he appeared before everyone, and the scene shifted to the Dawn auction house where Isaka Ryohei was. Isaka Ryohei looked up, a mocking smirk on his lips. "But you haven't thought this through. Narendra Nero is no simple opponent. With his contract skill with demons, you'll die quickly, Kim. With his demon contract skill, you'll be dead in no time, Kim. He can connect and summon demonic artifacts from the demon realm here, depending on the number of sacrificial items he has. He can summon demons of varying levels. So do you really think you can defeat him? Especially when he has such a powerful support skill." Isaka Ryohei imagined terrifying and powerful demonic artifacts. Kim Tae Hyun was slightly surprised and in disbelief, asking again, "Are you saying he sacrifices items to the demon realm?" Isaka Ryohei smiled wickedly, his face dark. "Exactly. The demon realm desires souls above all else. And the sacrificial items you're wondering about are humans." The scene shifted to the guild office where Wayo was speaking. Everyone froze, unable to believe what Wayo had just said. Even the bandit leader was stunned. "What did you say?" The other 2 quickly asked back. "So the hostages and the low-level players at the auction house are the souls he can sacrifice to the demon realm to summon a high-level demon? So many prices. These are the very souls he can offer as sacrifices to the demon realm. He's no ordinary opponent." At this moment, Sang X lost his composure and shouted in panic, "This is bad. This time he'll sacrifice all the hostages there. We have to act fast." Wayo's jade green eyes darkened even further. "You're right. It looks like a catastrophe is about to strike the auction house at dawn." The scene shifted to the auction house. Kim Tae Hyun grabbed Isaka, lifted his fist high, and faced him. Kim Tae Hyun's face showed fury and despair. "You bastard! How could you do this? Humans are your sacrificial offerings!" Isaka Ryohei laughed louder, his grin cruel. "You might have beaten me, Kim Tae Hyun, but you won't stop Narendra's plan." Isakario laughed even louder, his smile turning cruel. "You may have defeated me, Kim Tae Hyun, but you will never be able to stop Narendra's plan. If you untie me and kneel to beg for mercy, maybe I'll accept you as a subordinate." Kim Tae Hyun's face. Kim Tae Hyun grew even more hostile. Isaka Ryohei laughed even louder, adding, "If you choose to fight Narendra Nero, you'll only end up with a destroyed soul. Sacrifice to the demon realm." His laughter echoed. Kim Tae Hyun slammed him against the wall. Raising his fist high, the sun blazed red over the Dawn auction house as waves crashed against the shore. Thousands of hostages knelt below, while terrifying demonic artifacts stared down at them. Above, a figure looked down at the hostages. A subordinate reported to a man with blood-red eyes. From above, a shadow looked down at the hostages. A subordinate reported to the man with blood-red eyes. Dark, and with a long beard standing there. "Sir Narendra Nero, it seems, is Sicario, or he has been defeated." The masked subordinate continued reporting. "We sent people to search, but haven't found any traces of him. Along with that, the Blood Phoenix also disappeared with him. What should we do now?" Narendra laughed calmly. "Forget it. It seems there's an S-rank player with real power here, but that rat can't do anything to us. We still have to wait for reinforcements from the guilds, but the gates are already closed." His hand reached out with streams of black light, revealing hostages kneeling below, trapped within the black aura, controlled, and lifted high. The others panicked, screaming in despair. With his throat restrained, the girl felt an invisible hand gripping tightly. Narendra Nero manipulated the black light streams to torment the hostages. The restrained hostages could only scream in pain. "As for that rat, if it doesn't show up, we'll just follow the plan." Narendra Nero controlled the hostages, while speaking the black light surrounding him growing thicker. "Now!" The demon realm was about to gain some high-level souls. Narendra Nero looked like a true demon, his black eyes glowing with a red gleam. His sinister smile radiated dark black light. From above, his aura grew increasingly fierce and black. The power's out. The hostages in the dark grew more scared, panic and unease rising. The masked demon guards became alert. "What the hell? Why's the power out now? We've secured those bombs to not destroy the factory. But if it's this dark after power generation, how can we see anything? And there's still machinery running." "Right." Narendra Nero's grim face and dark demonic eyes appeared. "Where did the sacrificial offering disappear to? What is there, some kind of anomaly?" Narendra Nero was stunned when he saw before him. Only streams of black light remained. The hostages had vanished. Suddenly, Kim Tae Hyun appeared behind, him wielding a light chain striking toward Narendra Nero, catching him off guard. The chained punch shot straight at Narendra Nero. With demonic eyes, Narendra watched the chain closing in. Kim Tae Hyun's hand controlled the light chain, attacking directly at Narendra Nero. Strong and relentless Narendra. Nero wasn't ordinary. He dodged Kim Tae Hyun's attacks. Kim Tae Hyun pressed closer. Narendra Nero counterattacked fiercely with punches and chains, preparing to bind Kim Tae Hyun tightly. He stepped back to avoid Kim Tae Hyun's strikes. Narendra Nero growled in anger. His face grew even more ferocious under the assault. Kim Tae Hyun smiled with satisfaction. Seeing Narendra Nero's expression, Kim Tae Hyun's entire body shone brighter. "Got you now." Suddenly a sound came from behind Narendra Nero. Something was sprouting from his back. A tentacle with 3 yellow eyes and razor-sharp teeth appeared, its mouth able to breathe fire. The fierce orange flames burned fiercely. Seeing this, Kim Tae Hyun widened his eyes. His pupils contracted, bewildered and astonished, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Not just one, but many tentacles were growing behind Narendra Nero, their sharp eyes wide-open mouths full of fangs. They created massive fireballs to destroy the light chain surrounding Narendra Nero. By Kim Tae Hyun, a loud explosion erupted flames, and thick black smoke billowed. Debris scattered everywhere. Kim Tae Hyun dodged the blast, dropping to one knee as he looked toward it. Where the explosion had just occurred within the raging flames, a dark figure appeared. Its face unclear. Tentacles moved behind it, looking toward Kim Tae Hyun. Was there a monster behind? How could he be so strong? He stood still within the raging fire, completely unharmed. It was as if he and the flames had merged. "You are Kim Tae Hyun, the awakened S-rank. Why did you come here to save us?" Suddenly sounds came from behind, and Kim Tae Hyun finally turned his head. They, the hostages captured by Narendra Nero, were here. They looked at Kim Tae Hyun like a savior, waiting for this moment. They rushed madly toward Kim Tae Hyun, hoping to be rescued. Please untie us quickly or else. Those bandits came here again. If you save us, we'll give you all our money. Before they could finish, Kim Tae Hyun waved them off. Using the light chains, he lifted them into a glowing white circle. Talking too much distracts me. Suddenly thrown into the air, they screamed in panic. Kim Tae Hyun! Suddenly sensing something moving toward him, Kim Tae Hyun glanced upward to see grotesque demons with sharp claws. Their glowing red eyes rushed swiftly down toward Kim Tae Hyun standing below. When those terrifying demons landed, the spot where Kim Tae Hyun had been standing was surrounded by them. A fierce light erupted, shooting high into the air, as rocks and dirt scattered everywhere. The demons still didn't understand what was happening. They stared into the dust and debris, searching for where Kim Tae Hyun was hiding. With their glowing red eyes, while searching and not seeing clearly, only flashes caught their sight, overlapping lights. Those were the gleams from sharp sword slashes. Kim Tae Hyun held the sword in his hand, attacking the demons. Kim Tae Hyun lunged into the air, gripping the sharp sword with a powerful aura radiating around him. The monsters below were sliced into pieces by Kim Tae Hyun's sharp blade, scattered everywhere. That muscular hand appeared again in midair. Kim Tae Hyun looked down like a fierce demon with a terrifying skull face. The shattered remains of the demons, witnessing another demon above going mad, bared its sharp teeth. Those glowing red eyes grew even more frightening as they growled angrily. One furry demon had 2 pairs of glowing eyes. It screeched a sound from hell. Its cries grew louder and darker, matching its eyes. Unexpectedly, the demons Kim Tae Hyun had just sliced to pieces suddenly revived, becoming even more ferocious. They lunged at Kim Tae Hyun once again. At this moment, Kim Tae Hyun didn't expect the situation to change so drastically. Widening his eyes, he exclaimed, "What?" Suddenly a flash and an explosion occurred. Kim Tae Hyun was nowhere to be seen. The spot where he had stood was filled with thick black smoke. Narendra, Nero, and the demons that had just attacked Kim Tae Hyun looked on from above and below, respectively. They all stared at the thick black smoke in front of them. From above, Narendra Nero finally spoke. "So don't get cocky thinking you've defeated me already. You're probably familiar with my demon contract skill, right? It summons based on a sacrifice. Of course I wouldn't summon weak demon monsters, Narendra." Nero boasted about his demon contract skill. He believed it was the strongest ability, no one could resist it. This was evident from his satisfied expression and smile. Those monsters were all equivalent to S rank. Plus, with the support from my skill, these monsters were empowered by Narendra Nero's strength, becoming even more ferocious. They charged quickly toward Kim Tae Hyun, who was struggling to defend against them. With my magic divided among them, they evolved to a much higher level of power. The monsters attacked Kim Tae Hyun more frenziedly. He was quite exhausted from resisting these evolved monsters. Narendra Nero continuously empowered the monsters to quickly overpower Kim Tae Hyun, stronger and faster. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't resist anymore, and was slammed hard into the tiled floor, cracking a large section. "If you manage to defeat that bastard Rio, then I'll give you credit," Narendra Nero said, as he watched Kim Tae Hyun gradually fall after being struck. Blood dripped from his mouth, but Nero smirked. "Even with me, you're still defeated." He wore a triumphant expression. Having defeated Kim Tae Hyun, an awakened S rank, another loud explosion echoed. Accompanied by black smoke and flying debris everywhere, the hostages watched the explosion and saw the monsters rushing into the smoke. Black smoke was rising. This was bad. "He's been defeated." The hostages, all tied up, shouted in panic. They thought Kim Tae Hyun had been beaten. One of them yelled defiantly, "We told you to save us first, but you didn't listen. Now look at the consequences. At least if someone had helped, we might have been saved." "You're wrong about those monsters," said the voice of a middle-aged man, who was also tied up. His voice surprised everyone. They all looked up at him as he spoke to the group. "Look carefully. Thanks to him, the monsters stopped attacking us. He drew all their attention." At that moment, everyone finally realized. All the monsters and the masked ones stopped paying attention to them and focused solely on attacking Kim Tae Hyun. He was at a disadvantage, but didn't run away. Maybe he was stalling to buy time for other guilds to come and save us. Kim Tae Hyun, holding the knife in his hand, fought persistently against the monster bugs with his remaining strength. The hostages tied up around him after hearing the man's analysis looked at him with disbelief at what Kim Tae Hyun was doing. The middle-aged man continued firmly, saying, "The hostages captured by that old man were meant for sacrifice. They had all been freed by him." The image of the hostages, hanging high up by chains prepared for sacrifice, flashed back to him. At this moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. His whole body trembled, tears streaming hot from his eye sockets as he choked out. The original plan was for him to take the initiative to attack and draw the monsters out. The hostages were hanging ready to be sacrificed. He appeared again so that we could be safe. Kim Tae Hyun's figure was now covered, with wounds, blood flowing down, soaking his entire body, but he still pushed through. Holding the knife in his hand to fight the tied-up hostages, felt ashamed of their petty selfishness. They only thought of themselves and cried out. I didn't understand that before. Keep going, Kim Tae Hyun. We believe you can win. To empower Kim Tae Hyun, they could only shout encouragement like that. The light chains reappeared strongly, wrapping tightly around the monsters' necks. They struggled to escape the attacking chains. Kim Tae Hyun counterattacked. He soared upward using the chains that bound the monsters tightly to finish them off with a powerful strike. Kim Tae Hyun's face stretched wide as he shouted loudly, "All right, stop screaming like that!" The monsters turned away immediately. The hostages were stunned, sensing something was off, as if they had just done something crazy and foolish, exclaiming, "Ah!" Narendra Nero stood calmly watching the terrifying beast spewing fire. Watching the battle unfold, he wondered why. A giant group of monsters was ready to advance toward Kim Tae Hyun. I was covered in wounds, stepping over corpses. The monsters fought fiercely, but kept pushing on. Kim Tae Hyun did not back down. He yelled at them, "You damn monsters, no matter how strong you are, I will defeat you. Come at me, all of you." The tied-up hostages witnessing this scene could only worry. They panicked and shouted, "Kim Tae Hyun, be careful! Narendra!" Nero laughed loudly with satisfaction. His evil laughter echoed as he mocked, "Really such a heroic spirit, huh?" Kim Tae Hyun's face was drenched in blood, but his eyes remained resolute as he shouted, "Keep going, Park Uong. This battle will end soon." "You can do it." Narendra Nero's dark eyes suddenly stalled when he heard what Kim Tae Hyun said. Narendra Nero looked toward the door, where a figure had just appeared. Who was that standing there? He held his ground, seeing someone there. When did that bastard show up? Without making Kim Tae Hyun wait long. Park Uong displayed his skills. Light beams shot from Park Uong's palm, dazzling the eyes. He focused all his energy on his ultimate move, shouting to Kim Tae Hyun, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm acting now." Scene shifts to Isaka Ryohei was tied up with light chains around his body, lying on rubble, covered in wounds. Mouth agape, Park Uong was shocked to see Isaka Ryohei in such a pitiful state. Park Uong couldn't believe it, pointing at Ryohei lying there, looking at Kim Tae Hyun and asking, "Kim Tae Hyun, about this. They're Naru's men. They infiltrated the security team. I just took them down." Kim Tae Hyun calmly answered Park Uong's question. Their footsteps quickened as they approached, discussing the current situation on the way. "I didn't expect things to get this bad just after I left briefly. All right, now's not the time for that talk. We've already taken control of the gate management room. That bastard is using a few hostages to summon monsters inside." Kim Tae Hyun analyzed the situation in detail. He made Park Uong understand the situation clearly. "Now we have to face both the monsters and the bandits. The bandits are simpler." Kim Tae Hyun glanced at Park Uong and said, "But if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger." The hostages were tied up and kneeling, watched over by the most menacing red eyes. They were all going to die. Park Gun. Uong listened to Kim Tae Hyun's analysis, panicked and unsure what to do, then hurriedly asked, "So what do we do now?" Kim Tae Hyun calmly replied, "Now I need your skill, Park." Uong grew even more surprised when his skill was mentioned. He stammered, "The gate control skill, you mean me? I know how to control the gates, but the tricky part is, I need to know the exact location of the gates to control them." "Are you the one connecting the gates to summon other guilds?" Park Gun Uong asked Kim suspiciously. Kim Tae Hyun wanted him to use his skill to control the gates. Kim Tae Hyun answered seriously, "Not exactly what I want is." Park Gun Uong waited anxiously to hear Kim Tae Hyun's plan eliminate the monsters. 1, 2, 3 and more gates opened, radiating a blinding light. These gates grew increasingly bright. The monsters were pulled forcefully into the gates, unable to resist, only growling. The gate's power kept increasing. More and more monsters were sucked in. Narendra Nero watched from above, witnessing the overwhelming power of the gates. He couldn't believe it. How could this happen? Rage flared up fiercely inside him. What was going on? The gates grew larger, forming a huge dark rift with terrifying power. Many monsters were being pulled into the gates. Park Gun Uong stepped out from the round door, eyes looking upward. Surprised by his earlier thoughts, He had doubted whether opening the gates to suck monsters away would work. Then Park Gun-uong broke out in sweat eyes wide, thinking, "But now I completely believe it." Park Gun-uong stood behind Kim Tae Hyun, who was frozen in front of the gate he had opened. Park Gun-uong still had many thoughts. Now that the monsters were sucked away, only that bastard Nero remained. Surely he could defeat him and free everyone. Then Kim Tae Hyun slightly turned and loudly said, "Hey Park Gun-uong, he's using you." Hearing Kim Tae Hyun's words, he had now completed his task of opening the gate. "This place is dangerous for you, so take a bimp of everyone and escape quickly." He hurriedly replied, "What?" His face no longer calm. He raised his voice. "What do you mean I can fight too?" But Kim Tae Hyun remained very calm. Smiling, he turned away and said, "Your part here is done. That bastard is also an S rank, so he's a bit too much for you. You should leave quickly." Then Kim Tae Hyun stomped hard, cracking the floor. Suddenly the atmosphere flared with the arrival of enemies. Kim Tae Hyun held 2 iron bars ready, looked toward them, and spoke to Park Gun-uong. "To focus on fighting and defeating him, I don't have time to protect you and everyone else. Narendra Nero is right in front of you," shouting loudly. Kim Tae Hyun pressed his hands together, smiled at him, and said, "Enough talk. I heard you come at me." Park Gun-uong stood behind, worried, then quickly evacuated everyone. "Move, everyone. Follow my lead this way." Kim Tae Hyun turned back, looking a bit anxious, and said, "It's okay, looks like everyone's beginning to evacuate." Then he looked up at him and said, "Now it's just me and that bastard left." He charged with all his strength. He dashed past him and stopped in front of Narendra Nero. Nero showed a fierce look and lunged, saying, "You're in trouble now. You think just because we're both S rank, our powers are the same?" Narendra Nero raised his hand as flames erupted around him. He shouted, "Let's see how you can resist this." A fireball shot toward Kim Tae Hyun, following his hand's direction. He pointed right at Kim Tae Hyun to direct the fire toward him, and said, "A brat like you is definitely going to die here today." The fire reached him, forcing him to raise his hand to shield his head. Then the flames exploded on the ground beneath. He waved both hands down toward him. 2 demons with sharp, cruel teeth said, "Even if you saved those hostages, even if you sucked all my monsters into the gate." Kim Tae Hyun collapsed. The opponent's power injured him badly. Blood spilled profusely from his mouth. He still said, "But none of this will help you defeat me." He raised his hands to summon creatures with terrifying power and said in front of the guy who had collapsed, "This battle will still end with my victory." Kim Tae Hyun sat silently amid the ruins, caused by him muttering curses, "How dare you test my patience," along with blasphemy against the divine. "So your fate." Then Narendra Nero's eyes turned red. He growled, "You will be sacrificed to me." The monsters behind him glowed fiercely, staring at Kim Tae Hyun. Suddenly Kim Tae Hyun slowly stood up, smiled, and said, "You miserable old man, you've talked a bit too much, Narendra." Nero. Kim Tae Hyun's face was smeared with blood, but he still smiled and said, "Do you think I would just die that easily? Think again." Hearing this, Narendra Nero's eyes widened. Then Kim Tae Hyun reached out his hand. A red aura surrounded his hand. This mysterious red power shot straight toward him, causing everything nearby to disintegrate into pieces. They were slowly drawn into Kim Tae Hyun's fierce power. Narendra Nero stood there confused, looking up and growling, "What?" He looked toward Kim Tae Hyun, who was holding out just one hand, contemplating the young man's strength. "So he's just now revealing his full power. So he's been hiding his true strength. Narendra." Nero suddenly laughed, making Kim Tae Hyun, who was unleashing power, look up in confusion. "What is he doing, Narendra?" Nero spread his arms wide. He burst into laughter, and no power dared approach him. Narendra Nero refused to be defeated here. Clasping his hands together, he summoned his power and said, "Kim Tae Hyun, even if you hide your strength, you're nothing but a sacrifice for me. I'll make good use of your body, understand?" He continued amidst the battle. "You think you're the only one hiding your true strength, don't you?" This caught Kim Tae Hyun off guard. He said, "Huh," then glanced sideways, suddenly sweating, as if seeing something terrifying. His hand still extended to create power, but his head turned to the right. There, he saw some hostages he had rescued, surprised to see him appear here. "Ah, how come?" they shouted. One of them looked worse as his body gradually burned to ashes. Desperate cries began to fill the air. Kim Tae Hyun still didn't understand what was happening. Looking on in shock and saying, "What's going on?" Their blood was now dripping onto Narendra Nero's back, forming the shape of a red wine glass. And he was chanting, "Now all sacrifices will be offered to the gods." The blood cup grew larger. Along with his prayer, "May the gods bless us." The atmosphere was now filled only with eerie prayers. Narendra Nero. Assist your followers, punish those who disrespect your faith. Kim Tae Hyun looked up confused and frightened. Narendra Nero's hands remained clasped at his forehead, chanting. Gradually, a green power emerged, covering and overpowering Kim Tae Hyun's red aura. A beast formed from Narendra Nero's power revealed its sinister snout, and this was the greatest bone dragon. This happened in one of the highest-ranking buildings here, causing a huge cloud of smoke to rise from it. The building was grand and beautiful, made entirely of glass. After the battle, a corner of the glass was shattered. Book Gan-woong stood at the head of the rescued hostages facing the bandits in front of them. Both Book Gan-woong and the others were scared and sweating, but he spoke to reassure everyone. "Those bastards aren't all dead yet. Are they still waiting out here?" The bandits carried weapons on their shoulders and wore masks. Only their eyes were visible, and the leader said, "How did these people escape the Capitol Guard? Something must have gone wrong over there." The leader continued, "All right. They're just commoners anyway. We can easily take care of them, just lightly." As he finished speaking, the bandits suddenly clutched their faces in pain, even coughing up blood, then screamed out loud. Book Gan-woong and the others stood there shocked and confused as the bandits gradually turned to dust. Before dying, some of them managed to say, What's happening to our bodies?" Then they screamed wildly. Book Gan-woong exchanged confused and fearful looks with the others. Suddenly, stones crumbled and fell from the ceiling where they were standing, causing them to stagger in panic, wondering what was happening. "What is this?" He looked outside the glass and saw many stones falling down, then shouted loudly, "What the hell is going on here?" Amid the strong tremors, Book Gan-woong probably yelled in desperation. "What's happening?" Back with the two still fighting, Kim Tae Hyun was at a disadvantage, attacked by the greatest bone dragon. It lunged, causing him to hover unsteadily off balance, falling deeper and deeper as the monster approached. Kim Tae Hyun crashed down with heavy rocks writhing in pain. Narendra Nero stood above, unleashing a green flame that spread across the floor. Then he laughed loudly, then shouted, "It's true after all. When it comes to the power of mythical beasts, dragons have always been in a league of their own, haven't they? Dragons have always been in a league of their own, haven't they?" As for Kim, Tae Hyun was still falling downward, gritting his teeth and thinking this isn't good. Suddenly, a chain wrapped around his arm. Then it slammed hard against the building's glass window. The glass shattered into pieces. The chain was stretched tight, creating a large hole where it struck and broke through. The large hole pierced straight through to the wide sky, and it seemed like he was being pulled out through it. Kim Tae Hyun's feet struggled to grip the ground. His whole body lay flat on the floor with only a few arms propping him up. He tried to look up, panting heavily, and said, "What exactly is the power of this monster?" Suddenly his eyes widened, and his brows furrowed as if realizing something. Right in front of him now was a monstrous creature, with terrifying green power, charging straight at him. But his mind suddenly froze for a moment. Narendra Nero stood atop that creature. The monster charged at Kim Tae Hyun, knocking him far away. The building's wall was smashed hard, creating a large hole. Then Kim Tae Hyun was thrown outside, shouting loudly. Chunks of cracked wall fell. Kim Tae Hyun was thrown out, but the monster and Narendra Nero showed no sign of letting him go. He said, "Now die, you stupid bastard. Kim Tae Hyun's power has returned." He seemed rebellious, charging forward, shouting. Kim Tae Hyun's hand reached straight toward Narendra Nero, and together with this monster, they unleashed a power that seemed to knock the creature down. Then he said, "You think having that dragon means you can beat me?" The monster refused to back down, quickly opening its mouth wide to retaliate at Kim Tae Hyun with overwhelming power. That power was immense, rushing toward him again. At that moment, he seemed frozen by its terrifying force. Instantly, that power shattered, exploding and shaking the sky, earth, and vast ocean. It tore everything into tiny fragments, swirling in the chaos. Narendra, Nero, and the monster still flew straight ahead, surrounded by a green energy aura. He stood atop and said, "Right thinking about." Narendra Nero looked at Kim Tae Hyun, who was suspended by his arms and legs on the wall, and said, "You got hit like that and still survived." The chains had now wrapped tightly around his legs and arms, securing him to the wall. After the brutal fight, he wasn't defeated, but was extremely exhausted, lifting his face and panting. Kim Tae Hyun now hung by his arms and legs on that wall, his head bowed. He growled, feeling uncomfortable, full of resentment. In his mind, he thought, damn this bastard. Now I'm just a tiny object, an accessory attached to this huge building. In front of him stood the S-rank bone dragon, and Narendra Nero observing. His mind was still filled with deep resentment toward him. He was too strong, especially with the demons and bone dragon he summoned. With his S-rank power, it seemed equal to his. Kim Tae Hyun opened one eye slightly, lifting his head to think, but it seemed the gap was too great. Those thoughts kept coming to him. But here, if he sacrificed to get a bone dragon like that, surely he must have some limitation on his power. On his back appeared clearly a black hole and two hands with bulging veins trembling in fear. Kim Tae Hyun examined Narendra Nero's prominent veins closely, thinking silently. Otherwise, he'd already be an S-class champion. Kim Tae Hyun looked straight at Narendra Nero, thinking now I need to find his weak spot in his power and quickly figure out a way to counterattack. Suddenly he laughed. Narendra Nero stood there looking down and said, "You bastard who dares to underestimate the gods, I already guessed your tricks got it." This sentence confused Kim Tae Hyun deeply. Then Narendra Nero smiled and continued, "Right now you're feeling helpless because you can't beat me. So, you're still waiting for the chance to find my weakness and counterattack, right?" Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun grew anxious, sweat starting to drip. Narendra Nero continued, "I get that. You're clever, but..." Suddenly, he shouted loudly, and his power shook the entire surrounding sky. "Do you really think your plan can succeed when I've already predicted it?" That terrifying power unleashed once again. It completely occupied the entire space here. Narendra Nero and the Dragonbone class creature flew and unleashed a devastating power on the building. Kim Tae Hyun was hanging there, extremely panicked and fearful. He screamed loudly. Everyone inside, including Park Gan-woong, heard it and stepped out with worried expressions. Looking closer, everyone inside appeared terrified. It turned out the Dragonbone class creature had found the hostage's location and charged straight at their hiding spot. Narendra Nero continued to unleash that same devastating power on the building alongside the beast, causing bricks and stones to scatter everywhere. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters, bright lights shone from all directions onto the coordinators, who were in a frenzy shouting orders to hurry. "Everyone move quickly. The emergency connection gate to the Dawn auction house is complete." All the artists stood in straight, neat lines before the door, with a large circular light hole in front of them. Following the coordinator's command focus and move quickly. "Our priority is to rescue the hostages first." The female chief coordinator hurried anxiously, sweat pouring down one hand on the mic, the other pressing the screen. She said in panic, "But right now, only the South Korea side can connect to the gate." The rescue mission leader was Captain Park Ji-sung, an experienced S-rank player. However, even so, there were still countless unpredictable dangers awaiting them there. Park Ji-sung, leading the team, hands in pockets, calmly said, "It's okay." Then he added, "We already have some intel on the kidnappers. I need to move there quickly to save everyone." This statement made the female coordinator widen her eyes, looking surprised and worried, unable to respond. Park Ji-sung immediately shouted orders to his entire team. "Everyone move to Dawn quickly." He turned halfway and shouted harshly, "These damn devils, the ones behind this, are well prepared today. Follow my orders. They will pay for what they have done." All the hostages inside had collapsed amidst the rubble and debris. At that moment, Park Gan-woong was bleeding all over his head, along with other injuries on his body. Suddenly waking up with aches all over, he struggled to open his eyes and see what was happening around him. Ahead of Park Gan-woong was a massive explosion with a blinding flash of light. Kim Tae Hyun had been standing there all along, holding his hands out to block the incoming power aimed at everyone, which caused Park Gan-woong to spring up. Worried for Kim Tae Hyun's life, he rushed over shouting, "Mr. Kim Tae Hyun!" Meanwhile, Kim Tae Hyun was alone standing against that power, his magic growing stronger with his energy. He pushed the force away from Narendra Nero and the beast, but Narendra refused to back down and laughed loudly, saying, "This is your choice, Dragonbone class." The Dragonbone class creature then opened its mouth and released a type of power, after which Narendra Nero smiled proudly, looking down and saying, "If you want to save everyone, then sacrifice yourself to the underworld fire of the Dragonbone." Park Gan-woong, sitting behind, saw him once again forced to fend off that overwhelming power and shouted his name. It seemed at that moment Park Gan-woong no longer had the strength to stand, only able to shout loudly, so he advised Kim Tae Hyun. "You need to run fast. You've already done more than enough. You don't have to push yourself anymore. If you fall, we can't escape. So you have to get out on your own." Before he finished, Kim Tae Hyun seemed to be in trouble, enduring their power, and screaming in pain. But in his mind, he still thought he had to keep going, standing before the fierce beast, still radiating its power. But he didn't lose heart. Holding firm thoughts to confront the bastard Nero who controlled the dragon bone was impossible. As mentioned before, he needed to wait until Nero's weakness showed before turning the tide. Narendra Nero stood above, arrogantly laughing loudly. Tae Hyun stood there, struggling hard to resist the power and protect everyone. He thought, although I'm at a disadvantage now, Tae Hyun stood there struggling with all his might to withstand the power and protect everyone. He thought now, even though I'm at a disadvantage, but the power kept growing stronger each moment, and a powerful thought flashed through his mind. I can't give up, because there are still people here who need me to protect them. Determination and strength filled his face as he braced against this overwhelming force. His eyes blazed red, thinking I might be able to hold on a little longer. But this isn't the best way. Find a faster way. The strongest thought in his mind right now was how to save everyone. Suddenly, a trembling voice spoke beside him, seemingly asking for some help for the others. At that moment, he felt like his body froze upon hearing it. Then Kim Tae Hyun quickly turned his head in curiosity and saw Park Gan-woong was struggling to make his way to him. Park Gan-woong looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Kim Tae Hyun glanced back and wondered about the voice. What was that? Suddenly, a notification popped up. The Predator's power was being readjusted. Both of his hands suddenly glowed with power. This left him very confused. His hands grew even stronger as the notification continued. Predator level had increased to A. The message kept appearing, since you cannot control this new power yet. Your body is currently overloaded. Around him, a new wave of power suddenly merged in. This made him grit his teeth in discomfort and say, "What is this, huh?" The level display appeared again. Predator S level was further upgraded to Predator SS. His eyes couldn't open wide enough. Narendra Nero stood on that monster, looking down at him. Narendra Nero was also confused and said, "What the hell is going on?" His red power radiated throughout the surrounding space, overpowering even the bone dragon's strength. The level once again rose to Predator SSS. Now Kim Tae Hyun was surrounded by blazing red power. Around him, the notifications kept appearing. Predator is at the highest state. Your body is overloaded. Then his body exploded into solid muscle, and he screamed out in pain. His mind still raced, so the Predator had reached the highest level. The image of a perfect body flashed through his thoughts. So the Predator had advanced to the highest level. Could it be that the Emperor had temporarily granted him this power earlier? That body suddenly smiled. Many thoughts appeared in him, but right now his body couldn't control this immense power. His arm felt like a huge stone, gradually cracking into pieces as he thought, "I'm breaking apart. Am I going to die like this?" His leg was the same, starting to crack as well. More thoughts kept arising. I've given it my all this time. Kim Tae Hyun's mind was still full, but everything had finally reached its limit. Yet he wasn't willing to fall like this. His body was the same, gradually shattering, making him cry out in pain. By now, his body had completely cracked, leaving only his torso intact. The overwhelming pain caused him to slowly collapse. Kim Tae Hyun lay face down on the ground. Narendra Nero stood above, thinking, "Has he already surrendered?" Kim Tae Hyun's power was so immense that even Narendra Nero had to shield his eyes, thinking, but before falling, what the hell was that terrifying power? Kim Tae Hyun had collapsed onto the ground, and Narendra Nero was certain in his mind, no matter what, this is my victory. Kim Tae Hyun's body was bleeding heavily. The man standing there still pondered his condition. Perhaps he had pushed some potential in his body to the extreme, but ultimately couldn't withstand that power. His body had violently exploded, then collapsed. Narendra Modi's thoughts continued. He probably won't be able to stand again. Narendra Modi, looking very displeased, said finally, "A blasphemer of the gods." Narendra Nero still stood above and shouted, "No matter how hard you try against me, you will end up facing death." Then Narendra Nero and the monster approached him. Suddenly the monster's claws appeared, but its limbs suddenly detached. The claws fell to the ground, leaving Narendra Nero very confused, not understanding what was happening. The stones around Narendra Nero seemed to be falling, as he looked down and saw Kim Tae Hyun steadily rising. Narendra Nero's eyes shifted anxiously as another monster appeared, radiating fierce red power, much larger than his bone dragon. That red monster was just as menacing as it opened its mouth, unleashing savage power. It charged toward Narendra Nero, roaring. Narendra Nero was standing on his bone dragon, looking up with worried curiosity. "What is this?" Kim Tae Hyun's voice, somewhat strange, suddenly spoke up. "Hey, the Holy Spirit." Narendra Nero stood there puzzled. Kim Tae Hyun stood with his head lowered, saying, "What does the Holy Spirit mean to me?" Narendra Nero stood there full of fear. Looking that way, slightly stunned, Narendra Nero was now drenched in sweat and said, "You bastard, you're not Kim Tae Hyun." He shouted, "Who are you?" loudly toward the man wielding that terrifying power. "How can you possess such supreme power? That's impossible." Then Kim Tae Hyun spread out his hands, releasing his power, and said, "You should go ask the gods about that down in hell. What are you worshipping?" Before he could finish, Kim Tae Hyun unleashed a tremendous, terrifying force, saying, "You're going to die right now." Narendra Nero's face tensed, sweating profusely. But before he could say anything, he was immediately sliced through by waves of Kim Tae Hyun's power, his body torn apart. Each limb fell off, piece by piece. Kim Tae Hyun stood there and extended his hand toward Narendra Nero, who was collapsing on the monster, and an overwhelming energy instantly filled the space. It swept away everything, both him and his monster. A notification appeared again. "You have learned a new skill." The contract with the demon was recorded in a dark, silent space, where shadows enveloped everything. A sudden beam of light shone on Kim Tae Hyun, like a halo. He stood silently, amid the bleak and terrifying scene, murmuring in confusion. "This is where I was fighting that bastard Nero." Suddenly something rushed at him, glowing red chains, as if heated to extreme temperatures, wrapping tightly around him. Restrained Kim Tae Hyun had no chance to resist. He was genuinely disoriented in that situation, not understanding what was happening before he could figure it out. A massive boulder flew toward him and struck him with terrifying force. He was thrown backward onto the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, agony overwhelming him. In his confused subconscious, he thought, "Has my stone skin skill been nullified? What's happening to me?" Somewhere, hands appeared doing something before Tae Hyun, revealing a massive, mysterious, and majestic statue. On the statue's head were skulls arranged like a crown, surrounded by blazing red light, emitting a threatening energy. Tae Hyun writhed at the statue's feet, clearly sensing a terrifying power invading his body, causing him to scream in despair. He muttered frantically, "How can my skill?" Amid the chaos, a cold, cunning voice echoed, "Your stone skin skill." Hearing the mysterious voice, Kim Tae Hyun was stunned. The voice continued, "Those skills, how can you claim them as yours?" He replied confusedly, "Huh, if I absorb you." Immediately, a gigantic mouth resembling a dragon's appeared from a blazing red circle, awakening its potential. "Then it would definitely be a delicious treat!" The monster roared and charged at Kim Tae Hyun with terrifying speed. He groaned, frowning tensely, fear surging within him. Suddenly a flash of light appeared. Tae Hyun startled awake, his knees and legs flailing, his body drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. But seeing his surroundings, he sighed in relief and said, "It was just a dream." None of the wounds appeared. The hand injured before the fight was still intact. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Park Seo-jin entered from outside holding a bag of snacks, walking over to check on him. "Kim Tae Hyun, you're awake, right?" Tae Hyun was surprised. He realized the person in front of him was a waker. Park Seo-jin asked, "Do you want something to eat?" Seo-jin and Tae Hyun ate while talking. "This is the apartment the association and the auction house prepared for you. Basically, it's compensation and a reward for the help you gave during the recent terror incident. Thanks to you, we rescued all the hostages taken by the terrorists in that event." The awakened Estrio-level waker was also punished. It was quite a large-scale terror attack. Fortunately, because of you, many people survived. You passed out after that battle. Many friends and family came to visit you, but they have already left. Your relatives and that kid, you cried your eyes out. The association director was very worried. Gong Jin recounted the expressions from that day. He couldn't help but laugh and said, Seeing his expressions made me laugh. After the recent battle, we had someone check your health. Don't worry, you're fine. We didn't find any lasting effects on your body. I was worried you might be affected by the demon energy. When you fought that Nero guy, everything turned out fine. Kim Tae Hyun stammered, sweating nervously. But for some reason I forgot. Everything that happened at the Action Auction House. Even the bloody battle with Nero. What exactly happened then? What about my fight there? Park Seo-joon responded. Honestly, this was beyond my expectations. Kim Tae Hyun nodded in agreement. Park Seo-joon asked further. You mentioned it, so I'm curious what exactly happened to you then. Kim Tae Hyun recalled the scene Park Gan-woong lying on the ground with frightened eyes. In front of him stood a tall, muscular man. He had red hair. Tae Hyun continued telling about being at a disadvantage against Nero. Then something happened. Seong-jin asked, So who defeated him then? Tae Hyun replied, I can't explain it. When I lost consciousness, only the awakened fake Park Gan-woong was there at the scene. At that moment, Park Gan-woong said, Tae Hyun, what's wrong? Say something. Then, Gan-woong's eyes widened for some reason. It turned out to be Kim Tae Hyun. But for some unknown reason, he suddenly attacked Gan-woong with a single strike. At that moment, he attacked Gan-woong with just one blow. He caused Park Gan-woong to cough up blood and collapse immediately. Tae Hyun was surprised and said, Oh, just one move and he's defeated already. Well, that's enough. Kim Tae Hyun gave a sly smile. Now let's give this body back to him. After saying that, Kim Tae Hyun collapsed and his hair returned to its normal brown color. While he was lying down, Seong-jin found him, ran over, and helped him up, saying, Wake up, Hyun. Outside, someone said, Everyone move quickly and search for the hostages here. The hostages were just a bit frightened, but seemed unharmed. However, the monsters summoned by Nero were nowhere to be found, and that bastard had mysteriously disappeared. Park Seo-joon sighed and said, Honestly, Kim Tae Hyun. So what happened to you here? Come back to reality, Park Seo-joon. He said this as the hostages calmed down again. We asked them about the situation there, but they couldn't know everything clearly. But they did say you defeated Nero, then passed out. Tae Hyun replied despondently. That figures. Because they're not awakened fakes, so there are many things they don't know. Jin continued while hailing a motorcycle taxi. As for player Park Gan-woong, he doesn't remember anything either, like some force took away their memories. I guess this might be a side effect of confronting Nero's demon energy. But anyway, things turned out well, so congratulations and thank you. We're still investigating the scene. About the battle, if we find anything else, I'll let you know after Seong-jin leaves. Tae Hyun thought. Maybe I lost my memory because I was affected by Nero's demon energy. Sounds a bit unlikely, but I do remember my arm was shattered then. When I was trying to hunt right, maybe I overexerted myself using hunt at that time. Fighting Nero lost in thought, something suddenly came to mind. The Demon B contract can summon demons by connecting with the demon realm. It costs 200 mana per summon. Kim Tae Hyun said in surprise, Well, that's Nero's skill. I absorbed it after defeating him with Hunt. Here it only costs 200 mana to activate. It's a bit different from when he needed a sacrifice. But right now I only have 180 mana. Lost in thought, Park Seo-joon called him, Hey Kim Tae Hyun. He turned to Seo-joon. Someone's here to see you. Tae Hyun was surprised. Yes. A young entered carrying a basket of fruit. Park Seo-joon said, Someone came by, so I'll head out first. Kim Tae Hyun looked at her, a wave of complicated emotions rising inside him. Lima Young spoke first. I came to visit you. Lima Young, a pseudos rank awakened player ranked A. The bustling yet stifling city scene unfolded around them. Under the blazing sunlight, the snacks and drinks on the table remained the same old boring items. Kim Tae Hyun didn't feel like eating much either, when suddenly a strong force slammed a fruit basket down, crushing the food beneath it. Making an unpleasant noise, Kim Tae Hyun was startled by the scene, and his face darkened. Lima Young across from him seemed unaware of his change in expression, speaking coldly. I heard you got injured fighting those bandits, but seeing you now, you seem fine, right? Seeing the messy, painful sight on the table, Kim Tae Hyun felt a bit annoyed, but still sat down opposite her and replied, I only got a minor injury. My health is fine. It didn't affect me at all. Lima Young reached for a ripe red apple, as if wanting to vent some anger on it, then continued in this recent terror incident. I heard you rescued many hostages and defeated a pretty strong boss, right? Kim Tae Hyun hesitated. That's somewhat true. Her anger turning into strength as she squeezed the apple tightly. Lim. A Young spoke with a mix of anger and tension. Seems like you also faced off against two pseudo-S-rank awakened players there. Right, the sunlight shining on her face. Only added to the irritation in her eyes. The poor apple was squeezed even tighter. Kim Tae Hyun still didn't get her meaning and asked, huh? The apple was completely crushed, showing just how frustrated Lim A-young was. She raised her voice. I know you're good, but don't think you're the best just because of that. I'll try to train hard and catch up to your strength soon. Her grip was so strong that apple fragments flew all over to Kim Tae Hyun's face. Kim Tae Hyun finally understood where her annoyance came from, but still wasn't fully clear. Why are you angry? Is this jealousy or worry? Ben asked. Then added, what exactly are you doing here anyway? Lim A-young turned away to avoid his gaze, giving a reason he found unbelievable. I came to visit you. Of course, Kim Tae Hyun didn't believe it. Feeling tired of dealing with her, he thought this girl is exhausting. Should I call security? At that moment, seeing his indifferent attitude, Lim A-young's frustration grew even closer to Kim Tae Hyun's voice. Who would know how worried I was about this guy? I was really concerned, wondering if he got seriously injured. I heard that terror attack was quite large-scale with many awakened people involved. That's why I came to visit him, but looking at him now, he's completely unharmed. I also sensed he seemed much stronger, and the powerful aura coming from him was far stronger than before. I don't understand what changed in him during that terror incident. Witnessing the growing anger on Lim A-young's face became more and more obvious, but Kim Tae Hyun remained clueless sitting opposite her. Lim A-young continued recalling the incident during the previous exam, the time they accidentally kissed and blushed secretly, but still couldn't stop worrying. Considering their last confrontation at the exam, he has improved a lot now. The gap between him and me keeps widening. She couldn't help but ask Kim Tae Hyun, how could you suddenly... Footsteps approaching cut off their conversation. Neither of them warned the other, but both stopped turning toward the sound, with a mix of surprise and worry. They both looked toward the door, wondering who could possibly come to this guy's house. The footsteps grew louder. Their hearts skipped a beat, worried about who came to see Kim Tae Hyun reacting strangely. Why would that person? Lim A-young recognized the unexpected visitor and exclaimed, ah, the intruder is none other than her sister Do I-ong. She was also startled, not expecting to run into her sister here. Surprised. Why is your sister here with this guy? Lim A-young didn't wait for her sister's reaction, stepped forward and asked repeatedly, why did you come here? How did you get into Kim's house? Then, hitting the main point. She continued pressing. How do you know the password to his front door? Though someone regained composure, sternly reminded Lim A-young, don't call me sister, okay? That person also casually explained, adding that this house was granted to him by the Awakened Association. They only told me the password, even though someone suddenly paused, turning toward the other two. Still surprised, revealing a weakness. Idiot, never let your guard down like that. She smiled softly, dangerously, then quietly approached, suddenly moved behind, and trapped Kim Tae Hyun in a tight hold. Lim A-young couldn't react in time. It happened so fast she only managed to say, huh, what? Tae Hyun was completely restrained now, and seeing this, she panicked and rushed forward to help. What are you trying to do? The one holding the upper hand sneered back. Trying to do what? Do I-on's smile deepened. It was amusing to see her younger sister worried. Curiosity stirred in her. For some reason, when I arrived, I saw the two S-rank people happily chatting in the same house. I wonder what their relationship is. Then she quietly provoked Kim Tae Hyun by touching her lips. Kim Tae Hyun slowly reacted. What, Lim A-young's bluff is too much, getting angry and yelling. What are you talking about? This is impossible. It's a crime. But her clearly flushed face gave her away. Regaining some composure, she retorted. He's still a minor. Taking advantage of Do I-on's distraction, Kim Tae Hyun jerked her hand away and said, stop it. Do I-on was startled by the sudden force. Kim Tae Hyun continued. Cut out this joke right here. Do I-on player. He looked back irritably at the girl who just came in, trying to hit him displeased, and asked, what brings you here? If you wanted me to join your guild, I would have refused already. I-on tightened her stance toward him, still irritating as ever. Rubbing her sore wrist, she said, still the same as when we first met, huh? You're still that rude. I came here just to check on you, nothing more. Then her tone softened. I even brought you a gift, Kim Tae Hyun. Is that a submissive tone? Even so, I-on continued. Right. I heard the guild president say you're training to boost your strength for the Asian Awakener Championship. Correct. Without waiting for Kim Tae Hyun's answer, she spoke confidently. It's true that your rescue and defeat of 2 Awakeners at the Dawn auction was impressive, but looking at the rankings, you're still only in 30th place. Then she stepped closer to Kim Tae Hyun. If you want to break into the top 5 and represent in the competition, obviously you'll need to work much harder to earn more points. So saying that Du Ion placed her hand on Kim Tae Hyun's shoulder. I'm sure I brought you the gift of Silver Voice. To her companion's curiosity and surprise, her hand slid down to his wound, continuing to wield the power to break through the dungeon. She explained excitedly. It's the Fire God's palace, you know. The dark scene of the auction house appeared again. In the shadows, a speedboat was approaching an island far away, covered by thick fog. But even from a distance, the island's ruined and desolate state was visible. How is it? The demon's voice echoed. So that's the Dawn auction house, a voice answered, yes. The closer they got, the destruction became clearer. Rubble and debris dust and smoke choking the air. The demon assessed. His emotions were unreadable at this moment. From what he saw, the place had completely changed after the Awakener's attack. After several more explosions, it was nearly entirely ruined and collapsed. He kept watching and asked his companion, after that attack, do we know if that Naru guy survived or not? The other replied, we still can't confirm any information about him. The subordinates hesitated, knowing this was important. But should we report this to the boss? The demon answered confidently. No need. We can control the situation. The attack's goal on the auction house was achieved. Whether Naru died or disappeared doesn't matter. After all, we only hired him to act. He continued, however. A loudspeaker blared in the dark from a large patrol ship projecting overwhelming authority. The captain announced over the speaker, "Stop. You're all surrounded." The speedboat seemed to shrink under the massive ship. The team leader on board continued addressing the illegal intruders. This area is strictly forbidden. No one is allowed to enter. Only the Awakening patrol team may be here. If you know what's good for you, drop your weapons and surrender quickly. Suddenly a loud noise erupted, and in an instant, the massive boat was submerged into the vast sea, instantly engulfing the entire vessel. The Awakening patrol team was completely caught off guard as the ship slowly sank to the ocean floor. It was a sudden death, giving them no time to react. This would be a mysterious disappearance that would cause a huge uproar. This was the mastermind behind the recent incident. The night demon protected his speedboat and his comrades. His voice echoed dangerously with a hint of deadly curiosity. After this, I'm definitely paying close attention to that Awakener Kim Tae Hyun. As he spoke, he activated his awakening, leaving no chance for the patrol team to escape back to the Dawn Society headquarters. The space was filled with cheers of excitement as Kim Tae Hyun continued climbing into the top 5. Standing next to him was Du Ion, loudly declaring, after completing this objective player, Kim Tae Hyun, he will join us. The more she spoke, the louder and prouder her tone became. Everyone already knew. In the Dawn auction house attack, he played the biggest role in saving the hostages. He can be considered the most promising Awakener right now, the youngest and most promising in all of Korea. The cheers grew even more enthusiastic as they shouted Kim Tae Hyun's name in unison. Though Kim Tae Hyun called out to calm the excitement below, he always focused on the main point, no matter who was involved. When he participated in this dungeon raid, he had already considered how to divide the loot, how to allocate rewards between our guild and himself, to ensure both sides were happy, and agreed. Kim Tae Hyun sighed with relief. That was what he wanted to say. Of course, no one takes the short end of the loot distribution. Kim Tae Hyun thought quietly that this Flame God Temple raid was indeed a great opportunity for him. The site of Flame God Temple matched its name perfectly, a dungeon entrance resembling a blazing fire. Kim Tae Hyun silently admired it. This was the second dungeon he had entered after the last competition. His thoughts continued. Previously, before regrouping, the Dawn Society had indeed successfully raided this Flame God Temple dungeon, but in return, they suffered heavy losses. Almost all the Awakeners who participated back then lost their lives. Danger always comes with rewards. If he successfully conquered Flame God Temple, the guild's contribution points would increase significantly. He calculated quietly, but still felt a bit worried. Last time, whether it was real or not, his hand was almost shattered. Even now, his strength and stamina hadn't fully recovered since being hospitalized. Therefore, raiding this dungeon would be much harder. thinking that he glanced at the person beside him. But if he rated it alongside player Du Hyun. Then, looking down at the members of the Dawn Society below, he suddenly felt confident. The raid on Flame God Temple amid the cheers was an endeavor Kim Tae Hyun was certain would succeed. The day to raid Flame God Temple had arrived accompanied by the overwhelming enthusiasm of the Dawn Society's fans, with banners dazzling their eyes, adorned with leaves and branches that didn't quite fit the upcoming battle, but symbolized pride and unwavering faith, steadfast in the Dawn Society. This raid would be conducted by only two people, Kim Tae Hyun and Du Hyun. Tae Hyun appeared slightly helpless and surprised, while Du Hyun was extremely excited. The crowd outside loudly encouraged them. "We'll wait for you two, wishing you success. Be careful, Captain." "Captain's safety depends entirely on you, Kim Tae Hyun," Kim Tae Hyun asked confusedly. "Hey, Du Hyun, are the others clueless over there?" Kim Tae Hyun's tone was full of helplessness. "What the hell? Why are there only the two of us raiding the dungeon? Du Hyun, just suddenly—" "You could say this is just a date for the two of us." Her teasing tone was laced with a charming smile. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't help but silently scold himself. Almost dead, and still joking. Without arguing further, Kim Tae Hyun and Du Hyun directly entered Flame God Temple. The stifling atmosphere unfolded inside the dungeon's suffocating space. Blue flames engulfed the area like scorching fire, yet whoever saw the scene inside smiled and let out a curious, "Oh." Before them, the dungeon was bathed in blue firelight, vast and endless, with a few dry, withered trees struggling from lack of water. She exclaimed, "It looks terrifying seeing those twisted, dry bushes and the strange blue flames." She continued, "This dungeon is definitely different from the others. I never expected it to be like this," he said, standing at the dungeon entrance before. Kim Tae Hyun looked in and assessed. "The Apocalypse dungeon I faced last time is completely different from this one." Regardless of anyone's opinion, the Apocalypse dungeon appeared during the Awakening test competition. Anyone who sat down before the dungeon's mouth leading deep inside suddenly felt their mind go blank. It seemed she couldn't figure out a way to enter this dangerous dungeon mouth. She asked Kim Tae Hyun, "How can we get down there? There are probably many beasts below, and my mind is still foggy." They searched for a way down the dungeon entrance. Suddenly, a long tentacle shot up and wrapped around her neck as fast as lightning, making her only manage to gasp, "Ah!" Quickly, the tentacle grabbed her whole body and pulled her down before even Kim Tae Hyun up there could react. Meanwhile, Chan saw her being restrained and only had time to shout, "Hey, Zu Aeon!" Kim Tae Hyun finally realized and exclaimed confusedly, "Why is this happening? This isn't good." He pulled out his knife and stuck it into the rock wall for support. Without hesitation, he jumped into the pit, hoping to rescue her in time. As he plunged down, he immediately saw Zu Aeon had turned the tables, defeating a monster like a giant squid. The owner of the disobedient tentacle turned back and activated her awakening, surrounding her body with a sparkling blue glow that stood out sharply against the blue flames of the fire god all around. Here she defeated the troublesome monster that had just dragged her down, even as someone shouted her title for Kim Tae Hyun. "Just jump down like that," she said confidently and casually. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't believe his ears. "Just jump down like that." He looked down at Zu Aeon falling and saw countless horrific beasts below waiting to tear her apart and make a tasty meal. Yet she was unshaken, continuing to carry herself, using the falling momentum to strike at the blocking monsters. Without knowing her strength, the overwhelming power she unleashed quickly defeated the disgusting monsters. Wherever she fell, the monsters bled. Kim Tae Hyun watched with excitement and joy, but also concern. He feared silently. Could she really defeat an A-rank monster with just one strike? He moved down cautiously behind her. Zu Aeon kept thinking last time I met her, she must have hidden her true strength. He highly respected Aeon as a worthy party leader. Although not the strongest S-rank, her true power was no joke. He suddenly realized that might be why only two people were needed to break into this dungeon. As he thought this, Kim Tae Hyun activated his own fake awakening, determined not to fall behind the girl ahead. Of course, he needed to try harder. He couldn't lag behind. Kim Tae Hyun quickly caught up to Zu Aeon as the battle heated up. They defeated monsters one by one, fighting down to the deep dungeon bottom, where a mesmerizing yet dangerous blue light glowed. Zu Aeon spoke first with an amused laugh. "Finally reached the bottom of the abyss." She twisted her shoulder joint, as if the bloody battle wasn't enough to get her started. Kim Tae Hyun followed closely behind, Stepping over the monster corpses as they ascended, Zhu Aeon complained, "I didn't think this abyss was this deep." Kim Tae Hyun wiped some blood off his hand, struggling a bit compared to Zhu Aeon, then casually replied, "Yeah." He thought to himself the monsters here seemed strong, but they were nothing compared to her. That made him wonder. In his past life, with such strength, why had her entire guild almost been wiped out in this dungeon? While Kim Tae Hyun was thinking, Zhu Aeon approached and handed him an item. "You should take this, Kim Tae Hyun." But a simple black ring was given to him plain, if not for the faint black color. The only standout decoration was a shield emblem. He recognized it immediately. It was the Knight's Ring. The unique Knight's Ring greatly increases the wearer's strength and resistance. He considered that she must have prepared this for him, knowing his injured hand wasn't healed yet. It would help him regain some strength. Meanwhile, Zhu Aeon kept chatting about how she had said earlier she had a gift for him, which was this ring, and that activating the dungeon would be a challenge for him. Kim Tae Hyun was confused. Although he knew she was the guild leader, receiving such a unique great item was unexpected. Ai-ong, noticing his confusion, eagerly asked, "What do you think about that? I bet you're considering joining our guild now, right?" Kim Tae Hyun viewed her differently now, silently reminding himself that he really needed to reassess her character. On the surface, he still appeared displeased and asked, "You had a good item, but didn't use it. Why only give it to me now?" Even though Ai-ong didn't expect such a reaction from him. Momentarily flustered, she started, "Well, I also..." But Kim Tae Hyun cut her off. "If you'd given it to me earlier, it would have been much easier to take down those monsters." Knowing he was right, Ai-ong quickly changed the subject. "All right, I gave it to you already, so let's move forward." Kim Tae Hyun wasn't unreasonable. After all, he thanked her sincerely. Then he reminded her, "But those were just weak monsters. This dungeon isn't that simple, so we need to be more careful." Even Ai-ong agreed. Kim Tae Hyun seemed to sense something significant. Excitedly, he said, "Looks like we're getting close to the dungeon's core." Following Kim Tae Hyun's gaze, he spotted a sacred altar, which seemed to be the source of the blue flames they had seen inside the dungeon's mouth. At the center of the altar was an object resembling an egg, glowing with a blue light. Just like the blue flames seen earlier, it emitted heat and smoke, surrounded by mechanisms and protective runes. It looked sturdy. While Kim Tae Hyun was curious and excited, Ai-ong remained cautious. She observed the egg, but couldn't determine its rank, while Kim Tae Hyun studied it intently. Silently assessing it, he thought, "I have no idea what kind of magical creature this is. It just looks like an egg." Then he drew his knife ready to probe. It might be the boss's possession in this dungeon. He turned to Zuyeon. "We need to observe before acting." Before he could finish, Zuyeon had already disappeared ahead. A scream echoed through the enclosed dungeon, the sound reverberating eerily. Kim Tae Hyun moved to restrain her. The reckless player barely called out to her before shouting, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Du Ai-ong excitedly leapt forward toward the distant egg. Driven by curiosity and eagerness, she charged straight at the blue egg. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't stop her and shouted, "Why are you acting without asking me?" He hurried after her, nearly catching up to Zuyeon, when the floor gave way beneath her impact. Kim Tae Hyun asked, "Are you okay?" Ai-ong turned back, glaring threateningly, then asked him an odd question. "You mean am I okay?" Then she cheekily added, "The egg has completely shattered, so that devastating force wasn't from her attack after all." Behind her, the egg was indeed broken. Shards scattered wildly with faint blue flames flickering from inside. She continued to mischievously analyze it. Judging by its toughness, its shell was roughly on par with an S-ranked monster's defense. Kim Tae Hyun was stunned. She added, "But since it was stationary, attacking the egg was naturally easier." Then she triumphantly asked Kim Tae Hyun, "So what do you think?" Horrified, he said. "She broke it? How could it be that simple?" Blue light flashed again from within the shattered shell. Du Ai-eon barely managed to ask, "What's going on?" A massive explosion shook the entire chamber. Surprised and confused, Du Ai-eon gasped, "What is that?" Kim Tae Hyun could only exclaim, "Oh!" Then a voice spoke unexpectedly, "So humans have come to my shrine." Both Kim Tae Hyun and Du Ai-eon were startled, warning each other to be careful as they looked toward the sound. It was a Lam Phuong, which continued, "I am pleased you have come here." Its eyes glowed bright red, eerie and menacing. Against the deep blue backdrop, both felt a surge of fear. It went on responding to their arrival. I will melt you away in my lamb fire. So its identity was clear. It was the master of the fire god shrine, the Lam Fuang Phoenix. An S-rank creature, it emitted a threatening blue aura. Kim Tae Hyun and Zhu Ai recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. Phoenix, what the Phoenix, a legendary creature with immense magical power and strong regenerative abilities. It was almost immortal, Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself. Is that the master of the fire god hall? Is that blue flame its power? The light grew stronger and stronger. It enveloped both Kim Tae Hyun and Zhu Ai. Kim Tae Hyun felt uneasy and quickly checked on his companion's condition. Hey Zhu Ai, you're almost down, he shouted. Watch out! The blue flame and its mind control spell appeared. Realizing this, he quickly jumped aside to dodge Zhu Ai's attack. Since Zhu Ai was already controlled, he tried to avoid the attacks, finding it hard to fight back against his companion. Meanwhile, Zhu Eon was also under control, tears filling her eyes, as she advanced with fierce aggression. The control panel appeared S-rank player Zhu Eon was being manipulated by the Blue Phoenix. Kim Tae Hyun still hadn't noticed the unusual glint in Zhu Eon's eyes, as he continuously dodged her attacks. Confused, he asked her, what's wrong? Even though that AI was controlled, she exerted all her strength throwing dangerous punches. Kim Tae Hyun barely avoided them, and still couldn't believe she was attacking him. Punches and kicks kept coming relentlessly. He couldn't dodge nor strike back properly. She was a companion after all. Why would she attack him instead of helping? Out of options, he resorted to a desperate measure, using his awakening power to knock Du Aeon out. He tried to hold her back, shouting to snap her out of it. Du Aeon, wake up now. He spoke calmly, hoping she'd break free from control, unwilling to fight her too harshly, afraid she'd get hurt. If they kept fighting like this, before he could finish. Du Aeon lost control completely. She forced herself up, still awakened, seemingly gathering all her strength to deliver a powerful blow at Kim Tae Hyun. Reacting just in time, the force caused a massive explosion inside the dungeon. Dust and shattered rocks scattered everywhere, making it seem like Kim Tae Hyun had been defeated and buried under the debris. A chain of awakening power shot out from Kim Tae Hyun, wrapping around Du Aeon. Du Aeon, under control, showed signs of resistance. Kim Tae Hyun broke free and loudly challenged before reverting. Who was the one that defeated her? Was it the attacks from your Night Guild Du Aeon? Du Aeon was restrained by Kim Tae Hyun's chains and paralysis magic, unable to move. Now Kim Tae Hyun was finally reacting. Using his power to knock out this controlled companion, Du Aeon exerted force. While he reassured her, this will hurt a bit. But as the rock was lifted higher, Kim Tae Hyun's tone rose too. Hang in there! He truly knocked Du Aeon unconscious. She spat out a mouthful of blood before passing out. Kim Tae Hyun mumbled, The chains and paralysis won't last long, so you'll wake up soon. The paralysis won't last long, so you'll be alert again soon, he said, while brushing some dust off his face. Then he noticed a gaze fixed on him. What now, the Blue Phoenix all this time? Calmly watching a deadly fight, it spoke mockingly. Would it bother you if I killed her before she wakes up? The fierce battle seemed to have no effect on it. It burst out laughing with pleasure. Do you want to try all the toys I have for entertainment? Its blood-red eyes emitted a deadly gleam. With a playful mood, Kim Tae Hyun witnessed the scene unafraid, confidently replying, You surprise me. The Blue Phoenix spoke, and Kim Tae Hyun's awakening power radiated a red light, trapping its gaze, saying firmly, I will kill you and escape here. Kim Tae Hyun secured the unconscious Aeon to himself, with chains using a dagger to wedge into the cave wall, creating leverage to climb up the dungeon entrance they had just broken through. Of course, the Blue Phoenix wouldn't let them go easily. Just after climbing a bit, Kim Tae Hyun lightly felt a blade. Strike aimed at both of them. The Blue Phoenix fired several blue flames at the rocks beneath their feet, causing small explosions and scattering debris. It taunted, Kim Tae Hyun, what did you say, human? Surprised by his confident attitude, it asked curiously, Show me your power then. It blocked Kim Tae Hyun from climbing further. That same mocking laugh echoed, but it was startled when it noticed the dagger Kim Tae Hyun had just planted. And they all, flying straight toward it. Kim Tae Hyun had no choice but to strike back, wrapping the dagger in chains and throwing it at the Blue Phoenix. The dagger pierced through it, but it showed no sign of harm. Of course, that attack was nothing to the Blue Phoenix. It just laughed with delight. That attack actually feels quite soothing. Its tone immediately turned serious again, but my body feels like fire. Kim Tae Hyun still exerted his full strength to control the knife cutting toward Lam Fung. It looked at him with satisfaction as he poured all his power into striking it. Even if you attack and try to slice through my flesh with your blade, only radiant flames will spread. Then, as if to demonstrate its power, Lam Fung unleashed a force that shattered Kim Tae Hyun's chain into pieces. Kim Tae Hyun stared in shock at what had just happened. Lam Fung arrogantly said, "There's no way a mere human like you can defeat me and escape." It closed in on Kim Tae Hyun. Its eyes gleamed with delight, as if toying with a small prey before the blade. Kim Tae Hyun was in a perilous position. Lam Fung seemed bored with the fight, gathering a powerful strike to finish this battle, unleashing it toward Kim Tae Hyun and Aeon, an explosion far greater than before. The ground shook, and the two were hanging by a thread. Even the shards of stone thrown by the shockwave were burned and blinded by Lam Fung's blue flames. It seemed like there was no chance of survival for either of them, as the blue flames absorbed all the life around. Kim Tae Hyun quickly dodged the deadly blast hanging on a nearby cliff, watching Lam Fung exert all its strength to defeat him. He exhaled silently, feeling puzzled despite it being a phoenix. But why did it have such a strange ability to resurrect? He had used a lot of energy just to narrowly escape death. Catching his breath, Lam Fung remained unaware and continued launching terrifying blue flame attacks at the same spot. Kim Tae Hyun stood there, watching its destructive power and pondering over that massive fire. No matter how he looked at it, this was no ordinary Lam Fung Huang. A thought flashed in his mind. Could it be a great phoenix? The word great in Great Phoenix. A terrifying image crossed his mind. Unlike other monsters, it had a special power, a mutant entity. To differentiate it from other monsters, people called it great, by adding a plus or minus sign to its current level. His thoughts continued. If it really was a great phoenix, then with his current skills, there was no way to destroy its resurrection ability. The only way to defeat it was to fully utilize the hunting skill. Kim Tae Hyun recalled the battle not long ago at the Dawn auction house. However, since that skill could cause an explosion like the last time at the auction house, the hunting skill couldn't be used recklessly, unless it was the last move. But honestly, right now, he had no chance of winning against Lam Fung Huang. Without using that skill, he hesitated, unsure what to do next. A sound came from behind. Du Ai had regained consciousness and cursed, "Damn it!" She was startled, not understanding where she was. Why did things turn out this way? Looking downtrodden, she realized she was tied up, hanging suspended on the cliff, and shouted in shock. "Kim Tae Hyun!" Startled, she asked, "Huh?" Du Ai suddenly asked, Why am I tied up?" Then shouted, "It hurts." Her curiosity shifted to Lam Fung. And why did that monster grow so huge? Isn't that an ordinary phoenix? At this point, Lam Fung seemed to have noticed. It seemed the two had avoided some deadly blows from it, and turned to continue attacking around. Everything became chaotic for Kim Tae Hyun. The explosions around forced him to raise his voice so Du Ai Hong could hear his urgent explanation. Something like, "Stay still. Don't move." Du Ai Hong was embarrassed things were not going well, and obediently questioned him. "Kim Tae Hyun, did you do this untie me quickly?" Kim Tae Hyun ignored her and left Du Ai tied up as he answered. "People like you are easily manipulated mentally, so be quiet for me." Du Ai defended herself. "I just let my guard down." "Wait, am I being controlled by AI?" Kim Tae Hyun glared at her angrily. She didn't even remember anything. Although Du Ai didn't want to be tied up, she continued demanding Kim Tae Hyun. "Anyway, untie me quickly. It's tight." An explosion struck near them, startling both to turn around. One blast after another hit the cliff. The two hiding were also caught in the explosions. Lam Fung then noticed where they were standing. Through the haze, it raised its voice threateningly. "How dare you touch my body? I'll teach you all a lesson." The ungrateful human startled as a familiar blade suddenly flew toward it. The humans it had despised were still alive. At the same time, although Mr. AI was released, as hoped, he excitedly joined the battle. The two coordinated, seamlessly charging and attacking Lam Fung. Kim Tae Hyun remained unease, warning, "This time you absolutely can't let them hit you. It's its hypnosis." Despite that, Mr. AI confidently replied, "Don't worry, I won't let that happen again." Lam Fung's eyes flashed with malice. It was completely provoked. "How dare you, you miserable humans!" Then, Lam Fung gathered even more strength than before, radiating an intimidating power. It proudly unleashed this attack. "Don't you understand? It's useless against me." Lam Fung advanced closer to the two. Kim Tae Hyun simultaneously activated his awakening, shouting, "Family emblem, I'll take the lead." The system notification appeared. "The Lord's Heart has been activated. Your abilities have been enhanced." But since Mr. AI moved faster this time, as she spoke, she activated her awakening, summoning a glowing spear. She swung it toward Lam Fong. It was startled. "What's this?" Kim Tae Hyun was also surprised. That strike clearly affected Lam Fong, despite the fierce power it emitted. Its eyes gleamed with aggressive confidence. Let the big sister handle this. She had activated the spirit of an S-rank warrior. In Berserk mode, all skills were triggered by regenerating mana. There was also a concept called an explosion. Right after activation, Duion immediately leapt. She charged straight at Lam Fong from above. This move was dangerous because it could cause permanent bodily harm, so most people hesitated to use it. If you could control that power even for a moment, the force it unleashed was truly. As soon as Duion faced Lam Fong, she swung a powerful slash. The strike was so strong, it cut Lam Fong in two. This was a supreme, overwhelming power. Only Lam Fong's screams echoed at that moment. She didn't stop but charged right behind. Duion didn't hesitate and delivered a punch to her face, then followed up with a kick, hoping to finish Lam Fong off. Afterwards, she quickly left the spot because she was certain. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, blowing away everything around it, remnants of the recent battle, like merging into the mana flow between her and Lam Fong. Though Duion struggled to stand not far away, staring at the blast, she was exhausted. Her breath became heavy sweat dripping down her cheek, but she wasn't sure if Lam Fong was dead or not. Though Duion's eyes fluttered open and then closed, she collapsed to the ground. This was her limit, yet Lam Fong was still alive. It approached her, angrily shouting, "You dare! A mere human like you dares to challenge me looking like that." Filled with rage, it charged at Duion at full speed, yelling, "I will kill you!" Suddenly, chains appeared from nowhere. They lunged straight at Lam Fong, completely restraining it. It looked down at itself in shock. Kim Tae Hyun appeared wearing a cryptic smile. "How to destroy regeneration? You need a destructive power far beyond that." "Because I'm a cautious person, I can't afford to let my guard down against a monster like you." He held Duion in his arms, radiating deadly intent, saying, "You've wounded my pride. Prepare to receive this final devastating blow." Outside, a group anxiously waited for Kim Tae Hyun and Ju-ae Young. They whispered nervously, faces showing worry, curiously discussing among themselves. "It's a bit late. Are they okay?" A man at the front spoke, breaking their chatter. "Nothing to worry about, both are S-rank warriors." After hearing this, some voiced agreement. "But our guild leader, once in battle, never loses." Hearing that Ju-ae Young's three assistants all imagined her effortlessly smashing the monsters. Meanwhile, Kim Tae Hyun just stood there, watching, wondering if that was really true. Then he stepped forward, carrying Ju-ae Young. This shocked everyone. They hurried anxiously toward them, bombarding with questions. They stepped out and asked, "Is everything okay, Captain?" It seems someone got injured. Suddenly, one of her three assistants began to realize something, and paused briefly. Kim Tae Hyun didn't understand what was happening outside, and instinctively asked back, "Huh?" But he quickly composed himself, then assured the group in front of him, "The Fire God Temple has been completely cleared." After this incident, the news spread rapidly. A news story about Duion and Kim Tae Hyun appeared on the screen, sparking romantic rumors about a secret date in the dungeon. Just the two of them. Some comments even included remarks like, "I heard they visited a private hospital." Another commenter quickly replied, "Isn't this the first romance rumor between two S-rank warriors?" A third commenter seemed quite excited. "It makes sense, since only those two entered that dungeon." After reading this, the fingers on the screen unconsciously trembled, and the whole hand holding the phone shook. Duion's face flushed as red as a tomato. She stammered, This is... Then she immediately turned to her three assistants and asked, "What exactly is this?" They avoided her gaze, pretending they didn't know anything. Duion pressed on. The double dungeon assault was carried out openly. "So why are these rumors spreading outside? And what kind of nonsense is this? It's so embarrassing. Is this your doing, assistant?" The tallest stammered in reply. "Conquering the double dungeon is a big deal. It's really hard to keep it a secret." The red-headed assistant excused himself. "I only told a few close friends. I'm sure they all promised to keep it confidential." The other assistant could only admit he was frustrated. "I only did it for the guild leader. I had no other intentions. My loyalty is unquestionable." Duai gave a cold laugh in response. "Today we die together." Suddenly the chairman burst in sternly, saying, Player Do AI, I heard your skill exploded inside that double dungeon. His face froze when he saw her condition. Are you okay? Before him was a pile of rubble blue mana swirling around Do AI. He helplessly asked, what happened here? The chairman took Do AI for a walk around the library to talk more easily. She asked him, what do you think of me? She sipped her coffee and said, I've spent so much time training to control my skill bursts. I used it for 1 minute in the dungeon, and it didn't affect my body at all. The chairman chuckled and said, is that so? Then he added, what about that Tae Hyun's true strength? That's what you wanted to test. Although his expression grew serious, he looked at her and said, what? She recounted, in the end, when I lost my mind, after battling the Blue Phoenix, Tae Hyun handled everything. Then, he gradually recalled the scene. Though the AI looked gloomy remembering Tae Hyun's face, she continued. Besides, the Fire God Temple attack ended just 2 days ago. This time, he said he's heading toward the abyss's depths. How strong has he really become? Her words surprised the chairman so much, he had to emphasize the abyss's depths. He looked at his own clenched fist and thought, my God, that's a tremendous increase in his power. But isn't that a good thing for a new Korea? He pondered quietly. She said, that's exactly why. I don't understand. He looked at her, wanting her to explain more. He recalled the journeys Kim Tae Hyun had been through. She expressed, everyone wants to grow stronger, but after reaching a certain point, people tend to be satisfied and rest right. But Tae Hyun doesn't seem to show any signs of stopping. The image of him appeared in her mind, telling her, instead of stopping, I choose to keep moving forward. I'm trying to make the most of every opportunity I have. The AI then seriously turned to the chairman and asked, why is Tae Hyun trying so hard to become powerful? The rustling wind carried leaves past them. He hesitated before replying, Maybe I know the reason. She was shocked by his words and asked again to make sure she heard him right. She waited attentively for his answer. Maybe it's because Mr. Hung Ho boldly declared his patriotism. It must be that. Although the AI was speechless at his thoughts, she replied, what you still haven't realized, and keep imagining things. Kim Tae Hyun is a hero fighting against the evil that surrounds him, he hummed. An era flooded with monsters and wicked awakened beings running rampant. To help the country safely and prosperously overcome this time, he has a strong desire to rise up and support the nation. That's why Tae Hyun pushes himself to be strong. No matter how hard it is, he never stops. Although the AI coldly doused his enthusiasm, saying, that's not it, whatever the reason is, it's not that, the chairman was stunned. What the scene shifts to the deep abyss where the Vampire Lord's castle stands. The place is drenched in a dark red hue of blood, with corpses scattered everywhere inside. Someone sits regally on the throne. Amid the chaos, the bodies treated like beasts were pierced by arrows, swords, or knives, dismembered and mostly female, as if part of a sinister plot being orchestrated. A man appeared respectfully pressing his lips to the back of the other's hand. Suddenly a voice spoke in this language. The other immediately stopped his action and listened to the command. The red-haired man exuded an overwhelming aura, sitting cross-legged on his throne, as he ordered, bind our powers together with blood. He was the Abyss Prince and Vampire Lord Eagle Moon of unknown level. The man in the black cloak bowed in salute, thanking the Lord. He was IG Moon, who glanced down at the floor. No sign of emotion while saying thank you. How do you feel receiving the power of the vampire race? The man slowly removed his black cloak, calmly replying, many have skills and strength similar to mine. He fully took off his hood and smiled savagely, revealing a sinister look with blood-red eyes. He continued, but after receiving power from you, now I will be the strongest among them. He was China's national power player. Zhonglin Peong had 2 guards stationed at the gate of Area 2. Inside the abyss appeared a desolate scene, with a deep blood-red moon in the sky, evoking fear in anyone who entered. At this moment, Kim Tae Hyun had also arrived. Tents were set up near Area 2, along with guards resembling a small military base. He said with satisfaction, this abyss! After regression, this is my first time stepping foot here, right? Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Welcome, Mr. Kim Tae Hyun, to the abyss. He bowed respectfully to Kim Tae Hyun and introduced himself. I am Paul Becker, an A-rank player under the World Players Association and the manager of Area 2 in the Deep Abyss. It's a pleasure to welcome you. He looked up and reintroduced himself to Kim Tae Hyun. My name is Paul Becker. I am the manager of Area 2 Abyss under the World Players Association. A-rank player Paul Becker guided Kim Tae Hyun around and introduced their area. According to records, this is your first time stepping into the deep abyss, right? Kim Tae Hyun, calmly following along. Paul Becker responded something to that effect, and then suggested, then you need to hire players who can act as guides or mercenaries. He also explained further. The World Players Association has established player zones safe bases that also serve as support hubs for explorers in each discovered area within the abyss. However, the deep abyss is so dangerous that even inside the player zones you can be attacked by powerful monsters at any time. Seeing Kim Tae Hyun seemed unconcerned, Paul Becker tried to convince him further. So even if you are an S-rank player, hiring companions is necessary. Unfortunately for him, that was still not enough for Kim Tae Hyun to consider. He tried to say more to persuade him. So even if you are an S-rank player, hiring companion players is still necessary. Unfortunately for him, that wasn't enough to sway Kim Tae Hyun. He answered frankly, "No, I don't need it." Paul Becker was very confused, and as Kim Tae Hyun was about to continue, before he could finish, a crack appeared on the ground, and a giant centipede emerged from it, right behind him. Paul Becker exclaimed in surprise. "Oh!" He shouted to warn the player. Kim Tae Hyun, watch out for the monster. But what surprised him even more was that Kim Tae Hyun defeated the monster instantly, without exerting much effort. Kim Tae Hyun stood on top of the monster, confidently looking down, and replied, "I was just taking a walk, and a few monsters bothered me." Later, the area around where he stood was piled high with monster corpses. He sighed deeply. Paul Becker must have already left. Having gone so far, there's probably no one following him anymore. Kim Tae Hyun recalled the scenes from past events and thought, thanks to absorbing the power of the great phoenix at the fire, God's Hall, he met the conditions to activate a contract with a demon at the auction house and also received the necessary 200 magic points. He stared thoughtfully at the 2 purple stones in his hands. Yet suddenly on his skill panel appeared a B-rank demon contract, opening a gate to the abyss. He couldn't help but wonder why this skill had changed. Instead of simply summoning monsters like that bastard Ouroboros, it had transformed into creating a portal. What caught his attention next was the symbol at the end, a number definitely indicating usage count. It seemed to have become a one-time use skill. Thinking that Kim Tae Hyun broke out in a cold sweat. Could this be some special effect? The 2 stones in his hands glowed with a brilliant purple, prompting him to exclaim, "There are dozens of monsters here. Luckily, I brought these stones. This should be enough." Kim Tae Hyun immediately crushed the 2 stones. The player's screen displayed a notification. Used Great Magic Enhancement Stone. Magical power temporarily enhanced. Those stones were Great Magic Enhancement Stones, items created and used by consuming magic stones when needed. They temporarily boost the user's magical power. Once activated, a fierce skull-shaped gate gradually appeared. It stretched out arms and legs to form a complete gate surrounded by purple flames. It gave off a dangerous aura that made one reluctant to step inside. At the same time, a notification appeared again. The demon contract had been activated. The gate was created. Kim Tae Hyun slowly stepped forward, eager to see what kind of species awaited. What did it look like? He entered the gate, and Kim Tae Hyun was overwhelmed. What appeared before him was a pristine white castle, enveloped in a melancholic and mysterious atmosphere. Every corner was perfect to the point of amazement, making him suspicious. Cautiously, he ascended the steps leading to the castle. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He had never heard of such a place existing in the abyss. Even after using the Great Magic Enhancement Stones to maximize the skill effect. Surprisingly, where had he actually arrived? As expected, he could only find out for himself. Before Kim Tae Hyun could say anything, several seductive succubus women appeared behind him. Kim Tae Hyun immediately sensed their presence and turned around. A massive impact occurred. He stood firm, knife ready to fight. A girl's voice caught his attention. "Oh wow, what a new scent." The blue-haired succubus sneered disdainfully at him. "Don't point that ridiculous thing at me." The blue-haired woman hesitated. "What flavor should I let you taste?" The pink-haired woman added, and the blonde one excitedly followed human. They were succubus of S-rank. Kim Tae Hyun was surprised by what he saw in S-rank succubus. Bus are monsters that drain men's energy through mental attacks, like illusions or hypnosis causing hallucinations. Kim Tae Hyun carefully organized his thoughts, but a normal succubus was only B-rank. This one was S-rank. Could she be a mutated monster? The target to defeat in order to establish a summoning contract. The pink-haired woman didn't stop and continued speaking. Poor human, looks like you chose the wrong path. The blonde woman gleefully said, You look delicious. Kim Tae Hyun ignored their direct taunts and decided, if you're the contract target I need to defeat, he leapt toward where they stood. Then I'll take you down. The blue-haired woman stayed calm and just let out a single, Oh. All of his sharp attacks were dodged easily by them, and they laughed. Looks like you see me as a new toy. How eager, the blue-haired woman said excitedly. But your enthusiasm is NDT0. The more you struggle, the more interesting it gets. Kim Tae Hyun said nothing and sped straight toward them at full speed. As he approached the group of them, a heart-shaped ring of light exploded. They thought they had him under control and laughed excitedly. Taste my sweet poison, they said, as Kim Tae Hyun took the full brunt of their attack. He stood still without moving. Moreover, as a man, there was no way he could resist our hypnosis. Before the blue-haired one could finish speaking, Kim Tae Hyun charged at her and punched her hard, knocking her to the ground. All that remained now were her screams and those of her two blue-haired sisters. At this moment, they didn't understand what had just happened before their eyes. What, she didn't let the two of them counterattack Kim Tae Hyun. Activating the battle will skill of the warrior, he ordered them to kneel. The two were crushed to the ground by his aura. The two groaned in pain. It hurts so much. How can an ordinary human like you resist our hypnotic charm? Kim Tae Hyun slowly stepped toward them. Resist what? The screen kept flashing notifications detecting the activation of the charm confirmation skill. He looked down with a smug expression. Only the incompetent get seduced by monsters like you. Another notification appeared on the screen. Successful resistance to charm, thanks to mysterious power. Kim Tae Hyun advanced closer and said, Now let's make a contract, shall we? They could only whisper weakly now to summon a monster contract. There were two conditions, either fulfill the monster's desire, or the other condition was to conquer the monster by force. The red-haired one resisted fearfully, but couldn't do anything. Kim Tae Hyun activated his skill while thinking silently. This should meet the conditions right. With this, I can command an S-rank monster. Suddenly, a message popped up making him hesitate. Not a contract target. Kim Tae Hyun was confused. What? Not a contract target. What does that mean? Many questions filled his mind when suddenly a voice rang out. Looks like you're not an ordinary human. The voice snapped him back to reality. Kim Tae Hyun quickly turned around and saw a group of Sakyu bus approaching. The lead Sakyu bus spoke up. You will make a fine offering for the queen. She was a Sakyu bus. Elite S-rank plus scene shifted inside the castle, where the dome was covered with purple roses. Below, men were tightly bound by thorny vines hanging upside down everywhere. Yet they all wore expressions of delight. At that moment, a Sakyu bus maid appeared solemnly announcing, The queen has an intruder in the castle. Behind a red curtain, a powerful shadowy woman emerged. She was curious. Oh, a human. Then she laughed loudly. This will be an entertaining diversion. The White Castle, with its long, winding stairs, was built on an isolated rock emitting rays of light, along with thick black smoke rising. With the lights and smoke came louder, more powerful sounds. The chase of red-eyed demons guarding the castle intensified. Some had wings resembling bats' tails and horns on their heads as they raced to catch Kim Tae Hyun running ahead. They shouted angrily with rage and ordered, Coward, you filthy schemer! Another angry one added, Tribute for the queen, capture him alive. Kim Tae Hyun glanced back. The three were fiercely chasing him and cursing him out. While distracted looking back, where was Kim Tae Hyun ahead? Two more Sakyu bus suddenly smashed the glass into shards flying forward, blocking his path, staring intently at Kim Tae Hyun. He panicked. What the hell? Why are there so many Sakyu bus? They swiftly advanced forward. Seeing this scene, Kim Tae Hyun lost his composure. There are too many of them. This is unreasonable. He was surrounded by countless Sakyu, swords with flashing strikes. Kim Tae Hyun used his skill to break through the encirclement. The whole body of Kim Tae Hyun gripped a sword emitting fierce light. The demonic face appeared behind him again. Seeing this light, the Sakyu bus were frightened, unprepared, and fell backward. Inside the castle, a powerful red light burst forth. Along with the Sakyu bus being blasted away by the light, a large hole appeared in the ceiling. He couldn't prepare in time and fell backward. Inside the castle, a shockwave of red light erupted. Along with the Sakyu bus being blasted out by that light, a large hole appeared in the ceiling. Below, only Kim Tae Hyun remained standing after dealing with the Sakyu bus. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand and exhaled. He thought to himself, usually the Sakyu bus don't concentrate so many forces to attack one person like this, so there's only one possibility. The demonic creatures must be controlling the Scarlet Bus Captain, the one they call the Queen. And she's here. Just as he thought that, Kim Tae Hyun snapped back to attention and looked toward the Scarlet Bus Captain, who was dressed in a servant's outfit, standing respectfully with her head bowed before him. But still suspicious, he watched as she kept her head bowed and respectfully said to Kim Tae Hyun, yes, respectfully bowing her head before him. But suspiciously, she still bowed respectfully and said to Kim Tae Hyun, yeah, it seems you are the first human to come here. Please feel free to enter. The Queen is waiting for you. Kim Tae Hyun stopped his movement, looking at her with a smirk full of anticipation. Scene change now. Kim Tae Hyun stood alone before a closed gate with twisted vines crawling all over the ground. Above, many white roses were planted, blooming their white petals, drifting down, blending with the red brick background. Kim Tae Hyun stood there. The scene was truly eerie. Those ugly, tangled vines slithered everywhere, weaving through every baseboard. Looking closer, they were human, bound tightly by the thorny vines of the rose bushes, the thorns wrapped around their bodies, hanging them upside down. White liquid dripped from their bodies. Kim Tae Hyun stood with his hands in his pockets, looking toward a palanquin covered by a thin white veil. Twisted vines crawled from the palanquin's base all around, but inside the silhouette of a woman sitting could be seen. From within the thin veil came the voice of a woman similar to the Cubist Kim Tae Hyun had fought before. She calmly introduced herself. Welcome to my palace. I am the mother of all desires. The Queen here calls me Rosalia. A seductive smile spread across her lips, revealing her fangs. After hearing her introduction, Kim Tae Hyun already understood his mission. The summoning contract was activated. The target capable of forming a contract stood before Kim Tae Hyun. Having realized this, he thought, so this is truly the real target I need to aim for. Kim Tae Hyun asked her again, are you Rosalia? She didn't hesitate to answer with the proud arrogance of a queen. Yes, Sadi-A. She clearly enunciated her name. Kim Tae Hyun furrowed his brows, unable to believe it. He thought to himself, demons can speak human language. Rosalia smiled seductively, slowly saying, nothing strange about that. You're not a monster either, and yet you understand our language. You see that, right? Kim Tae Hyun stood still, pondering. That's true. He could understand what they were saying. So what is your purpose in coming here? Human. Rosalia sat there queenly, as ever, bluntly asked the question, then outlined the possible answers for its fame. Mere interest in this place, or simply to satisfy desire. Tentacles rubbed against each other, dripping dark red liquid above, with Rosalia's most provocative smile full of taunts. White rose petals fell. Kim Tae Hyun opened his mouth to answer. Still standing, he looked into the palanquin, tentacles writhing inside, and straightforwardly stated his intention for coming. I'm here to form a summoning contract. After a moment's thought, Rosalia slowly repeated what Kim Tae Hyun had just said at a summoning contract. She laughed as if she had just heard something amusing. Unable to hold it back, her laughter grew louder. Her smile widened even more. You're really bold, human. Looking at Kim Tae Hyun standing there, she kept laughing loudly. The tentacles, dripping red liquid, slowly pulled back the veil, revealing a hand with sharp claws pointing straight ahead. But don't be so naive. The final veil was fully lifted, revealing Rosalia, sitting cross-legged, surrounded by the tentacles. She still pointed at Kim Tae Hyun, speaking in a mocking tone. Since when did a toy demand a contract with its owner? She, Rosalia, ruler of the abyss and proud Scarlet Queen, shifted her attitude, no longer seductive like before. She commanded the tentacles to swiftly advance toward Kim Tae Hyun, but Kim Tae Hyun remained still. Hands in his pockets saying, right, you're not wrong. So then, Kim Tae Hyun gently moved his hand behind him. He saw the image of his demon appear alongside him. On one side was Kim Tae Hyun, commanding his demon on the other. The tentacles rapidly approached. His expression turned cold and sharp. I will use force to subdue you. Then the tentacles launched a powerful attack forward. They were large and struck with considerable strength. At the moment of impact, a huge pillar was shattered, but Kim Tae Hyun was no pushover. He moved swiftly and agilely, dodging those attacks and eyeing the tentacles. Kim Tae Hyun smirked, gripping his familiar blade. With his hand now equipped with a radiant chain, Kim Tae Hyun controlled it with a few flicks of his hand. He created high-damage slashes, his sharp eyes narrowing with a black streak as he aimed at Rosalia. Sitting while holding the blade, he lunged quickly toward her to strike. Kim Tae Hyun raised his knife high, with the glowing red chain wrapping his arm and the blade turning to stone. He delivered a direct strike. His hand and blade transformed into a large triangular stone block, speeding toward Rosalia, who sat cross-legged. Kim Tae Hyun's stony triangular form shot rapidly toward Rosalia, who was sitting cross-legged there. Just before reaching Rosalia, the stone blocks Kim Tae Hyun had formed suddenly crumbled into pieces, and the radiant chain fell. But Rosalia remained seated, showing no signs of using any skill. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't believe what was happening. Rosalia sat there looking at Kim Tae Hyun, pointing a finger at him, with a scornful smile. "You're way too weak," she snapped her fingers. Kim Tae Hyun was still hovering a short distance away. At that moment, Rosalia's palanquin flipped upside down. Kim Tae Hyun panicked, not understanding what was happening to him. Now he only saw Rosalia sitting on her palanquin, looking down at him. He was falling from a towering building, his body uncontrollable. What the hell was going on? His skills were useless and staring into the void beneath as he fell. Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself. Moreover, the space around him was distorted. Why? This was... Kim Tae Hyun was plummeting past skyscrapers. Now Kim Tae Hyun was falling into water, sinking deep. He struggled desperately. An illusion. This was the illusion space Rosalia had created to drown Kim Tae Hyun. He flailed in the water. Water filled his mouth, surrounding him. Only then did he realize the situation, his mind clearing from the illusion. But since when had he been hit by this illusion? Rosalia sat on her palanquin, her writhing tentacles around her. She looked down at the churning sea waves crashing into each other with white foam. She covered her mouth and laughed triumphantly. Proud of her victory, she spat out each word clearly. "Since when did you fall for the illusion?" "From the moment you stepped in here." "That fool." Scene shifts to Kim Tae Hyun pinned down by Rosalia, her tentacles binding him tightly. Kim Tae Hyun gave an evil grin at that moment. His eyes closed unconscious, wrapped in tentacles, inside the palanquin, sunlight shining in. Rosalia pressed down on Kim Tae Hyun's body, who lay unconscious, his eyes shut tight. Tentacle strands wrapped around his neck and waist. She grinned slyly, showing her fangs. Since when? What Rosalia wrapped her tentacles all over Kim Tae Hyun. She looked at him with satisfaction. "From the moment you stepped in here, you were already caught in the illusion." Kim Tae Hyun sank underwater, huge bubbles rising. He clenched his teeth, thinking, "Damn it! I have to break free from this illusion." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before Kim Tae Hyun's eyes. His eyes widened in surprise. Kim Tae Hyun suddenly found himself sitting in the back seat of a car. The man in the driver's seat was his father. The gentle woman with long hair in the passenger seat was his mother. That child was himself, Kim Tae Hyun. He couldn't believe his eyes seeing what was before him, an innocent little boy, sitting properly. "Was this when I was a kid?" Young Kim Tae Hyun excitedly spoke to his parents on TV about people called high-level awakeners, making a lot of money. The boy was still thrilled about his story. "So I have to be the highest-level awakener to buy my parents the best, the most beautiful things in the world." His father smiled with eyes crinkled. His mother smiled gently, hearing what he said. "My good son, Young Kim Tae Hyun's mother spoke softly to him. "But I don't need those things, son. As long as you're healthy and happy, I'm glad." Young Kim Tae Hyun felt a bit upset hearing his mother say that. "Why would you say that? It's boring if you're like that." He thought about his parents. That's right, parents are always like that, even more than hoping that I'm a high-level awakened, more than wishing for me to escape poverty. The three of us were laughing happily inside that small car. Filled with the laughter of happiness, what my parents always wanted was to see my joy reflected in Kim Tae Hyun's eyes. He smiled in the warmth of family happiness, the fire in Kim Tae Hyun's eyes burning like a blazing flame. He panicked as the accident scene flashed before him again. The car shattered into pieces. Flames burst up as if trying to engulf the entire car. His parents were unconscious, sitting still, while the fire consumed them. The glass was completely broken. His father's face covered in wounds, and bleeding his mother sitting silently in the passenger seat as the fire slowly swallowed them. Even the spot where Kim Tae Hyun was sitting was on fire, surrounded by flames. He gasped in horror, speechless. Before his eyes through the shattered glass door, he saw a man standing next to a woman, holding a young man in sorrow. The man, tears streaming down his face, wailed at the injustice of fate, saying, "Oh no," the woman still holding the young man, unable to believe it, crying out in anger, "Why did this happen to my family?" Kim Tae Hyun stared blankly, only able to utter a few words. The uncle laughed cruelly, his mocking sound making Kim Tae Hyun's eyes widen. That useless kid before him were two young men fiercely kicking a weaker person. Unable to resist the kicks, those two kept kicking him hard. "Stop pretending. Get up now." Our Tae Hyun boy must have awakened with extraordinary endurance by now. Kim Tae Hyun stood before the blazing car, looking at his trembling past self, thinking silently. That's right. This was the scene of him carrying luggage on his shoulder, accompanying his teammates on their journey. Kim Tae Hyun was sure this was his memory, carrying heavy luggage, panting as he walked. Sweat dotted his forehead. You, the useless one, dare to come to the abyss. Know your place. Watching those who laughed mockingly and looked down on him, Kim Tae Hyun recalled. Because he was not awakened without power, he had to endure unhappiness. Day after day, one word of protest. But what hurt most was his aunt shouting at him. "Tae Hyun, what are you saying? Did I do something wrong with your condition? Where else do you want to go?" On the road, snowflakes fell thickly. Kim Tae Hyun carried his luggage, bowed his head, listening to his aunt's words, not daring to look up. His aunt and uncle stood opposite him. She worriedly advised him, "Money is not the problem. Let's not worry about that anymore." Kim Tae Hyun finally replied, "No, just being helped by you two. Till now, I am deeply grateful." His aunt and uncle were stunned hearing Kim Tae Hyun say that. He sank into thought again. Not only have I failed to help anyone, but my existence has brought misfortune to those who helped me. That's right. Kim Tae Hyun in the present looked at his past self. His parents wished for his happiness. But to have that happiness, the two almost stood opposed. Kim Tae Hyun's past self passed by. Present Kim Tae Hyun walked toward the light, realizing he needed power discovering and activating skills. The Queen's hypnotic skill, activated Rosalia, was using her hypnosis skill to control Kim Tae Hyun. Using mysterious power in his hands to resist that skill, he struggled, but failed. All stats were reduced, chained, and bound. He couldn't use Knight's will nor the King's heart. Unable to use paralysis invisibility armor, or only 1 out of 8 skills could be used. Kim Tae Hyun shouted loudly in submission using his skill. He shattered the illusions surrounding him. Corpses lay scattered on the tiled floor, their bodies soaked in blood. Rosalia laughed, folding one arm across her chest and resting her chin on the other hand. "You surprised me surviving after meeting the Iron Horse, but there are some notable points in your memories." Rosalia looked at past Kim Tae Hyun. "First, for some reason there are memories of a boy who looks older than your current age. There are memories of a boy who looks older than your current age. Secondly, although it seemed like the same time there were memories with opposite outcomes, Kim Tae Hyun was bullied and powerless to resist. Kim Tae Hyun, with extraordinary strength, defeated the bully from before. He lay defeated at his feet. To be sure, Rosalia's dark red tentacle stretched out. What secret are you hiding? She used her tentacle to shatter the chess piece in front of her. Watching the fragments scatter everywhere, she covered her mouth with a low laugh. Her red eyes seemed unbelievably large. She stood frozen. When she saw the empty spaces before her, the most astonishing sight was the king, glowing pure white all over. His long white hair fluttered in the air. Rosalia stepped back, unable to believe her eyes, stammering. This was the king radiating white light, smiling. She was still in shock, unable to speak. Behind her, red lightning bolts seeped into her body. More and more red sparks shot out from her, and she knelt down, looking up at those red bolts soaking in, blended with the shattered pieces reflecting her image. Sweat drenched her face as she looked at the tentacles lying on the ground. Her mind went blank. Daring to spy on someone else's memories, she turned her head toward the source of the sound. A knife had been pressed to her neck, all along a bizarre preference for a queen. Rosalia knelt on the ground, Kim Tae Hyun pressing the blade to her throat. Kim Tae Hyun said, "I'll say it again. Rosalia, accept the summoning contract." She still managed to smile. Do you think those cheap memory clips can defeat me, fool? Do you think that toy can kill me?" Kim Tae Hyun said challengingly. "You'll only know if you try." Rosalia glanced sideways, smirking. Cold and arrogant words. But suddenly a tentacle shot forward like lightning. Rosalia wrapped her tentacle around Kim Tae Hyun's body. Her fingers brushed his face as she said, "I will accept the contract." Then she bit down hard on Kim Tae Hyun's shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't believe it. Shouting contract condition fulfilled. The summoning contract was established. Rosalia still bit firmly on Kim Tae Hyun's shoulder. The contract, skill, with the demon. Transformed into the Queen's Monarch. Skill level adjusted. A new perfect hypnosis skill was added. Skill level adjusted. She released Kim Tae Hyun and retracted her tentacle. Charm stat increased. Rubbing her tentacle against Kim Tae Hyun's face, she said, "Hey, sleep well." "The one I chose." She smiled, satisfied with her action. Kim Tae Hyun lay unconscious, eyes tightly shut. Lord Kim Tae Hyun heard his name called. He slowly opened his eyes, waking up and slumping upwards. He saw a man with neatly combed hair and glasses standing behind him. He was the magical rotation that had summoned him. The man said, "Are you okay?" Kim Tae Hyun still didn't understand, but was relieved he'd survived safely. The bright, handsome man who spoke was the manager of Abyss 22, part of the World Players Association. Player level. Paul Baker. The space contained only bases. Kim Tae Hyun asked, "Is this Paul Baker's area?" He said, "This is the player's zone I frequent. I found you lying here." Kim Tae Hyun rubbed his eyes and said, "What happened?" He thought silently. Rosalia had brought him here. Why were update notifications appearing? In Kim Tae Hyun's mind appeared the summoning skill, Queen Man, a subject of Queen B who could summon Rosalia. The Queen of Demons magic power. 200 hypnosis skill B. Capable of hypnotizing opponents magic power. Charm 30. Moreover, this wasn't a dream. A strong energy surged into Kim Tae Hyun. The demon contract had become a skill, summoning Queen Man. I even gained a new hypnosis skill. With the summoning skill, Rosalia, I could meet her in the Asia-friendly battle and face players from other countries. In Kim Tae Hyun's mind appeared the image of Rosalia, the hypnosis skill she gave him, with an unlimited range of use. But why did Rosalia change her mind? Kim Tae Hyun was astonished thinking about this, about what she said at the last moment. Rosalia crossed one arm over her stomach, covered her mouth with the other, her tentacles twitching, and said, "Sleep well. The one chosen by the king." Rosalia softly said those few words, frightening Kim Tae Hyun. Turning pale, stammering, she knew the king. Paul Baker suddenly called out, "Ah, Lord, Kim Tae Hyun!" Kim Tae Hyun snapped back to awareness and looked toward Paul Baker. Paul Baker continued, "So what will you do now? Need to hire a guide." Kim Tae Hyun smiled politely and replied to Paul Baker, "Thank you, but I'm fine. Everything's settled. Then I'll head home." The clear sky and morning sunlight shone over the city. Tall buildings stretched to catch the early sunlight, including one high-rise with a spacious rooftop. Below, people bustled about their daily work. Du Ayeon was stepping out of the building. She walked down the stairs in her high heels. "Congratulations on your discharge." The guild leader heard the congratulatory words and paused, surprised. A man with a large scar on his face, along with two subordinates behind him clapping. The scarred man said, "You're feeling okay, right?" The scarred man was applauding. He was Vice Guild Leader Dabo Ren, an A-rank player. Han Soo-dong. Du Ayeon tugged on his vest and said, "I fought a few people and I'm fine now." Han Soo-dong laughed heartily. "Just as expected from the guild leader. I have some interesting news for you," he said. Du Ayeon glanced at him and asked, "What news?" He recalled Kim Tae Hyun's image and said, "I heard player Kim Tae Hyun has returned after entering the abyss." Du Ayeon was shocked and said, "He's back." Was still surprised. "You don't really believe he's back?" "Do you? Well, either way, Kim Tae Hyun couldn't have explored that deep alone." Han Soo-dong crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly. "That place is called an S-rank tomb. Coming back isn't a problem. But the important thing is, who met player Kim Tae Hyun?" Du Ayeon grew even more surprised and urgently asked, "What? Who met him?" Han Soo-dong grinned proudly. "It was the guild leader of On Samiro, one of the 4 major guilds. I am Kwon Gong-hyuk, a player," tall and standing before Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun broke into a sweat. A scar ran across his nose, and he bared his teeth with a smile and asked, "Are you Kim Tae Hyun?" He arrogantly challenged, "Fight me, Kwon Gong-hyuk, guild leader of On Samiro, an S-rank player." Kwon Gong-hyuk charged straight at Kim Tae Hyun. He was the head of On Samiro, one of the 4 major guilds. This man was known as the strongest tank in New Korea. He had fought monsters for 10 straight hours. Many rumors surrounded him, including that he had slain hundreds of monsters. Their guild was famous for focusing power into their hands. So let's get started. The power from Kwon Gang-hyuk surged. Recruitment through one-on-one duels. Go! Suddenly a voice cut in. Stop! Kim Tae Hyun lunged forward to slap him. He was shocked. Huh? Kwon Gang-hyuk shouted in surprise. Secretary Kim, she spoke.
Do you want the Human Rights Committee to summon you again? Guild leader, don't you know that if you do that,
you'll be banned from the abyss? How else can I excuse you to avoid punishment? Kim Tae Hyun looked dazed. She said, Hello, I'm Kim Tae Hyun, secretary to the Nero guild leader. He remained in a ready fighting stance. Kim Tae Hyun explained again. Our guild leader's recruitment method is indeed ruthless, but now that I'm here, I'll handle recruiting you. Kim Tae Hyun had just joined the guild. Behind her, Kwon Gang-hyuk was visibly annoyed. Secretary Kim. What are you saying? Ruthless. If player Kim Tae Hyun wants to join the guild, there's no need for a duel at all. Kim Tae Hyun questioned, if there's no way to screen candidates, isn't that just forcing people to join? Secretary Kim agreed. That's true. But I have a suggestion for you, Kim Tae Hyun. As far as I know, player Kim Tae Hyun is planning to participate in the Asian duel tournament. She imagined the scenario and said, Among the 4 major guilds we, on Nero, specialize in abyss exploration with countless dungeon raid schedules. We will support you in exploring the abyss if you join our guild. We will definitely make up for what you, Kim Tae Hyun, are lacking. Kim Tae Hyun stood quietly listening. Kwon Gang-hyuk approached from behind, happily patting Secretary Kim's shoulder, startling her. She turned to look at Kwon Gang-hyuk and said, That's enough, Secretary Kim. Nero glanced disdainfully and said with a smirk, If he wanted those things, he would have come here a long time ago, right? Kim Tae Hyun suddenly spoke, without interrupting Nero. I've changed my mind, Secretary Kim. Upon hearing this, Kwon Gang-hyuk was shocked. Kwon Gang-hyuk asked in surprise, What? Meanwhile, Secretary Kim enthusiastically cheered. That's right! Kwon Gang-hyuk hesitated and asked, So, you mean you want to join Nero? Kim Tae Hyun laughed and said, What nonsense are you talking about, Kwon Gang-hyuk? He rolled his eyes, not understanding what Kim Tae Hyun meant. Standing opposite Kwon Gang-hyuk, Kim Tae Hyun confidently said, Let's do it my way. Kim Tae Hyun's face turned cold as he continued, The one who wins will get what they want. Seeing this, Kwon Gang-hyuk said irritably, You brat. The Nero headquarters stadium, with its bright lights shining. Thousands of people had gathered here to watch. Many cameras and reporters surrounded Kim Tae Hyun for interviews. I heard you were forced to join Nero. Are you connected to the Night Squad? Does the guild have players like IU or Aiyang? Why did you agree to a one-on-one fight with Kwon Gang-hyuk, the opponent nicknamed the strongest tank in New Korea? Do you think you have a chance to win? Questions flooded Kim Tae Hyun amid flashing lights on screens. Anger flared in Kim Tae Hyun's eyes, his aura blazing. Those behind him, like Chen Chuk, pushed and shouted, So frustrating! Let it go, for heaven's sake! I just took one photo. Someone asked the angry Kim Tae Hyun. Why aren't you saying anything? In the crowd, someone shouted, Ah, that's a hand! A person in a green outfit stretched their arm out and shouted. Kim Tae Hyun heard the voice and turned to see where it came from. A girl dressed in green, wearing glasses with half-up hair, and holding a camera frantically pushed forward through the crowd, shouting loudly, I want to interview too. Move aside. I have to do the interview. She was reporter Kim, a new reporter for Psy Economic, doing her best to avoid getting fired. Reporter. Kim's hand trembled. She tried to push forward when a strong male hand firmly grabbed her outstretched hand. The man was Kim Tae Hyun, holding reporter Kim's hand. She looked at him in shock. Kim Tae Hyun looked down at reporter Kim and greeted, Long time no see. Reporter Kim, we met during the selection test, didn't we? Reporter Kim blushed and shyly replied, Ah, yes, it's been a while, player Kim Tae Hyun. Reporter Kim, you two know each other. She's just pretending to know Kim Tae Hyun, right? The crowd beside them whispered about Reporter Kim. Reporter Kim stood there daydreaming about him, even recalling a moment when someone brushed past her. After all, celebrities are different. Kim Tae Hyun casually extended his hand toward Reporter Kim and said, I can't answer any questions right now. Ask her anything you want. As you all know, I have an appointment with Kwon Gang-hyuk, so I don't have time for interviews. Dropping this bombshell on Reporter Kim, She stood frozen and could only say, "What?" Surrounded by reporters asking questions like, "What's your relationship with Kim Tae Hyun?" Suddenly encircled reporter Kim panicked, unsure what to do. Just like that, Kim Tae Hyun tossed this trouble onto reporter Kim, then waved lightly and smiled as he walked away. That was that. Kim Tae Hyun headed toward the stairs, where a gate was wide open, shining brightly. Kim Tae Hyun put his hands in his pockets and stepped up the stairs one by one. He stopped and furrowed his brows tightly. Green lights shone from the stands, and thousands waited patiently. Kim Tae Hyun and Kwon Kang Hyuk stood facing each other. Kwon Kang Hyuk smiled challengingly, flames blazing bright pink. "You're here! I was worried you'd chicken out." Kim Tae Hyun refused to back down. Having changed his appearance and ready to fight, he said confidently. "Anything else to say? If not, let's get down to business." His body was covered in stone flames bursting forth. "I'm ready for this fight too." Below the stands, thousands sat orderly watching the battle. The commentator level 8 player, Choya-sun, announced, all right. The battle you've all been waiting for is about to begin. There's only one way to win, make the opponent surrender. How will this forced recruitment battle turn out?" Kang Hyuk's army took a defensive stance. "All right, let's see what your kid's real strength is." The recruitment battle began. "Permission to start." The opening battle cry echoed. Both were excited for this intense fight. Kim Tae Hyun was ready to advance. "Let's go!" He lightly swung his hand, summoning a giant monster. "I'll show you my power." He thought about his strategy. Now, when summoning a monster, the overwhelming royal aura alone could suppress S-rank monsters in just one strike. Even players like Kang Hyuk couldn't easily dodge this move. It seemed this sovereign-level monster could intimidate him, but he was surprised to see no reaction from Kang Hyuk. Could the move still pose some threat to me? But that wasn't enough. Kim Tae Hyun was stunned by his response. Suddenly, he sensed something rush past behind him. It was a leopard. Before he could finish, Kang Hyuk gathered all his strength into a single punch, focusing his power. Blurred images appeared on his fist, a strike as powerful as a giant brown bear's punch. Kim Tae Hyun was knocked back quite a distance. The water grooves beneath his feet showed how devastating that punch was. He wrapped his hand in golden chains just in time, so the punch didn't affect him much. Kang Hyuk charged like a gust of wind. Large, long horns sprouted from his head. Though his combat skills were good with that level of power, if you think you can beat me, you're mistaken. He rammed into Kim Tae Hyun, the image of a giant bull appearing. Like the bear punch earlier, it was really strong. Kim Tae Hyun responded casually, smile still on his handsome face. Kang Hyuk leapt with that same aura. The image of a giant elephant poised to stomp on the small prey beneath its feet appeared. Surprised by this strange move, a crushing strike, the giant elephant stomped down on Kim Tae Hyun's small body. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, creating a cloud of debris. He stomped on a rock, grinning proudly at his move. As the dust settled, Kim Tae Hyun still stood firm on the platform. His escape skill was impressive, but one escape alone won't win the fight. Kang Hyuk mocked him. A smile appeared on Kim Tae Hyun's scarred face. He laughed loudly. "Guild leader! If there are no more beasts left, this battle is already mine." Kang Hyuk advanced, seemingly provoked. He started channeling energy. "Interesting. You're at a disadvantage and still say that. If that's what you want, I'll end this battle with this move." The image of a giant dinosaur appeared. The audience roared with excitement. The final transformation of guild leader Kang Hyuk appeared. The crowd cheered loudly. The stage where the two stood had shattered from 3 of his attacks. He looked tiny next to the giant dinosaur. With this form, the battle would end soon. Even if he was a promising new player, there was no way to beat the guild leader. Han Sudong and Zhu Aeon sat on the stage watching the match. Zhu Aeon was excited, saying it was only by witnessing this fight that they could truly see how powerful both players were. "What time is it now and she's still talking like that?" Su Jong scolded. "If Kim Tae Hyun loses, he'll have to join the Osamiro Guild, but that can't be helped. So we have to stop this match from continuing." Han Sudong analyzed Kang Hyuk's abilities. Guild leader Kang Hyuk's skill, Beast's Fury. This power simulates the rage of a wild beast. It grants him the strength and intimidating presence of a wild beast in battle. When he uses this move, reaching its final form, even a mid-strong player like Kim Tae Hyun would struggle to defend against it. though the AI advised not to worry so much. The Kim Tae Hyun, I know, won't give up easily. He probably has a trump card, ready for situations like this. Kang Hyuk charged at him, and Kim Tae Hyun stood his ground. He used to handle every situation like this. He charged at him with all his strength, and he stood waiting for him. A smug smile appeared on his face again. The audience in the stands anxiously watched the fight. Oh, what? What is happening? Everyone was stunned. Had the chairman already knelt down? What he still didn't understand what had happened. Filled with worry and shock. If he has already knelt, then I've won. Besides, I said Chairman Kwon Gong-hyuk had requested a one-on-one duel with the opponent being player Kim Tae Hyun, who gladly accepted. Secretary Kim explained to the Player Association. The atmosphere suddenly fell over the entire audience. No one could believe what they were seeing. The spectators gasped at the outcome. The Guildmaster knelt. This man who has survived countless battles, conquered so many dungeons, is kneeling impossible. There must be cheating involved. Fight again. We don't believe there's cheating here. Invalidate this match, fight again. He stood beneath the stage as cheers echoed. The dissatisfied shouts continued relentlessly. He looked at the man still kneeling. I had partly anticipated this, but I didn't expect the battle to unfold this way. Truly, he is a strong Korean player. When he closed in for close combat, the hypnosis took effect. Kneeling, he ground his teeth fiercely. Anger and bitterness showed on his face. Have I lost, Wei? I remember when Lau attacked him, I was affected by a mind control skill. I lost consciousness briefly then. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, bitter. Everyone fell silent. His scream echoed throughout the stadium, freezing the entire crowd. Oh, Guildmaster, I don't know what skill that kid used, but I lost. If you lose, you must accept it. So members of the Omatsero Guild, please accept this result. If anyone is dissatisfied, come up here and talk to me directly. The Guildmaster fully admitted defeat. Looking down at the audience, Du-I-On watched both men. He must be really upset. But it was unexpected that in such a brief moment, player Kim Tae Hyun could turn the tables. He always has skills that surprise us. He truly is a mysterious player. Guildmaster Du-A-On laughed while shoving food into his mouth shamelessly after his statement. Kwon Gong-hyuk angrily strode over to Kim Tae Hyun. Turning toward him, Kwon Gong-hyuk stood firmly. Right in front of Kim Tae Hyun, he reached out to reconcile. You fought well. Kwon Gong-hyuk hesitated before shaking his hand, and asked, I want to ask, did you plan to win this way from the start? Kim Tae Hyun smiled and replied, well, just a little. He chuckled at the answer. Not bad, quite an arrogant kid. Then Kwon Gong-hyuk also extended his hand, returning the sincere handshake. He boldly asked, you promised, so you have to follow through. Do you want money or special items? Kim Tae Hyun replied straightforwardly. Those things are of course good, but I don't want any of that. Kwon Gong-hyuk looked at him curiously. Then what do you want? Kim Tae Hyun didn't hesitate. The Minoto maze. Kwon Gong-hyuk was shocked to hear this, and firmly responded, I want to participate in raiding that maze. This made Kwon Gong-hyuk break out in a cold sweat. Scene shifts to the Awakened Association headquarters. Inside, the chairman and Taeguk were discussing. Taeguk asked the Minoto maze. The chairman answered yes. It's a dungeon located at the bottom of the abyss. That maze is a very complex space. Filled with countless traps, many awakened have lost their lives there. The chairman's expression grew serious. Although at the bottom of the abyss, it's a place many S-RANK awakened aim to conquer, but all have failed. Currently, the Omatsero Guild holds the rights to raid that maze. However, this has not been made public. Taeguk asked anxiously so. Player Kim Tae Hyun, he knows about this. Is that safe understanding his concern? The chairman replied. Of course, things there are extremely unstable. Nothing can be predicted because no one knows what happens at the abyss. Therefore, caution is necessary. He rested his hands on the table and continued. But there's no other choice. All we can do now is trust the awakened, preparing to raid that dungeon. Honestly, if I were younger, I'd join the raid myself. Taeguk looked at the chairman with respect and said, Chairman. He paused thoughtfully. It's just that if you worry too much about it, instead of worrying about the difficulties of breaking into the dungeon, you should focus on recruiting more powerful awakened players. I hope what I'm worried about won't happen. Suddenly, an urgent call popped up on the screen, catching his attention. A girl from the Awakened Association hurriedly said, Chairman, sorry for calling you so urgently, but there's an emergency. He calmly asked, What kind of emergency? She then explained the situation. The Awakened Association in Japan has contacted us. The chairman looked a bit confused. She said, what? The auction house incident was already resolved. Taeguk beside him also couldn't understand. The girl continued explaining. Regarding that matter, the Saintess has sent an invitation to the player, Kim Tae Hyun. Upon hearing the Saintess, the chairman immediately thought of a very proud but terrifying woman, which made him a surprised fan. Meanwhile, at the Kwan Kang-hu side, he stood before a gate with a fully armed army behind him. They lined up neatly. This was the teleportation gate management area of the association. The secretary next to Kwan Kang-hu began counting. Her finger swiftly moved over each person, counting continuously, quickly reaching Mei. Kim Tae Hyun was the last one. She declared loudly, 100. After roll call, she turned decisively to report. All 100 people are ready for the dungeon raid. Is everything prepared? Kwan Kang-hu still faced the door. He smiled fiercely and said, if we're ready, let's enter the dungeon and see how strong these monsters really are. Saying that, he led the group slowly through the gate. As they stepped inside the outer dungeon, a chaotic battle broke out with spells and explosions happening throughout the dungeon. Minotaurs and Kwan Kang-hu's forces were surrounding and attacking each other one after another. The space was filled with shouts from everyone. Quick attack over there first. Healing here again. Move faster. Inside the dungeon, Minotaurs. Kim Tae Hyun, weapon in hand, faced 2 Minotaurs alone. Cold and efficient, with a single extra move, he quickly finished them off. Only their pitiful cries remained as their bodies shattered into pieces. Kwan Kang-hu praised, well done, holding a Minotaur's head. He approached Kim Tae Hyun. With a friendly expression, Kwan Kang-hu asked, how do you find the weapon I gave you? Kim Tae Hyun replied politely, it's fine. I'm used to these types anyway. My old weapon broke, so I didn't have many options. He smiled warmly. As long as it works, that's good. That was the gift I planned to give you when you joined the guild. The sharp dagger in his hand was a rare-level astral blade. Kwan Kang-hu continued praising him. We really need skilled people like you for this dungeon raid. As he walked, he tossed the Minotaur's head to the ground. We really need skilled people like you. He walked on, dropping the Minotaur's head. Kim Tae Hyun didn't hesitate to honestly say, thank you for accepting me to join this dungeon raid, despite the many failures. It's not easy, so she warned everyone to be careful. The secretary immediately replied, don't worry about that. He was a little confused and asked again. The secretary explained everyone raiding the dungeon this time are all skilled only B rank awakened or higher. She pointed out evidence one by one. We pushed back the monsters right after entering, and everyone is very safe. The traps inside the dungeon have all been disabled, so we don't need to worry about them. Kwan Kang-hu added, our vice president handled that, so it's all good. Kim Hye-jeon confidently continued. Last month, we also figured out a way to break through this dungeon. This surprised Kim Tae Hyun quite a bit. Curious, he asked about the clues for breaking through. Kwan Kang-hu didn't hide anything and said bluntly, we found many clues about the monsters' bodies in this dungeon and how to defeat them. He recalled images from previous dungeon conquests. They were huge monsters with strange patterns no one had ever seen before. The image of a giant horn with many cracks appeared in his mind. Kwan Kang-hu continued. When we touched the monster's corpse, it turned to fine powder, leaving only the horn intact. Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun suddenly realized. Then he laughed loudly and analyzed. That's right, it's because of that horn. We relied on it to identify the characteristics of monsters in this maze and the locations of similar creatures. With that, using the tracking skill, we wouldn't get lost. One by one, they moved deeper into the maze. Guided by the deputy guild leader's tracking skill, they navigated every corner of the maze, overcoming all sorts of challenges. Finally, they reached a gate adorned with strange symbols on both sides. They were bright red spirals, looking very eerie. They cautiously entered, and the deputy guild leader shouted while holding a lantern. We've arrived! The scene revealed a pile of rubble, with a huge Minotaur statue in the center, missing its right horn. The deputy guild leader announced, this is the final point. They focused on the majestic female Minotaur standing before them. Kim Tae Hyun looked at the stone statue, but Kwan Kang-hu called it a monster. The deputy guild leader quickly reminded them. Anyway, we just need to bring the horn to that statue, right? Kwan Kang-hu said excitedly. So he ordered Secretary Kim to bring it here. Kim Hyun-jeon hurriedly pushed the cart carrying the horn. He urged, hurry up, she replied. Please wait a moment. Please. Kim Tae Hyun pondered a bit, recalling that before resetting, he still knew how to use the Minotaur's horn, and how to find the way to the maze's endpoint. His expression turned serious, but what happened next was, Kim Tae Hyun lifted the horn directly with excitement and said, "All right." He charged with all his strength toward the broken Minotaur horn and forcefully attached it to the missing part. A dazzling light burst forth. When the two pieces connected, everyone below cheered at that moment.
Great, we're going to conquer this maze that no one has in 35 years,
Kim Tae Hyun exclaimed excitedly.
Let the challenge appear. Maze Master!
Suddenly he noticed something strange. All the cracks on the Minotaur had healed. The Minotaur gradually disappeared. A white light spread over his troops below. Before anyone could understand what was happening, the deadly light enveloped the entire room. Suddenly Kim Tae Hyun felt as if being pulled by a force. He startled. "What, the people below are agitated because of this?" With this, only the deputy squad leader remained calm, standing, as if he had foreseen everything. Suddenly, a group of people were teleported to a cold, snowy hill. The only sounds were screams. "Why is this place like this? Snow!" Another group was teleported into a raging flood beside them, accompanied by shouts and curses.
Damn it, what's going on?
Another group was teleported right under an erupting volcano. To the south was a dense jungle. He seemed quite intrigued by the situation. It really has been activated. In front of him was a group of 4 also teleported here. This was the spatial transfer trap. The 4 were equally shocked by his presence. They exclaimed in unison, "Huh!" Meanwhile, elsewhere, a pair of decayed hands rested on a book appearing in a room. Dark lit only by a dim reading lamp, he calmly flipped a page and said, "So it is." "So Kim Tae Hyun has joined that maze raid team." The demon lord crossed his legs, his authoritative demeanor terrifying his subordinates. His commanding presence made his subordinates extremely fearful. "I apologize, sir. This happened rather suddenly, so I didn't anticipate it." His subordinate asked cautiously, "What should we do now? If you order, I can stop the operation immediately." The demon lord stretched out his hand, revealing a grotesque skull tattoo on the back of his hand. He said, "No, it's better to leave it as is." He analyzed an order. There are already 6 S-rank villains infiltrated in that raid team, including the A-rank ones that makes 20 people. Even if Kim Tae Hyun and Kim Tae Hyun are incredibly strong, they still have limits. They can't just win like that. The demon lord closed the book and continued. "They're focusing on dealing with the maze monsters. So how can they handle unexpected traitors attacking, huh?" His expression revealed cunning and malice. He said, "So just let them do as planned. Even if Kim Tae Hyun shows up, it won't change anything." Near the forest, the group of 4 began approaching him. The situation looked extremely dangerous. The blonde girl volunteered to start the conversation kindly. "I'll introduce myself first, so we can get to know each other." Then they coordinated smoothly. "First I'm Milena rank B." Suddenly, Kim Tae Hyun jumped in shouting, "Demon!" Without hesitation, he delivered a direct kick to her face. "Don't try to fool me!" Milena took the hit hard and spat out blood. Her true identity was one of the 3 demon exorcists, an S-rank demon. At that moment, Milena revealed the inner mind of a young man, thinking about him as the youngest S-rank player. "Kim Tae Hyun, I've always been curious about your true strength. I wonder if you can be as powerful as the Guildmaster, the one who always leads from the front lines. Can you become a solid shield for everyone? Or maybe like the rumors before, you're someone who sacrificed himself to save everyone during the auction house." At Dawn Sincerity City, he hoped that no matter what, Kim Tae Hyun could unleash his full power. "Can you help our guild break through this challenging dungeon?" Those thoughts were just from the guild members. Osamu Emiro, a B-rank player, Park Sung-ho, was left speechless after witnessing Milena's overwhelming display. Looking at Milena, lying unconscious, unable to hold back his anger, he shouted, "What the hell? That madman! What did you do?" Kim Tae Hyun confidently gave a thumbs up and replied, "Ah, that was just a demon disguised among our ranks." He was overwhelmed by emotion. Recklessly, he aimed his gun at him, attacking the demon. "What, you're lying!" Sung-ho cursed as he fired. Kim Tae Hyun had no choice but to dodge his bullets, seriously, missing every shot. Sung-ho cursed in frustration. Damn it! Even in this situation, Kim Tae Hyun still could act like that. Everything he did was utterly illogical. Park Sung-ho cursed silently. He recalled memories of being teammates fighting alongside Milena, the comrade, who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with him, breaking through many dungeons, now fallen like this. Thinking this, He vowed quietly, "Milena, I will avenge you." "I believe you're not a demon." Park Sung-ho gritted his teeth fiercely. "This can't be true." He painfully supported Milena, repeatedly calling her name. "Wake up, Milena! We need to escape that bastard now!" "I will protect you, so don't worry." That touching moment didn't last long before he took a powerful punch from Milena. Only his screams echoed through the forest now. Milena sprung up disdainfully, looking at Park Sung-ho. "Who do you think you are to touch me, you bastard?" He stood there calmly mocking. "I told you, but you didn't believe me." Yet behind him, 2 other demons were approaching to attack. Kim Tae Hyun suddenly turned around, glanced at them. "Now it's just the 2 of us to settle this right." They combined forces to attack him simultaneously, causing a significant shockwave. But after the smoke cleared, both the gray-haired demon and the blonde demon were shocked by the destruction. He had vanished right before their eyes, and Kim Tae Hyun calmly emerged from behind them, saying, "You didn't think there were 3 demons in this tiny place, did you?" He taunted them. "You plan to gather and harm the people here?" Milena now shed her disguise, tying back her long hair. Returning to her true self, her lips curled into a sinister smile. "How strange." They took defensive stances, ready to fight. "We've been hiding in the Osaka Amiro Guild for years without anyone noticing us. And you just showed up and found out. How did you manage that?" I was just rubbing my neck," revealing the demon's strange forms. Kim Tae Hyun patiently explained, "Well, I have to compliment you. It's not because you acted poorly. Of course I knew all this from the future." Milena scoffed at his explanation. "Huh. Nice story, Future." "Why?" She didn't believe him at all. Milena began analyzing based on her own knowledge. "You seem to have a close relationship with IU, right, Young? It seems like she's hinted at something about us to you, hasn't she? Or is there a traitor among us?" Then her nails began to grow longer. Milena activated her attack skill confidently, saying, "Well, whatever. I'll just kill you right here." She lunged at him like a beast with the help of the 2-level S demons. Remaining Milena quickly scratched one side of his face. Her 2 assistants, though scared, still quickly closed in, launching deadly attacks. He lightly jumped up. Unable to dodge all their moves, Kim Tae Hyun summoned chains that wrapped around the blonde's neck first, taking him completely by surprise. "Is that so, black-haired one?" The other was also quickly bound by his chains. He only managed to exclaim, "Oh!" Kim Tae Hyun didn't hesitate, and immediately finished off the 2. Now only their pitiful screams echoed, "Aha!" Suddenly a sharp aura sped toward him. It was Milena's claw attack. He showed excitement at her relentless assault. Kim Tae Hyun immediately faced her head-on. Milena's resolve began to falter. She realized the vast difference in skill between herself and him. She thought, how is this possible? He's too strong. Although she knew he wasn't an ordinary man, her witch's claw skill alone, when it just grazed him, had already poisoned her opponent. A poisoned enemy would surely die, but that bastard seemed unaffected. She attacked while pondering he was clearly hit in the face by her poison-laced skills, yet Kim Tae Hyun kept attacking relentlessly without showing any signs of weakening. Realizing this, Milena suddenly understood why. Was he resistant to poison? Struggled in despair. Her thoughts were unreadable. Kim Tae Hyun said, "Sorry, but," as he activated the combat will skill of a knight, summoning a giant undead under his control. Kim Tae Hyun seemed to deliver a death sentence to her. "Reason has no effect on me anymore." His system repeatedly showed notifications. Witch's claw skill recognized. Successfully resisted mysterious power. Milena panicked and turned to flee, but it was already too late. She cursed helplessly. "Damn it! His skill's explosive power was so great it threw all the earth, trees and rocks around us flying. A thunderous explosion, all the surrounding trees and stones were blasted away. After the smoke cleared, Park Sung-ho slowly approached the explosion site. He looked alarmed, as if he'd discovered something. Before Park Sung-ho was the sight of Milena, tied up by Kim Tae Hyun, curled up on the ground. Milena shouted angrily, "Let me go, you bastard, or I'll kill you!" Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun harshly grabbed Milena's hair, pulling her up. She screamed in pain as she was dragged up. Seeing Milena's pitiful state now, he replied, "You still have the nerve to say those things now!" Behind Kim Tae Hyun stood Rosalia. She asked Milena, "If there's something, just tell me." Then she used her power to control Milena's mind. Rosalia, after taking control of Milena's will, she asked, "How many traitors are here? What's your purpose in infiltrating this dungeon raid?" Milena responded dazedly, Then her eyes changed color. Milena began answering Rosalia's questions. There were 20 people with 5 level S and 15 level A. Their goal was to sabotage your raid. Milena recalled the scene then, surrounded by white flowers stained with fresh blood. A knife flew towards someone. It was none other than guild leader Kwon Gong-hyuk, and the ultimate goal was to kill guild leader Kwon Gong-hyuk. Back to reality, Kim Tae Hyun and Park Sung-ho stood over Milena. Milena lay beaten on the ground. Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself, "There were 5 level S demons before, but I only knew of 3. Now it's different. The previous dungeon raids had many variables. Clearly the future has changed a lot. All of this is because of me." Shaking off that thought, Kim Tae Hyun turned to Park Sung-ho and said, "All right, now that we know their numbers and purpose, go report to the guildmaster quickly." Park Sung-ho replied, "Yes, sir." As Park Sung-ho and Kim Tae Hyun set off, Park Sung-ho was filled with countless questions. So Milena really is a demon infiltrating here. The player Kim Tae Hyun had known about this from the beginning. But if that's the case, while lost in his tangled thoughts, Kim Tae Hyun cut through them, saying, "We need to eliminate these traitors for this dungeon raid to succeed. This place is almost an independent space, but in reality, it's still just part of the labyrinth. Therefore," as he spoke, a door appeared before the two of them. Kim Tae Hyun continued, "There must be passages connecting to other spaces inside. They might not lead directly to the labyrinth's core, but they will definitely help us find others. I just need to check each door carefully in every space to find guild leader Kwon Gong-hyuk." Suddenly, Park Sung-ho spoke loudly, "There's something I'm curious about." Kim Tae Hyun responded, "Yeah," Park Sung-ho asked. "Why didn't you explain this clearly when we entered the dungeon? I apologize for doubting you. But if you had told guild leader Kwon Gong-hyuk from the start, none of this would have happened, right? So why didn't you say anything?" After hearing Park Sung-ho, Kim Tae Hyun paused before answering. "I already did." Park Sung-ho was stunned by the reply. He replied to Kim Tae Hyun, "What?" Kim Tae Hyun calmly said, "You don't have to believe me if you don't want to." But guild leader Kwon Gong-hyuk already knew a lot, and he had informed the guild leader. Suddenly, a knife flew out from nowhere, stabbing guild leader Kwon Gong-hyuk in the stomach, surrounded by men wielding knives and swords. They closed in on Kwon Gong-hyuk. Seeing this, he sneered and said, "What do you think you're doing? You're taking this joke too far." "Isn't that right, Vice Guild Leader?" The man in the black hat replied to Kwon Gong-hyuk. "A joke? Am I joking?" At that moment, Kim Tae Hyun ran over, shouting worriedly, "Guild Leader!" while she was still blaming them. "How dare you do this to her?" Before she finished, an enemy rushed from behind, trying to sneak attack Kwon Gong-hyuk. Seeing this, he moved like lightning to shield her, taking the enemy's slash full on. Kim Hyazon screamed in horror. "Guild Leader Kwon Gong-hyuk!" angrily said. "Damn it!" Kim Hyazon caught him and asked, "Are you okay?" Then all the others started rushing in, unleashing their powerful attacks on guild leader Kwon Gong-hyuk. Seeing the situation worsening, Kwon Gong-hyuk pushed Kim Tae Hyun back. "Let me handle this." Then he began to gather his energy. After finishing charging, Kwon Gong-hyuk summoned a dragon that blasted away all the attackers. Kim Tae Hyun stared in disbelief at Kwon Gong-hyuk, who had to collapse to the ground from the dragon's power. Seeing Kwon Gong-hyuk fight alone, she said, "Guild Leader, you don't have to do this. Wait for me, I can fight too." Kwon Gong-hyuk said sternly, "Stay there. These enemies are not as simple as you think." Kim Tae Hyun worriedly said, "But if you keep going like this, you might die. That's why I want you to." "You're right, Kwon Gong-hyuk alone. You don't stand a chance. We don't have time for this. I'm under your command only to hide my power." Then the man in the hat pulled out a lamp containing a burning skull. Suddenly, the skull grew into a giant flaming skull. He said, "Now this place is filled with my A-rank subordinates and 4 of my S-rank subordinates." Raising his voice, he continued, "All experienced and powerful fighters, you'll die right here." Kwon Gong-hyuk took a battle stance and said, "All right. You've prepared well. I underestimated you too much. All right, don't blame yourself. To corner you like this today. We've been preparing for years. How could a brute like you notice?" Kwon Gong-hyuk chuckled lightly. "Damn, Kim Tae Hyun was right," the other man said in shock. What Kwon Gong-hyuk said. "He said you were all demons infiltrating to kill me. I didn't believe those words, but now they've become reality." The guy wearing the hat looked very surprised when he heard Kim Tae Hyun knew everything, and that they were all demons. He said, "Kim Tae Hyun," he guessed this plan. That can't be true, he shouted. How could you know about the plan we've been preparing for so long? If you knew, why didn't you act? Kwon Gong-hyuk replied calmly. Oh, I've always trusted you, and gave you that chance, but now it's certain there's no chance left. That demon bastard is what I'm talking about, he asked in confusion. What, even knowing you betrayed us? We have fought each other for so many years, so I couldn't just act without evidence. One of them spoke up. You're an idiot, Kwon Gong-hyuk said calmly. Is that so? Behind him, Kim Hae-sun angrily scolded Kwon Gong-hyuk. Why didn't you verify that information? And now look at this mess. Everything's chaotic. How am I supposed to survive? Hearing that, Kwon Gong-hyuk foolishly asked again, What? Suddenly something rushed toward the two of them. Seeing this, both Kim Tae Hyun and Kwon Gong-hyuk widened their eyes in surprise. Fortunately, Kwon Gong-hyuk reacted quickly and saved Kim Tae Hyun. The guy said triumphantly, All right, thanks a lot. Because of you, our plan will succeed. Now die, you fool, Kwon Gong-hyuk said seriously. All right, you and your henchmen will die here. Kwon Gong-hyuk glared, unleashing immense power. A huge dragon surged forward and knocked the guy away. Kwon Gong-hyuk boasted, Today I'll show you all my strength. The guy, after taking a hit from Kwon Gong-hyuk's dragon, lost several teeth, coughed up blood, and his eyes rolled back terrifyingly. Finally, Kwon Gong-hyuk smugly said, Are you dead yet, fool? After activating his power, purple auras appeared around Kwon Gong-hyuk. 2 purple horns appeared on his head, and this form of Kwon Gong-hyuk is called the Ancient Dragon Protector. Meanwhile, in another scene, Park Sung-ho was asking Kim Tae Hyun why he knew but didn't act. Kim Tae Hyun answered wearily, All right, I'll tell you later. He recalled the conversation with Chairman Kwon Gong-hyuk. Deep in a private dungeon, Kim Tae Hyun suddenly called out loudly, Hey, Chairman Kwon Gong-hyuk! He looked angry, scolding him. So even though you knew what I said was true, you wouldn't do anything. Kwon Gong-hyuk still didn't take action. He gently said, You really don't think that? You already know all of my power, do you? Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun began to feel worried. He just smiled lightly and said, Everything will be under my control. When the time comes, I won't hold back. Returning to the present, when they arrived at Kwon Gong-hyuk's location, before them lay numerous traitors to the chairman lying miserably on the ground. Most of all, Vice Chairman Park Sung-ho witnessed this scene, and a surprised fan could only say, Oh, Meanwhile, Kim Tae Hyun sighed with relief and said, That's right. As the two passed through the gate, seeing that Kwon Gong-hyuk was still alive, while the surrounding traitorous members lay scattered on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, Just as I expected. Then, upon seeing Kim Tae Hyun's appearance, both Kim Tae Hyun and Kwon Gong-hyuk were surprised and happily said, Kim Tae Hyun, haha, so you finally arrived. After reuniting with Kwon Gong-hyuk's group, the two spent time discussing what had happened. Kwon Gong-hyuk asked him, Did you not meet any other members of the guild? Kim Tae Hyun replied, Yes, I met a few people. As I passed through various spaces, however, they were in a rather strange situation. Recalling when I ran through one of the spaces, Kim Tae Hyun saw several people writhing and begging for help in a small pond. They desperately called out, Help, help, but Kim Tae Hyun chose to ignore them and ran straight to Kwon Gong-hyuk's side. Even though Park Sung-ho said, Save them, he still ignored it and said, They'll be fine. Seeing his cold-heartedness, Kwon Gong-hyuk was stunned and asked, You could really do that? After observing the situation for a moment, Kim Tae Hyun asked him, So what do you plan to do now? Facing that question, Kwon Gong-hyuk thought deeply for a while, then looked directly at him. Just like before, he smiled lightly and said, All right, we're done here. But we need to head to the dungeon core. Although wounded, Kwon Gong-hyuk remained clear-headed enough to make decisions. As the guild leader, he told Kim Tae Hyun, Not sure if we'll encounter more demons, but we need to move quickly to another space to find the boss. He expressed regret, saying, I was a bit careless to ignore your advice, but I can still endure this wound. Kwon Gong-hyuk sincerely said, I'm sorry, Kim Tae Hyun. If I had listened to you, the situation wouldn't have happened. Hearing his remorse, Kim Tae Hyun replied, It's okay, don't worry. Good, that puts my mind at ease. Just be more careful next time. Hearing this, he angrily asked, What? Kwon Gong-hyuk shouted angrily, My regret is genuine. Don't mock me like that. Seeing the guild leader acting wild and restless, Kim Tae Hyun grabbed him and reminded, Calm down, guild leader. Your wound might reopen. Seeing this, Kim Tae Hyun just smiled lightly, reassured, and turned away. Although outwardly calm, he was thinking, so the guild leader is still safe. That means the demon's plan is completely ruined. He thought to himself. During this dungeon breakthrough, information about the demons was already known beforehand, but because of the guild leader's stubbornness, he suffered unnecessary injuries. The information I had about this dungeon from my previous life was quite limited, and now much has changed, so I need to be more careful. While he was busy thinking Kim, Yejeon anxiously said we need to move to other dimensions to gather everyone. He thought that if it got too difficult, this dungeon raid might have to be abandoned. Suddenly, he heard Kim Tae-Hyun ask if he had encountered any monsters in the other spaces. Hearing this question, he paused, realizing something as Park Sung-ho answered, "Yes, we passed through several different spaces, but we didn't see any monsters. Maybe this is a special case in this dungeon space." This made Kim Tae Hyun wonder, why is that? Looking at the three people safe and sound, aside from injuries from fighting traitors, there was no sign of monsters at all. This unusual situation worried Kim Tae Hyun, thinking, yes, we moved through many different spaces, but didn't see any monsters. Reflecting on basic dungeon experience, he had Kim Tae Hyun thought, if this is the dungeon's challenge space, then each small space should at least have monsters or traps, right? Traps buried underground, strange monsters of various shapes, none were present. Yet the different spaces showed no abnormalities. How could this be considered a difficult dungeon to conquer? Where are the challenges for the awakened ones? The more he connected the events, the more Kim Tae Hyun felt something was off here. He began to worry. Thinking this was very strange, if there are no monsters, then how did the guild leader manage to meet and defeat the dungeon boss before regressing? Suddenly, he heard a noise. Kim Tae Hyun and Park Sung-ho were speechless, witnessing the source of the sound. Guild leader Kwon Kang-hyuk, seeing that even a strong man like him had to stop in his tracks. He stood frozen for a few seconds, unable to believe his eyes. He asked, "What is that?" Before everyone was a monstrous creature with many arms, each holding a different weapon, and a bull's head covered with multiple eyes. It was trying to emerge from another dimension, creating spatial cracks where it passed through. The S+ rank Minotaur Maze boss officially joined the fight. Seeing the boss, Kim Tae-Hyun panicked and said, "Why did we run into it here?" Park Sung-ho was amazed at the boss's appearance and said, "Is this the Maze boss?" Without giving them a chance to react, the boss launched the first attack. Its spear and axe charged swiftly toward where everyone stood. Fortunately, everyone managed to dodge the initial strike. Park Sung-ho shouted loudly, "Run!" With the boss's strength, a single blow shattered the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Unfortunately, it damaged the portal to another dimension. Meanwhile, Gun Kang-hyuk looked toward Kim Tae Hyun and signaled. Kim Tae Hyun understood his intention and replied, "Got it." Moments later, both of them enhanced their bodies, leaving two teammates behind as they charged to confront the boss. Immediately after, both fully maximized their enhancements and rushed toward the boss. The boss began extending its arms to engage the two opponents charging at it. The two sides exchanged fierce attacks, devastating the surrounding rocks and debris that flew everywhere. Kim Tae Hyun and Gun Kang-hyuk perfectly dodged and countered the boss's strikes while closing the distance. Finally, they reached a favorable position above the boss's head. At the moment, when they thought they had a chance to strike the giant monster before them, it suddenly raised its glowing mace in front of them. The mace began to shine fiercely, emitting a powerful light accompanied by lightning bolts. The sparks spread throughout the chamber. Suddenly, mysterious red eyes surfaced from beneath the ground, and unexpectedly, a giant skeleton rose up. It roared aggressively, leaving the two stunned and speechless. Suddenly, its muscles began to regenerate, rapidly. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was covered. The Mad King was revived thanks to Tetua, the S-rank Minotaur Labyrinth boss. Gun Kang-hyuk exclaimed, "The Mad King! Another S-rank supporting monster has appeared." Not only was there one in front of them, but behind their two teammates, two more of the same appeared. In a short time, many more Mad Kings were resurrected around Kim, Hyun-jun, and Park Sung-ho. She screamed in panic, "There are more coming!" Suddenly, the boss spoke. "Hunters trapped in my labyrinth. Do you wish to defeat us and conquer the maze? I will wait here for you. Step forward and face me. Your hatred and anger will be unleashed upon you." Terrified, both of them were frozen and said simultaneously, We're doomed. Kim Tae Hyun and Gun Kang Hyuk, up front, need to retreat quickly to support them, Kang Hyuk worriedly said. This is bad. The boss ordered all minions to advance and capture them. As soon as he finished, the monsters and Mad Kings charged to attack everyone in sight. Fierce bulls were everywhere, rushing straight toward Kim Tae Hyun and Park Sung-ho, their faces full of fear. Park Sung-ho gripped his gun, tightly tense. The guild leader charged forward with one arm, glowing a powerful purple light. The beam shot directly at the attacking bulls. In their view, a man's silhouette appeared in the air. Park Sung-ho's eyes widened as he shouted, "You Gun Kang Hyuk!" The newcomer reached out and launched a large chain flying forward. The chain tightened around the furious bulls, which howled in pain as they lifted their heads and growled. The iron chain emitted a metallic glow, tightening further around their necks. "How do you like that, you stubborn bulls?" Kim Tae Hyun held the chain's end firmly and shouted. At that moment, Kang Hyuk puffed out both cheeks and shouted toward the raging bulls, "Take this!" As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a brilliant stream of flames, charging forward and engulfing the frenzied bulls ahead. The fire grew stronger, catching the bulls off guard with its intense heat. They began to scatter, trying to break free from the blaze. Watching the scene, Kim Tae Hyun slowly retracted the chain. Kwan Gong Hyuk bared his teeth in a loud laugh. "Are you done yet?" He stared excitedly at the burning light. Suddenly, both of them froze, eyes wide with shock. At that moment, the bulls looked like they were reborn from the red flames. They lifted their heads unharmed, their eyes bloodshot with drool dripping from their mouths hungrily. One of them glanced sideways and made an approving sound. "Not bad." Kim Tae Hyun and Kwan Gong Hyuk looked astonished, tilting their heads and muttering, "What now?" The surrounding space began to spiral into chaos. Kwan Gong Hyuk stood at the center, completely surrounded by monsters. He tensed up, gritting his teeth fiercely. Clenching his fists, he focused his attack on the massive bull before him. The strike had some effect. It stood casually watching the tiny human desperately trying to take it down. He still didn't have enough strength to defeat it. Its regenerative power was too strong. There was no way to defeat all these bulls, unless he took down the boss first. What should I do? Now I can unleash my full power to fight it. But then I won't be able to protect Secretary Kim at the same time, and Kim Tae Hyun has his limits in battle as well. What now? Kwan Gong Hyuk clenched his teeth, realizing this situation was extremely difficult. Now, you have to choose player Kwan Gong Hyuk. No matter how strong you are, if you fight the dungeon enemies, the guild has no choice but to take appropriate measures to restrain you if you intend to let that AI be your teammate to clear the dungeon. Appropriate measures to restrain you if you plan to have that AI as your teammate to break through the dungeon. So shouldn't you also consider whether you're compatible with the AI? Kwan Gong Hyuk leaned back in his chair calmly and said, "I'm a free man. Nothing like an AI's personality. I'm not suspicious or picky about anything, so a compatible AI can be my teammate." The chairman held a paper, looked up, and continued. "That sounds reasonable, but sometimes you do need a little skepticism." The response came without hesitation. "Of course, I've been a player for a long time. I've seen many strong hunters nationwide, but in battle, even the smallest mistake can cause them to lose everything. Sometimes I have to make my own choices to protect those who matter. That's necessary." The chairman seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the answer. The chairman said, "Strength alone can't solve everything. If that AI understands its limits and chooses what's most important, then it will win. That's the essential choice of a human. Sometimes you have to know what to do in dangerous situations, right?" In a raised voice. "That's the essential choice of a human. Sometimes you have to know what to do in dangerous situations, right?" Snapping out of his reverie, Kwan Gong Hyuk's body was covered in wounds. Fresh blood stained him everywhere as he looked at the raging bulls and Kim Tae Hyun fighting with all his might. He sighed softly. "This is exhausting. Now I have to choose between fighting with all I've got or saving someone from this dangerous situation. If I fight, my teammate might die. In that case, I might not even be able to defeat the boss. Now I have to decide." He gritted his teeth. "Whatever I choose, I won't let my teammate die." Then Kwan Gong Hyuk shouted loudly, eyes full of determination. "How can I just stand by while everyone is in danger?" Finishing his words, a powerful purple aura exploded around him. He rushed to Kim Tae Hyun, who was desperately slashing at the monsters. "Chief, you still able to fight?" Glancing at his teammate, Kang Hyuk replied, "Yeah, what about you? I'm fine too." Anyway, we have to fight with all we've got, stop these monsters and kill them. Now tell me your choice. Kim Tae Hyun looked at him and smirked. I understand. The situation is dangerous now. But if we want to take down the Minotaur Queen, I still have a plan. Hearing that, Kwon Kang Hyuk felt a chill. Why are those bulls suddenly becoming more aggressive? Kang Hyuk charged forward, shouting at the people behind him. Are you sure about that? Kim Tae Hyun reassure him. Don't worry, the guild leader probably knows their plan to eliminate him. The boss of the bulls opened his mouth. Good, you've made a decision, those bastards. No matter what choice you make, in the end you'll all die anyway. All right, roars echoed, as the bulls charged fiercely toward their target. Kang Hyuk's forces once again gathered strength. The flames flared up, engulfing the fierce, arrogant monsters below. The object in the boss's hand suddenly glowed. It spoke with contempt. No matter how many of you there are, I will kill every single one. Hurry over here. Then it looked up and suddenly froze. Kim Tae Hyun. Unknown to anyone, he had already stood before it. He looked down like a superior, looking at the lowly. Then gradually behind him, a giant figure had formed. Come on, let's attack together. Kang Hyuk raised his voice and shouted loudly. Kim Tae Hyun gritted his teeth, his gaze becoming determined. Roars echoed through the air. Tae Hyun took action. The figure behind him raised a fist and slammed it down on one side of the boss's face. The hand grabbed the boss's neck tightly, squeezing, slowly. In the distance, Kang Hyuk charged forward at the same time. Streams of light burst out and collided. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Kim Tae Hyun and Kang Hyuk attacked the monster simultaneously. The beams of light kept clashing against each other. The glow came from Kang Hyuk's side. He glanced over and asked about the method of gripping the weapon in hand. Kim Tae Hyun calmly explained. It's just a guess, but these spaces seem connected by doors, and the crack where the Minotaur Queen resides is linked to another space, and those bulls are only revived and regenerated by the Queen. When she comes to this space, she quickly jumps up to dodge attacks. After defending against the attack, he continued while acting. If the Queen isn't here, they will automatically disappear. Suddenly he coughed a few times, while Kang Hyuk acted as if nothing was wrong. What if the guess is wrong and we all die? The reply sounded matter-of-fact. Aren't we already in that situation? Kim Tae Hyun and Park Sung-ho stood below, staring wide-eyed at the distant chaos. Around them, a white mist lingered. The bulls' bodies were riddled with holes. Some seemed dead, sprawled on the ground, while the boss's roars echoed from the other side. The chaotic scene was drenched in bright red, creating a deadly atmosphere. The massive figure that Kim Tae Hyun summoned grabbed its neck. It immediately counterattacked. The sounds of impact echoed continuously without pause. Seemingly hit, Tae Hyun cried out in pain. Kang Hyuk clenched his teeth. His sharp eyes darted forward quickly. A pillar of light, like lightning, struck down the center of the battle. Everything in that area of space became blurry, uncertain. The bull slammed its two sharp weapons into the ground. Immediately a wave rose, and a loud noise rang out. Dust flew everywhere in the central area, as if a heavy object had fallen straight down from above. Kim Tae Hyun groaned softly, grimacing as he lay among a pile of skulls, unsure if they were human or animal. The surrounding dust drifted faintly over the area. His face was now stained with blood. He struggled to sit up and looked forward. Opposite Kim Tae Hyun was Kang Hyuk, seemingly severely injured. Kneeling, one of his arms had been severed long ago. Dark red drops of blood fell onto the cold ground. He exclaimed in horror to the guild leader, "The arm is in serious danger." Kim Tae Hyun focused. Kang Hyuk shouted sternly. Ignoring the warm blood slowly draining from his body, he issued a warning. In Kim Tae Hyun's shocked eyes, it had arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the two hurriedly stood up. They stared straight into the dark, gloomy mist, uncertain what might emerge at any moment. Suddenly, a massive bull appeared before them, many times their size. Once again, stepping out of the mist, it swung a staff directly at both of them. Kang Hyuk clenched his jaw tightly. Bracing himself to withstand the blow without yielding, Kim Tae Hyun tightened his grip on his blade and shouted. Ready for battle, the bull's arm slowly lowered, stirring up a cloud of dust. The quiet skulls lying on the ground began to rotate around the center, scattering everywhere. Both of them were exhausted and thrown far back, but the boss didn't stop. It roared, Your mouths are truly interesting, kids. You dare to use the space I created to do this, but the more my power recovers, the more energy I gain by letting those foolish dreams slip through the water's gap. Understand? Finishing his words, he lifted his leg, intending to stomp on Kim Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun looked up and assumed a defensive stance. His eyes wide open, he shouted with all his remaining strength. As the bull charged, a burst of white light flashed, engulfing the entire space. The debris scattered because of it. Kim Tae Hyun, drained of energy, collapsed silently, calculating. Damn it, the gap! Is their power really that overwhelming? If I don't use my prey skill, I'll die. But even if I do, can I defeat that monster with a single strike? If I can't finish it immediately, the prey skill will surely spiral out of control. No one can predict what will happen then. But besides this, the only other option is to apply it. Apply it? He asked again. I don't understand why you're asking about skill usage, but the skill description in the info panel is really lacking. The person lying on the bed slowly sat up. Reality isn't like what's written in the info panel. Skill forms can vary widely depending on how you use them, and the mana consumed changes with the skill's strength. Yua Zhang raised her hand, and a beam of light instantly appeared. I only use the warrior's will. At that time, it can enhance the body, or create powerful energy spheres. You've actually combined skills before, and usually you only use stealth on the ring right. So if there's a skill that's hard to control, try wrapping it with a weapon, or another skill, like putting a new layer of armor on the skill. Then she looked at him. I'm sure you can do it and find the answer to your questions. Snapping out of his thoughts and back to the chaotic fight, Kim Tae Hyun swung his blade, and a red beam immediately shot forward to attack the bull. It was caught off guard. Streams of light continued to flow with each of Kim's strikes. Tae Hyun. They wrapped tightly around your body. His eyes had turned red without him realizing it, flashing a sharp glint. Seeing the resistance before him, the bull angrily raised its axe and roared. This guy won't back down. Kim Tae Hyun clenched his blade tightly, the blazing red light shooting out in streams. Each beam struck the bull's flesh. Dai-di-di, he shouted with each word. Threads formed from his power slowly coiled around its arm. Then an iron chain, wrapped in strong energy, shot straight through the boss's chest. It let out a cursed roar mixed with pain, and only then did a delighted smile spread across Kim Tae Hyun's face. As expected, that AI she mentioned was right. The giant form appeared once more, swinging a fist that sent the bull flying, which had moments ago been arrogant and haughty. He dreamily recalled, sensing vaguely that the prey skill could change shape at will. That meant he could apply it like other skills. He knew nothing about this mysterious power, but whatever the prey skill was, he charged forward with a horizontal slash across the bull. His gaze cold, he would use it to the fullest. At this moment, his eyes grew determined and carried a barely noticeable excitement, as if he had discovered an entirely new world. Now the bull hovered lightly in midair, red energy specks moving consciously, clinging tightly to it, without mercy. Then another energy source rushed forward, striking the monster's face in the dark, gloomy sky. Small cracks suddenly appeared, eventually spreading, as if a shard of glass or a certain door was gradually breaking down, while the struggling bull started bleeding red, breaking free from the power biting deep into its flesh. Meanwhile, on the other side, the players were cheating. Nan fought with amazement, raising her head high. Kao Chung. The girl gently placed her hand on her chest, looking up at the shard slowly falling down. Everyone around stopped whispering and asking each other questions. What is this? How could this happen? The couple Park Sung-ho and Secretary Kim Tae Hyun were also stunned. Watching everything unfold in the vast black sky from afar, two figures slowly appeared, walking toward the dazed crowd. Kim Tae Hyun supported Kang Hyuk, memories of their teammates flashing by, smiling softly. It's all over now, healed leader Kang Hyuk. Everyone began cheering joyfully and rushing forward. They reached out to embrace the two heroes who had saved everyone. The atmosphere was no longer as silent as before. Everything soared like a soaring note. Kang Hyuk, after defeating the Minotaur Queen of the Purge team, discovered many treasures inside the labyrinth, the most valuable being a potion that instantly increased magic power when consumed, and a unique power-enhancing elixir, the source of strength. However, that elixir wasn't enough. It was only given to the two who contributed the most. That was Kim Tae Hyun and guild leader Kang Hyuk alone. Yet to obtain this power source, the entire guild had risked their lives. something guild leader Kang Hyuk never wanted. He gruffly said, "All right. That's enough." Meanwhile, the demons who had infiltrated the labyrinth were all captured. The severely injured had been carefully treated. After the battle, Kim Tae Hyun took some moments to relax, slowly strolling around, joking with everyone. The smiles of him, guild leader Kang Hyuk, and the guild members all remained on their faces. The labyrinth raid was a success, and the clicking sound of cameras echoed. Reporter Kim stared blankly, holding his camera. Looking up toward the hall's stage, the surrounding crowd was noisy with questions continuously asked. "Is what you said true?" "Player Kang Hyuk, please repeat. Are you really retiring from your hunter career here?" Kang Hyuk closed his eyes briefly, his body trembling slightly. Replying to the reporter, not exactly. Then he opened his eyes wide and shouted into the microphone. "I'm just taking a break to recover for a while. I never said I was quitting for good." Secretary Kim softly rebutted guild leader, saying it like that could clear up misunderstandings, right? Below, the group of reporters bombarded Kang Hyuk with questions. "Is it because of your hand injury? Because of the labyrinth raid? What about the upcoming Asian tournament? How will you face these issues, guild leader?" Kang Hyuk confidently answered, "Yes. I think it really is because of the hand injury. As for the Asian tournament, there's no need to worry. Someone else has already taken my place. All right, come out here and say something." To the reporter's surprise below, Kim loudly called out a name, Kim Tae Hyun, slowly stepping onto the stage from outside. He carried a calm, composed demeanor, a slight smirk playing on his lips amid the murmurs. "So the rookie. Will Kim Tae Hyun participate in the Asian tournament?" His appearance stirred waves throughout the hall. Many opinions and comments were raised. Can he really make it? But with his performance in the labyrinth raid, he had already gained much more trust. "I think he's qualified." Suddenly, a middle-aged man remembered something and said to everyone, "It seems he already drank the source of strength elixir." That's when his power improved dramatically. The girl beside him also looked skeptical. "How is that possible?" "That means he has reached national-level strength." "Why?" "That's power beyond rank. You could say it's exceptional strength. He's talented too." "But isn't he still too young right now?" On stage, a hand reached out, grabbing the microphone. Ignoring the discussions about himself below, Kim Tae Hyun casually took the mic and began speaking, while guild leader Kang smiled proudly. "Kang Hyuk Kim Tae Hyun will participate in the Asian friendly tournament. I know you're worried, but rest assured I will succeed. I will win this tournament. I understand why you doubt my strength, but after the labyrinth raid, I've become much stronger, so I'm very confident in my power, and hope everyone will support me." On the screen showed Kim Tae Hyun giving a speech. A relaxed man watching muttered, "A national-level rookie, huh?" A woman holding a phone also followed him. "Everyone's heard about that source of power. It's true I drank it during the maze challenge, so I'm pretty confident in myself." The woman laughed softly, covering her mouth. Not bad, but it seemed he wasn't humble at all. The footage of him was even being shown in restaurants. People watched and started whispering excitedly, implying that he had grown stronger. Therefore, he was confident he would win the Asian tournament. It's typical of AI users who reach national-level power thresholds. He was no exception. Back in the hall, Kim Tae Hyun suddenly raised his voice. However, with the change in tone, the group of reporters below tensed, waiting for him to continue. "To live up to everyone's trust, I will need to work even harder. That victory is proof of my current skill level." At that moment, inside a dimly lit room, a woman knelt on the floor, clasping her hands, begging the man in front of her. "Please forgive me, I beg you. Please forgive me, Mr. S.A. I've done everything I could." Tears streamed down her beautiful face. "I followed your orders to escape. It was truly a miracle. I didn't expect Kim Tae Hyun to be that strong." Then the masked man spoke slowly. "All right, stand up, Milena. He's stronger than you, so there's nothing you could have done. No matter how hard you tried, you were powerless. It's not your fault." Milena looked up at him in shock, but the man gently lifted her chin and suddenly unleashed a wide beam of light, slicing into Milena's body. Blood splattered across the room. "I have no use for useless people." Calmly, he fixed his deep, piercing eyes on the fallen woman. "Only those with power have everything. A weak, failing person who shirks responsibility deserves to die." S.A. turned his back and softly ordered, "Clean this up. The association will come for her." "Yes, sir." As he stepped away, he thought to himself, "Strange this time. They had more manpower than during the Dawn auction attack, yet they still failed. Why, what did they do?"
Why the hell is Kim Tae Hyun so much stronger? Just wait! Esse shouted behind the three as they left. The distant mansion was blazing, fiercely set to burn all traces inside quickly. At the Asian-friendly tournament, you will die. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed in the silent space. Kim Tae Hyun was here. A man standing at the door greeted him. Everyone's waiting for you. They were the strongest players in Korea, the ones who would join the tournament with him. Kim Tae Hyun stepped inside. A faint smile appeared on his lips. These were Korea's top members. Opposite him stood 6 silent people, observing and assessing the new soldier. Kim Tae Hyun. A voice broke the silence. I've heard of you, but didn't expect you to be this young. The 7th-ranked Jang Jin-soo spoke. All right, having enough strength earns you the 8th spot. Xiao Hanju calmly added, Come on, no big deal. The younger, the stronger. The 4th-ranked a mage and the guildmaster of the Magic Guild. An Si-young spoke up in defense, followed by a quiet laugh from the 3rd-ranked man. Park Seo-jun, came the voice. Didn't think you'd make it here someday. The man seated in the center said, interrupting the members' evaluations, though it had been a bit chaotic before everyone was now gathered here. Then the chairman spoke with a smile. Sit down, Kim Tae Hyun. Let's discuss this tournament. In the room, a bright screen appeared displaying complex measurement charts. The Asian-friendly tournament was an important event in the early days, when monsters appeared and humans awakened their supernatural abilities. It was a chaotic era when all of Asia, as well as the entire world, united to fight the global threats caused by the monster. The current tournament is defined as everyone participating and eliminating monsters within 7 days. The screen displayed an image of an S-rank Kraken monster with the number of monsters defeated, converted into points for each country. This is the fairest competitive battle format. The screen immediately switched to a snapshot of a low-level demon rank F. According to TGUK, he pointed to the beam of light ahead and continued. Due to the current situation where citizens are terrified of the monsters invading the dungeons, this tournament can be seen as a festival that many people pay attention to. It is also a competition to showcase each country's strength as well as the rivalry between nations regarding awakening power. Suppose a country achieves victory with good results. It can be considered as encouragement to the people of that nation to boost their fighting spirit against monsters. Along with that, the winning country will receive significant rewards, many unique items, and the right to raid international-level dungeons that are rarely opened. Taeun looked directly at those seated below, presenting the information this season's tournament brings. Kim Tae Hyun listened carefully to the explanation. Earlier, he had slightly curled his lips silently, thinking, it's really lucky that I get to join this Asian tournament. Conquering the succubus queen in the abyss was also part of the preparation. Now that I have her power, things will be simpler going forward. However, to master that power, I need time to train, unlike the royal power I had before. Now it's necessary to practice, just a little more to gain an advantage in this competition, and to have a voice on the international stage. For the Korean team to have the chance to face awakened players across Asia, it's definitely a great learning opportunity. The big prizes are also part of it. I'm trying hard to secure a spot in this tournament over there. Taeun kept voicing his opinion, but the Korean team currently has one problem. The commander position remains vacant. Because team leader Kang Hyuk broke his arm in the recent dungeon raid, and Yueon, a player, also has personal reasons preventing participation in this competition. Currently, Korea is missing 2 key players, so the team's strength has diminished greatly. Having said that, Taeguk raised his hand, and as he was about to propose the current solution, suddenly a sound interrupted. Cutting off Park Seo-jun's speech, someone stepped up to speak, but someone else had already taken Kang Hyun's place. That was player Kim Tae Hyun, who had achieved national-level power as a player. As soon as he finished, the members present were stunned, bombarded with questions. National-level power. How is he so young yet already reached such a high level? Kim Tae Hyun felt a bit embarrassed by everyone's naturally excited mood. That's just a rumor, everyone don't pay too much attention. Immediately there were voices of agreement in the room, that's right. Right now his actual strength can't be proven yet. The statement was like a cold splash of water, quelling the excitement from earlier. Sao Hanju softly said, That's true. If people lower their expectations, the pressure will ease. Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself as discussions resumed in the meeting room. Then we need to prepare how to counter. That's exactly the way to save Korea's current situation. Then a pair of hands slammed hard on the table, almost encouraging. It's okay. Everyone, don't worry. The chairman had been silent, listening since the beginning. Now he looked up and spoke.
Right now we still can't match the strength of China and Japan, but this tournament is also a learning opportunity for everyone. And this competition is mainly about hunting monsters, so there's no need for too much trouble. Stay calm. There's only a chance to win if you pay attention. Then he made the final decision. The players with plenty of combat experience. Park Seo, Jun Guanxi, and Yang Hanji will be responsible for breaking through the dungeon and fighting the monsters. The three named immediately responded. Understood, Chairman. Then continued. Players experienced in solo combat. Kim Tae Hyun and Jin Soo will handle the terrain and keep watch for AI demons. The man said sternly. Yes, understood. After assigning the tasks, he clasped his hands lightly and smiled. All right, that's the temporary assignment. For this Asian tournament, I hope everyone will perform well. The opening tournament venue for this Asian competition was the stadium of the Asian Players Association in Indonesia. Thailand's team had also gathered, but the dominant presence here was from players representing China and Japan. The man with a long scar near his eye. Looking fierce was the captain of the Japanese team, the Demon Sword, Shinji Nakata. China was no less formidable with their experienced players. Their lineup was full of experts considered the top contenders for the championship this time. China's battle team gradually appeared, including the national-level power player, Blood Sword Lan Feng, and other national-level strength players. Feng Zhou Zhangming and the team leader was also a national-level power player, Commander Zheng Jin. Meanwhile, the Korean team was missing their main force, Gun Kang Hiep, along with several other strong players. Occupied with personal matters, a couple watched the event on TV and quietly commented, "It seems our lineup is quite weak. Hopefully our country will achieve a good result." Suddenly a shout erupted. "What?" The young man standing behind them quickly exploded. "Why would you say that, Mom and Dad?" Startled, they didn't respond before he continued to fire back. "Our job is to cheer everyone on. Why give up before the match even starts? Everything we have now is because of him. Kim Tae Hyun earned it like this house, for example, and the money as well. With his dungeon breakthroughs, he's already given us a lot. That's why we need to cheer him on with all our might. The more successful he is, the better life we'll have." After saying that, his face showed a craving. "Being a parent is tough. That's my son, always so thoughtful." "All right, Dad, stop praising me." His excited shout once again seemed to shake the high-rise building. "Trust me, he will prove his strength in this tournament." "All right, we trust you." The sound of steady footsteps echoed as a pair of feet slowly moved forward. The woman suddenly started a conversation with Kim Tae Hyun. "You're Kim Tae Hyun, the youngest S-rank player in Korea, right? I owe you a favor from the Dawn auction incident." Tae Hyun tilted his head slightly and hesitated. "Who are you?" Facing him now was a girl with pink hair. "Beautifully built," she said. "I was assigned to rescue everyone there, but by the time I arrived, everything was already over." It turned out she was also a national-level power player from Japan, the Saintess Surata. Kim Tae Hyun seemed a bit surprised. Saintess Surata. So she was in charge of the previous incident? Indeed, the International Association intervenes immediately whenever there's a major event affecting humans and awakened beings. The association intervenes immediately when something significantly impacts humans and awakened beings. The girl continued, "I had sent you an invitation earlier, but why did you decline?" Kim Tae Hyun silently looked at her and then recalled. In the meeting room the other day, everyone slowly left whispering to each other. "All right, the meeting's over. Let's go grab a few drinks." Just as Tae Hyun was about to stand and leave, the chairman spoke to hold him back. "Stay a moment and talk with me." "An invitation what?" He tensed slightly, and the other explained. "It's the Saintess from Japan inviting you. I don't know her exact purpose, but the Saintess is an extremely important figure in the Awakened Association. She has holy power, so she can help you recover from your arm injury faster. Before the tournament starts, meeting her would be good. Consider it a strategic advantage." "All right. Stay calm." Kim Tae Hyun did not hesitate. "I refuse." As soon as he said that, Taeguk, standing behind, grew impatient. "Why, this is a kind and beneficial invitation for you." Raising his hand to stop the chairman, he said calmly, "All right. Leave him alone." Deputy Director Taeguk. The chairman rested his chin on his hand. "Can you explain why? Why are you doing this?" "I can't explain right now, but to put it simply, my past and present are tangled together." Kim Tae Hyun's voice rang out. Knowing the ugly truth hidden inside her, that's what I wanted to say.
Sarada's smiling face stiffened slightly as she turned to watch his retreating figure. What's wrong with him? From a distance, the demon soared. Shinji Nakata approached and asked. Her gaze remained fixed on his departing back. Yeah, he's definitely not a simple player. He knows me well. That statement startled Nakata, and he turned toward her. Then I'll cut him off. She reassured him. All right, no rush. He really has power, but that arrogance will cost him. Investigate everything about him thoroughly. We need to know who he really is to prepare for what he might do in the future. And if we can find a weakness to control him, that would be even better. She licked her lips with a sinister expression. To control him, I'm willing to do anything. Everyone is waiting for it to begin. The Asian tournament is about to kick off. The male host held the microphone. Introducing to everyone, thousands of candidates and fans are cheering wildly. On stage, the host continued. Let's count down to the competition. The speaker was the host, the A-rank player from Singapore, Alex Go. Everyone got excited, congratulating each other. Trintan also told Fangkuk Chungmin, Finally, I can fight freely. Fangkuk Chungmin warned cautiously. Hey, be careful, the tournament has just started. Park Seo-joon stood proudly before everyone and said, Everyone remembers what we need to do, right? Huh. They were still discussing during the countdown. Number 4. I am Kwon Jang-jin-soo, and I will assist player Kim Tae Hyun. The final whooshing sounds of slashes echoed. Number 3 and 2. Won Shi-yang looked anxiously at Jang Jin-soo. Both were worried. Kim Tae Hyun, where is he? They both asked in unison. The final count echoed. An enthusiastic host announced, The biggest tournament festival in Asia is about to begin. A flash of light streaked across the host's neck. He remained in an excited pose, smiling, as he spoke his last words. Kim Tae Hyun had controlled his knife to sever the host's head. His blade still bore deep red bloodstains. Droplets splattered everywhere. Before Kim Tae Hyun's eyes, he looked and smiled. The host's head flew off his neck, soaring high with blood spraying. People in the stands cheered at the spectacle. Everyone was utterly shocked. CEO Jin of the North couldn't believe it. Mouth wide open, eyes wide. Trintan grinned, a sharp blade appearing, and everyone began to attack. They fought using their skills. The arena descended into chaos. Trintan's eyes glowed red. With his signature fist technique, Shinji Nakata wielded a shining, sharp blade. Also unleashing his skill was Sao Hanji, with a power emanating from his hands. Jang Jin-soo struck with a thunderous punch. Washi Jiang used a skill with spheres. Park Seo-jong's eyes widened as he advanced fiercely. The arena exploded with a violent roar, smoke and fire flying wildly, blurring the view. Spectators in the stands watched the thick smoke. Shadowy figures, faces unclear, stood whispering fiercely. What the hell is that? The decapitated head of host Sao. As the smoke cleared, players gradually appeared. Kim Tae Hyun stood at. The players formed a defensive circle around him, ready to fight. One shot, one kill. That's Trintan. He accelerated toward Won Si-yang. That's brutally ruthless. Killed him outright, still the Sao show. That was awesome. That's exactly what I intended. Trintan was eager to fight. Now everyone focus on taking him down. Park Seo-jin faced off against Shinji Nakata, who held his sword, and Sarata. Sarata smiled seductively at Shinji Nakata. Hey, Demon Sword, no matter how many you kill, just remember to leave that prey for me. Her eyes deepened. Everyone stopped as a woman quickly approached them with her subordinates. Shinji Nakata and Sarata glanced over and said, that woman is angry too. They shouted at the chairman, who was trailing behind. You better stop talking. The fact that player Kim Tae Hyun killed someone is against our country's rules. I will get to the bottom of this. This woman was the chairman. She was Haley Tan, chairman of the Singapore Players Association. The chairman nervously explained to the furious Haley Tan. It's all a misunderstanding, Singapore. He didn't mean to do it, Haley Tan. Unhappy with the chairman's explanation, and even angrier, she raised her voice. It's come to this point yet. You're still defending him. We all saw what happened, didn't we? He has to answer to us. He's the demon of the prison camp. The speaker was Kim Tae Hyun. Everyone fell silent as he recounted the story. A few years ago, on a migrant ship to Singapore, he killed nearly 300 passengers. He was a demon. The Global Association had put an 8 billion won bounty on his head. But of course he would find ways to evade capture. No one could know, because he could change his appearance. Kim Tae Hyun recalled his original form. Haley Tan didn't believe his words and shouted, But how could you possibly have? Suddenly Haley Tan stopped, as if realizing something, a bead of sweat forming on her face, saying,
Could it be? Kim Tae Hyun threw down a severed head and said, "The reason he can evade capture is because he can freely change his appearance." Everyone looked on as Kim Tae Hyun slipped it into his pocket and stepped on the head with the demon's face from the prison camp. Everyone standing there was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Haley Tan exclaimed, "Huh! His face!" Kim Tae Hyun calmly said, "This is what everyone saw. How could it be otherwise? How could he recognize that demon?" People whispered excitedly about the incident. A man standing behind, with red eyes glowing, smirked and said, "This Kim Tae Hyun guy is interesting." The info screen showed the Asian tournament standings: first place, South Korea. Not B second, China third, Japan. Fourth was Thailand. Fifth, Indonesia. Sunlight shone on the building surrounded by trees. So the real identity of the host is that demon One Chai. The tournament was slightly interrupted, but would resume shortly. All players were ready to rejoin their matches. Everyone was working hard to fix the issue. Earlier player Kim Tae Hyun scored the first point for South Korea. Now he had found and eliminated another demon. Demons were wanted criminals. Hands held a phone streaming yesterday's match live. Fans cheered for Kim Tae Hyun, shouting how amazing he was. Han Soo-dong was watching the match. Pointing at the phone, he said to the AI, "You're on track. He's found out One Chai's whereabouts." No one really knew. How did he find out? That guy surely has many secrets. I thought at first Kim Tae Hyun was lying. Even though the AI replied irritably, I couldn't figure it out. It's really troublesome. But thanks to him, people around the world have been calling non-stop. The support system is basically paralyzed. Even though the AI is unhappy, looking at the busy staff in front of their screens, it said right. To think the tournament would be this troublesome from the start. Han Soo-dong chimed in, and the AI was shocked. But whatever, he really is South Korea's talented player. Even the AI's expression changed proudly when talking about this. Hearing this, Han Soo-dong nodded and understood the raindrops falling. Tall buildings glittered with lights over the rainy city. Inside a house where the ceiling had a large hole. The metal roofing leaked rainwater onto two men standing with hands in his pockets, looking at the other with a gaunt face lying motionless on a pile of rubble after being beaten. His eyes darkened as he struggled to speak. "How is my body like this?" Blood spilled from his mouth as he gasped. "He is an A-rank demon Tagil." Kim Tae Hyun picked up the phone and said, "Go ahead and answer him. Because you're a demon, I have to eliminate you, right?" Kim Tae Hyun replied to the person on the other end. "Hello, how's my darling doing?" The voice on the other end sent chills down Kim Tae Hyun's spine, so he held the phone away and answered. "Ah, you're calling a bit late. Over here, thanks to you, we're in a huge mess." The rain fell steadily, the sky gloomy and overcast. Kim Tae Hyun calmly responded, "Are you talking about the association's support?" The AI man wearing the headset said, "Exactly. So you were waiting for my call." Kim Tae Hyun slid one hand into his pocket and slowly walked while holding the phone with the other. "You said it was hard to connect to the association's channel, so I waited for your call." The voice on the other end replied, "All right then, what do you need from me?" "I have two things to ask of you. First, an investigation into some demons." The AI man's fingers glided over the phone as he spoke. "Investigate information about demons?" the AI man asked. Confused, "Isn't that something you should ask the association?" Kim Tae Hyun stepped outside into the rain and said, "There will be a lot of demons in this friendly tournament. So I want to find and eliminate all of them." Kim Tae Hyun's eyes were determined as he answered, "Yes, I want to investigate the Demon Association." A person wearing a hooded cloak stood before Kim Tae Hyun, only their purple glowing eyes visible. The two stood facing each other as raindrops hurriedly slid down, falling onto the hood and coat of that person. He had a beard around his mouth and a long sword at his side. He introduced himself, "I am Kimura Zen." Kim Tae Hyun was still on the phone and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, what?" Though the AI heard, he didn't understand and asked again. "What did you say?" Kim Tae Hyun replied, "Hey, wait, I came to punish the one who defamed the saintess." The man shouted loudly. His purple eyes flared brightly. Kimura Zen was an S-rank player. Tae Hyun recalled the image of the saintess he mentioned. "Do you think I did anything to her?" The hero Kimura Zen. He drew his sword, readying to attack. Around him emanated a mysterious purple energy, alongside the image of a wolf appearing behind him. He was the representative Japanese hunter, participating in the Asian-friendly tournament, an S-rank player. He was also one of the zealots pursuing the saintess. Behind him stood Sutara. Sutara stared at him with a sinister smile.
if Nakata Shinji's national treasure-level swordsmanship was graceful, delicate, and precise, each strike sharp and carrying pure white energy, then Kimura Zen's swordsmanship was that of a true hero. His blade unleashed fierce purple power, focusing on tearing apart, crushing, and destroying his opponent. But no matter how powerful the swordsmanship, he channeled all his strength into the sword, shouting loudly as he prepared to strike. Each attack carried intense energy, continuously attacking Kim Tae Hyun, who skillfully dodged each one. It was useless if he couldn't land a hit on his opponent. Kim Tae Hyun dodged attacks while still on the phone. Worried, he spoke loudly into the receiver. "Huh? Not possible." Why? Kimura Zen stopped attacking and stepped back, cursing uncontrollably. "Damn it! His mind is terrified right now. Why can't I touch him?" His face twisted with anger. "How could this kid—" The voice on the other end of Kim Tae Hyun's phone yelled. "Of course not. You want to attack the Demon Association?" The person on the line was Du I-ong. She continued to loudly question. "Don't you know why the association abandoned Demon King Kateo?" Worried, she glanced at Han Su-dong walking beside her and continued talking on the phone. "If you disturb them even a little, they'll immediately cut their losses and disappear. Even if you have information, you must wait until you catch them before pursuing. If you act rashly, things will only get more complicated." Her words echoed in Kim Tae Hyun's ears. He continuously dodged Kimura's sword strikes, and Zen calmly replied, "That's the theory. But speaking of which," he began to prepare to counterattack. Kimura Zen was terrified of this move. His body was still in an attacking stance, unable to dodge, and took a direct hit from Kim Tae Hyun that sent him flying into the air, his sword dropping, watching Kimura Zen fall uncontrollably, coughing up blood. Kim Tae Hyun arrogantly answered the phone. "I can do it." The voice on the other end asked, "What?" Then came the loud crashing sound of Kimura Zen hitting the ground. Kim Tae Hyun laughed and turned away. Though he couldn't explain his method, he was certain he could capture them. He emphasized into the phone, "Trust me, haven't I always proven myself with results?" Hearing Kim Tae Hyun's confident words, Du I-ong hesitated, but said, "All right, but there's very little information on the Demon Association, so I'll provide info on another place." Suddenly, it began to rain. Kim Tae Hyun walked while asking again, "Another place?" Hearing Du I-ong's answer about the three elders, he was extremely surprised. The three elders were influential figures manipulating politics, and also the three leaders of Demon King Kateo, the shadow power, ruling Asia. Du I-ong's voice continued steadily in Kim Tae Hyun's ear. "I've found a lead on someone connected to Mizuzaki Kenji, one of their high-ranking officers. Of course, even if we catch him, we might not get any useful information. In fact, if we're reckless, we'll have to face even more enemies during the friendly match." After explaining everything, Du I-ong asked, "What do you think?" Kim Tae Hyun's lips curled into a pleased smile. "Three elders, not as strong as the Demon Society, but still formidable." Thinking that, he quickly replied to her, "All right then, I'll handle them first." Although Du I-ong got his firm answer, she responded with some reluctance. "Okay, I'll consider your additional request." Kim Tae Hyun spoke. "Thank you," taking the chance to ask for extra perks. "If you're thanking me, then buy me a meal," he agreed cheerfully, after the friendly match ended. Since he was facing away while talking, he didn't notice Kimura Zen trembling as he forced himself to stand. He struggled to stay upright, gripping his sword tightly with one hand, shouting loudly at the other man. Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun tilted his head and glanced at him. As Kimura Zen was covered in wounds, bleeding from his head, yet still mustered strength to gather his anger, and said, "Are you planning to ignore me till the end?" Kim Tae Hyun replied innocently, "I'm not ignoring you, Kimura Zen." He released an intimidating aura and warned, "If you're not serious, I'll blow up this whole area." Kim Tae Hyun turned to face him and repeated, "I told you I'm not ignoring you." Kimura Zen paid no attention to his explanation and continued, "First, I'll make you experience your five senses being overturned," saying that he raised his sword and shouted, "Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch." Circles of power representing each sense appeared around him. The five overwhelming senses, he yelled and charged straight at Kim Tae Hyun, with the terrifying power flowing. Kim Tae Hyun stood still, hands in pockets, calmly saying, "I've really been holding back from fighting." He looked directly at him, his eyes radiating a terrifying aura of dominance. "Don't you know fighting between participants is forbidden?" Then he sighed,
No other choice. Before he could finish, Kimura Zen sensed the massive energy and was filled with fear. Kim Tae Hyun laughed and said, "I'll play with you seriously." Then his pupils turned red. Behind him appeared a terrifying skull warrior. Kimura Zen was frozen by the overwhelming presence. Unable to move his throat, only let out a groan. Suddenly, he screamed in horror. Then Wallens fell. Elsewhere, two people, a man and a woman, Shinji Nakata and Sutara, walked down a quiet corridor. The man announced to the woman, "Kimura Zen has lost." He continued, "To avoid potential trouble, we told the media he was ambushed by a demon." But after being defeated by Kim Tae Hyun, he kept repeating, "I'll play with you seriously." It seems he got hit by a mental attack skill. Given his current state, he'll probably need at least a month to move normally again. Forget about joining the friendly match? Sutara replied casually with a smile. "It looks like he still has a secret skill undisclosed." Shinji Nakata said seriously, "If it were up to me now." His words were cut off by Sutara's loud laugh. She lightly tapped him playfully, teasing, "Come on. If even the sword demon loses, what will happen to the match scores?" Her touch made him blush awkwardly as he answered, "Yes." Sutara gently said, "Don't worry, Kimura Zen losing was expected." She pointed at the locked iron door ahead. "We've already prepared a new target." The door was securely locked. Inside was extremely dark and cold, with cracked walls covered in moss. With a creak, the door slowly opened, letting in some light. Sutara pushed the door open and smiled as she stepped inside. Nakata followed closely behind her. The two looked at a man with his hands bound to the wall, covered in wounds, wearing only tattered pants, his head bowed, a few strands of hair hanging down to partially cover his face, making it unclear to everyone whether he was alive or dead. Perhaps hearing the noise, the man looked up, revealing a haggard face. He struggled to speak, confirming Iyoshikawa. Sutara didn't answer, only called his name. "Isakari Ohei, it's time for you to work for me." In an unnamed abyss, somewhere, multiple explosions suddenly erupted across the barren, rocky land. A surge of power ran through, creating waves on the ground, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. At that moment, a girl with curly hair holding a staff in both hands was being pushed back as she shielded her teammates. This curly-haired girl was Ligeia, an S-rank player from the Philippines. Panting heavily, she questioned loudly, "Why?" she shouted. "Why do you want to kill us?" Ahead appeared a figure calmly stepping out of the dust and sand. It was Trintan. Ligeia anxiously said, "With your power, even without stooping to such low tactics, you could still claim the top spot." "Well, hello, Shin-san." He ignored Ligeia, scratching his ear arrogantly as he approached. He was known as the Chaotic Force God. "Chao Shin-san, a national treasure-level player of China." Trintan smirked proudly. "You think I want to play with cowards like you? It's just that the old man, our guild leader, has a small request." Ligeia and her teammate exchanged puzzled glances, each wondering what was going on. The leader of the Chinese Players Guild was ordering the assassination of contestants from other countries. Ligeia stared at him in disbelief, utterly shocked. Could they be trying to start a war? Thinking this, she told her teammate, "Run, team," surprised by this decision and slightly hesitant. Ligeia took a defensive stance in front of her teammates and urged quickly, "Run and alert everyone." Her eyes were full of determination as she looked forward. "I'll hold this monster back, hurry," she shouted to her team. At the same time, Trintan gathered his strength and charged straight at her. She quickly swung her staff, ready to fight. The dust on the ground now showed a clear cut, so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Ligeia lay motionless among the rubble, her glasses shattered, her body covered in wounds. Her eyes wide open in shock, she was clearly dead. Next to her was Trintan, cursing. "Damn it!" He thought it should have been the Singapore kids handled by Min Min's squad. He looked at the fallen teammate's body. They should have gone to report back now, but they were already lying there, eyes open. Calmly, he continued, "So who's next?" "Oh, right. South Korea. It's Kim Tae Hyun's turn." On the screen showed the information board for the MC Asian Friendly Tournament, a week-long event. The summary of first-day scores had been announced. South Korea, the first to score, was still leading. Right behind were fierce chases by China and Japan. The representative teams would broadcast live their hunt and elimination of demons, or show edited footage. The images were shown on a large screen of a high-rise building. People below who heard the news were buzzing with talk. South Korea, unbelievable. Japan and China are countries with national treasure-level players. Why would they do this? I heard Kimura Zen from Japan was injured by a demon and forced to quit. Singapore players were found deformed, and the Philippine team completely disappeared after entering the abyss to eliminate demons. Everyone was confused. What is going on? One thing was certain. This Asian-friendly tournament was far from normal. In a high-rise hotel, the announcer's voice played steadily. The Asian-friendly tournament organizers formed an investigative team for the Singapore player's murder and the disappearance of the Philippine player. Kim Tae Hyun sat on a hotel bed, staring intently at his phone. The screen showed the announcer reporting the news and simultaneously requesting authorities to assist in the investigation. He pondered, in the previous reset, everything only started on day 3, but this time it's already begun. If it's an event like before, the culprit must be the Chinese national treasure-level players. Images of the Chinese players appeared in his mind. The reason could to showcase personal power or eliminate rivals. But the main cause was definitely the ambition of that guy, the leader of the Chinese national treasure players, Kim Tae Hyun. He smiled bitterly. Both the Saintess and those bastards never let me be. But there was no other choice. If that's the case, I have to act faster. Before he could finish speaking, a noise came from the door, startling him into alertness. Who could still be here at this hour? As he thought that, his body began to shift. He called out, "Who is it?" a voice replied from outside. "It's me, Kim Tae Hyun." His eyes sharpened, as if trying to see through the door Jang Jin-soo. Jin-soo was knocking outside. The reply surprised Kim Tae Hyun. Jin-soo slowly explained, "The association told me you're here. Come out, I need to talk." His face was tense as Kim Tae Hyun wondered about Jang Jin-soo. Birds spread their wings across the sky as a heavy silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Jang Jin-soo loudly confronted him. "What are you doing?" "Everything was fine, and you just acted recklessly on your own. At the opening ceremony, you did things no one expected, ignoring all the initial strategies. Why did you do that?" Then he pointed directly at him, shouting, "You even think about your teammates when you act like this." Kim Tae Hyun's face darkened as he recalled someone from his past. "Someone once told me the same thing." Before he could reply, Jang Jin-soo continued criticizing. "Anyway, you've really disappointed me. I'm the one responsible for eliminating the demons. So why did you act alone?" Only then did Kim Tae Hyun speak. "Earlier, I was attacked by Kimura Gen, a player from Japan." Jin-soo was stunned. Confusion appeared on Jang Jin-soo's face. "So the player Kimura had to give up because of what you did?" Kim Tae Hyun smiled lightly and replied, "I was lucky to successfully control him. However, I didn't expect he would know where I moved and acted." Suddenly his expression darkened. "It's likely there's a mole within the association." His words fell like heavy stones on Jang Jin-soo. Jin-soo paled and asked, "What do you think I'm the mole?" Faced with his loud accusation, Kim Tae Hyun calmly analyzed. "This isn't simple at all. Everyone who knows about me could be a suspect. That's what I'm trying to say." "Hold on," he continued. "Since I realized that the Demon One Chai is disguised as a player, I plan to act alone. Besides, many players have disappeared. If they weren't killed by monsters, it's clear other players ambushed them. And those responsible are all national-level players." Jang Jin-soo's face grew more tense. Kim Tae Hyun remained calm and said, "So there are already too many national-level players as opponents. If we act together now, everything will be exposed, and it won't help much." Amid Jang Jin-soo's disgruntled grunt, he raised his hand firmly. "Therefore, I will act alone for the time being. I think this strategy is fine and doesn't need to change." Jang Jin-soo shouted in panic. "How can you do that?" Ignoring his questioning, Kim Tae Hyun said, "Goodbye. All right. I've said what I needed to. I'm leaving now." "Hey, wait. I'm not done talking." Despite his call, he waved his hand and said, "No more." Watching Kim Tae Hyun's back, Jang Jin-soo shouted loudly, "Theo, wait!" The door clicked shut. Jang Jin-soo gaped, his face gradually contorting. Grinding his teeth as if wanting to devour the departing figure, that he yelled, "You bastard!" Jang Jin-soo clenched both fists, his angry face glowing with flashes of red light. Fueled by rage, he shouted curses. "He's just become a player and already dares to look down on us. Just wait. I'll make you pay." From above, watching everything, purple light softly circled Kim Tae Hyun, whose demeanor remained calm. He thought, so Jang Jin-soo is the mole within the SAO association. In my past life, I never knew who the mole was, but after being attacked by Kimura Gen this time, I know there's a mole here. Amid Jang Jin-soo's anger and curses, he thought, that means I can't trust anyone. He picked up his phone and continued thinking. The best thing now is to eliminate them all first. Taking out the mole is essential. Holding his phone, suddenly a notification appeared. Yu Jong has proposed 4 action plans. Kim Tae Hyun sighed. Oh man, what now? At the McDoria store, the server's voice called out, here's the food you ordered. Reaching out to take it, Kim Tae Hyun thanked them and walked off to find a seat. The place was noisy all around. Sounds of continuous orders reached his ears. Add some fries, another Coke for me. Kim Tae Hyun furrowed his brows slightly, glancing at 2 nearby people who were urging, hey, hurry up! A thought flashed in his mind. These 2 must be Kenji's henchmen, so this is what Hua Jiang warned me about. Damn, I didn't expect them to be just students. That bag probably holds something illegal. I just need to follow them to find Kenji's location. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Not bad. You're still as cautious as before. Kim Tae Hyun turned to look at the person beside him, his face puzzled. Before he could ask, the voice continued. Long time no see, Kim Tae Hyun. He was stunned, huh? The crunch of fries in his hand sounded as Jack, the man asking, said, remember me. A name suddenly flashed in Kim Tae Hyun's memory. Izaka Ryo. I thought he was in prison. After the auction house incident, right? So why is he here now? Seemingly noticing his confusion, Izaka Ryo explained. Relax, I'm not here to fight. All right, just say it then. He chuckled with satisfaction. Take it easy, don't be so impatient. In this situation, you're no better than me. Is that so? Then he raised his fist and punched the glass. Surprising Kim Tae Hyun. The noise around immediately escalated, murmurs spreading. What's going on? A fight, isn't that Izaka Ryo over there? Has he been released? Another person exclaimed in shock. And that's Kim Tae Hyun. The Korean player came here to deal with us. Everyone grew chaotic. Kim Tae Hyun's face tensed, plotting in his mind. Damn it, they've run away. No choice left, I'll have to take them all down. Then a loud laugh echoed. Even though I didn't come here to fight you. He stopped speaking. Golden light surrounded Izaka Ryo as his eyes turned fierce. The beams shot out immediately, attacking those fleeing cries of pain ringing out. In moments, one by one, they collapsed to the floor in Kim Tae Hyun's astonishment. He took them all down with one move. He had grown much stronger since the auction house. Adjusting his cap, Izaka Ryo smirked. You're probably looking for the leader Miyazaki, right? Fine, give me some time to act, and you won't regret trusting me. As he finished, a chain shot out and tightly bound Izaka Ryo. The other end was held by Kim Tae Hyun. Only then did Kim Tae Hyun speak. All right, if you're confident, that's fine, but I'll help you out a bit. His face turned sly. You said you'd handle it well, which is good, but if you only mess things up for me, you're dead. Izaka Ryo laughed loudly. There's nothing good between us anyway, but if you think you can control me like before, you're mistaken. The golden lights flashed again, but they were instantly extinguished as he grew terrified. Deep red radiance began enveloping him. What, I can't escape this bastard? Kim Tae Hyun had grown much stronger, contrasting Izaka Ryo's panic. Calmly, Kim Tae Hyun raised 5 fingers and counted down. 50 seconds. At this, Izaka Ryo rushed even more, yelling, I'm telling you, no matter how strong you are, you can't take down that bastard Kenji, got it? He continued urgently. Those who ran earlier are just bait. If you blindly chase after them, you'll just walk into a trap with no other outcome. Facing Izaka Ryo's despair, Kim Tae Hyun remained calm and coldly said 3 words. 30 seconds left. Now truly panicked, Izaka Ryo shouted hurriedly, I'm different. I've made a deal with demons. I know how to handle them. Trust me. Okay. What do you say? With this deal, I won't let you down. Casually raising 1 finger, in 10 hours, he'll completely collapse. Beads of tense sweat dripped down Izaka Ryo's face as he yelled, Your target is them. I'll wipe out those bastards along with Kenji. Is that what you want? Say it. Why aren't you saying anything? Give me time. What you need is to trust me. Kim Tae Hyun's raised hand curled down, and the space immediately echoed with Izaka Ryo's painful cries. His face twisted in agony, his whole body shrinking as red beams of light enveloped him tightly. He hurriedly screamed, Help! Help! Yet Kim Tae Hyun remained cold and indifferent despite witnessing his pain. What do you think you can do alone? I thought your proposal was brilliant, but why would someone opposing me want to help me?
Lying on the ground, eyes turned up to the arrogant figure, Isaka Ryo gritted his teeth. That's impossible. Kim Tae Hyun calmly cut off his excuse. Tell me, what do you really want? Then he added, Who's behind you? Scene shifts to an abandoned house. Inside, people with tense faces, scattered in panic, screams ringing out. Help, save me. Suddenly, a beam of light swept through, knocking them all aside. The man looked coldly at the fallen crowd and retracted his sword. Suddenly, a woman slowly entered from outside, clapping with a clap, 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 wiping out all the demons at once. That's the true power of the demon sword Sarata, the woman praised as she stepped in. Are you okay, Shinji Nakata? She asked. He continued. He was defeated once by Kim Tae Hyun. Compared to him, I've heard recently, Kim Tae Hyun has reached a national level. Even if Ryo is stronger, thanks to the Saint Maiden's revelation skill, he still can't defeat Kim Tae Hyun. In exchange, he risks the oath of the Awakened One. The condition for him to gain power is to bring Kim Tae Hyun before the Saint Maiden, so from now on, I'll handle it myself. After Shinji Nakata finished speaking, Sarata laughed. No need to worry so much. Winning or losing isn't that important. Her words surprised Shinji Nakata, who gasped and didn't stop talking. Sarata explained, according to my sources, Kim Tae Hyun's current target is the water bean, a water bean. He exclaimed, I've already leaked this information to the water bean side. And Isaka Ryo has had close ties with demons. He also has connections with Mizazaki Kenji, one of the leaders of Water Bean 3. Sarata clasped her hands and continued. Absolutely. Knowing he can't defeat Kim Tae Hyun alone, he'll lure Kim Tae Hyun in and team up with Mizazaki to deal with him. Of course, even that might not be easy. As I said before, he's very suspicious. Shinji Nakata hesitated slightly, but that's why we need information. His eyes widened at Sarata's words. From fighting style, mindset, resilience, personality, to hidden strength. So no matter what happens to Isaka Ryo, she said slowly, raising her hand to touch Shinji Nakata's face, we just need to get information from his body, right? After all, he has no other choice now. Elsewhere in an old apartment building, a group of men and women gathered with a fierce-faced man, sitting in the center. Damn it, you're late. Mizazaki Kenji, leader of Water Bean 3, shouted at the newcomer. Isaka Ryo paused briefly and asked, But where's that Korean kid? You said you'd lure Kim Tae Hyun here. Isaka Ryo had been standing in the shadows since the beginning, finally saying, This world is a place where the strong devour the weak. His words stunned everyone present. What? He continued. The strong crush the weak and the weak get crushed. That's how this world works. Under Mizazaki's intense stare, Isaka Ryo bluntly declared, Mizazaki Kenji, let me warn you. His face was covered in sweat and tears. If you want to live, you'd better do as I say. Seeming to sense something, Mizazaki Kenji shouted in shock. No, you don't mean to bomb. A loud noise rang out as chunks of cement began to fall. The silhouette of a young man appeared through a hole in the apartment wall. Mizazaki Kenji and his subordinates widened their eyes in surprise and looked up. Raising his hand, Kim Tae Hyun condensed it into a giant, monstrous fist, poised to strike downward. A crushing blow landed on those below, knocking them flat to the ground. Agonized screams echoed throughout the room. Only then did Kim Tae Hyun speak softly. That's right. If you want to survive, you have to obey the strongest right, Mr. Tongue Cutter. Well, if that's the case, Mizazaki Kenji, an AI observing from above, asked without knowing when he had drawn his sword, gripping it tightly in his hand. He shouted at Kim Tae Hyun, You think you can be so cocky just because you landed one surprise attack? Ah, that guy, Kim Tae Hyun's questioning tone, made Mizazaki Kenji's eyes turn fierce. Clenching his fist and grinding his teeth, he hissed, I'll kill you. Then, red streams of light flashed in his eyes and slowly surrounded him. Boom! A confined space exploded violently. Shards scattered from Isaka Ryohei, who sat stunned on the ground watching the explosion, his face twisted in pain. Kim Tae Hyun glanced at the bound, struggling figure lying on the ground. Calmly, Kim Tae Hyun praised, Your plan is quite interesting, Isaka Ryohei. Shaking, he whispered, I prayed to the Saintess and the Awakener. Now I understand why you appeared before me. He thought hypnosis a neurological skill. When did he gain this power? Fine, I'll play along. Suddenly his response startled Isaka Ryohei. What are you plotting? Kim Tae Hyun calmly exposed his opponent's scheme. You intend to team up with Mizazaki Kenji to take me down, right? So you have to lure me to Mizazaki Kenji, don't you? But instead of siding with Mizazaki Kenji and the Saintess, you must stand with me.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Isaka Ryohei shouted angrily. Even if you beat me, do you think I'd help you? Then he panicked. If I do that, I'll be eliminated by the 3 Waterpox, the Saintus, and the Demon Sword together. Completely opposite to that panic, Kim Tae Hyun calmly held a box of fries and nibbled, exactly. But if you don't help me, I'll destroy you. Don't worry. I won't care if you live or die, but I'll give you a chance. Isaka Ryohei doubted and questioned the offer. Standing up straight, Kim Tae Hyun threw the box down in front of him and explained, during the friendly match, give it your all to help me. After it's over, remember to live and apologize to those you've hurt for life. Then I'll help you escape the 3 Waterpox and the Saintus. But hearing something funny, Isaka Ryohei burst out laughing and questioned him. Do you know what you're saying? Your opponents are national level, and the 3 Waterpox a demonic organization. Do you really think you can defeat those monsters? Kim Tae Hyun smirked, smiling confidently at Isaka Ryohei's terrified, wide-eyed stare, then dropped 2 words. Yes, like a feather, lightly brushing his heart, snapping him back to reality. Before Isaka Ryohei now lay the scattered 3 Waterpox on the ground, with Kim Tae Hyun lifting Mizuzaki Kenji off a pot with one hand. Lying on the ground, he blinked at the scene unfolding, knowing better than anyone how strong one must be to single-handedly wipe out a group of high-level players. Sweat dripped down Isaka Ryohei's face as he smiled in fear, silently thinking monster. Meanwhile, a red light wrapped around one of Kim Tae Hyun's arms as he covered Mizuzaki's face with his large hand. Lifting him up with strained, broken words, he stammered, You! His eyes widened. Groans escaped from his throat, and Kim Tae Hyun's left eye had turned red without him noticing. He asked the one in his grasp, Open the gate to the 3 Waterpox, won't you? Somewhere in the abyss at Tetsu's lair. Belonging to the 3 Waterpox, a carefully carved door showed how meticulously this place was built, but inside, corpses lay sprawled on the floor. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. So why did you call me to this gloomy place? A man sitting above, chin in hand, asked the one kneeling respectfully below. At that moment, Trin Tan continued angrily spouting nonsense. I'm going to smash your head in, just like I did to your subordinates. As Tetsu finished speaking, the other trembled and replied, No, I wouldn't dare. Looking up with a somber face, he said, I only want to offer you a legendary grade item as a gift. He looked up with a solemn face. I only wish to present you with an item of legendary grade as a gift. The item was a level 3 water being demon grade, and Tetsu explained this to the person above, who seemed a bit surprised. Chin-tan asked again what, for security reasons, that item is currently stored overseas. But recently, the level 3 water being has received a legendary grade item and wishes to present it to you. He asks for permission to make this request, but first please deal with someone who has their sights set on my head. We've set a trap, but it's likely to fail, so it's only a matter of time before he finds his way here. Sounds very interesting. Trin-tan sat up straight, smiling, unclear whether he was amused or threatening the subordinate before him. Oh, so a member of the 3 water beings like you is scared of someone. I find this more intriguing than the item, he said, then asked again who this person was. Suddenly a loud noise erupted. Those kneeling below startled and sat up, looking around in all directions. The sound didn't stop, growing louder and closer, making Tetsu more alert. Outside, the guards emitted cries of pain. Suddenly the door shattered, wood flying everywhere. A foot and an arm burst through simultaneously. Amid the chaos, Kim Tae Hyun and Isakario rushed forward together to confront Tetsu and Trin-tan. Streams of blue, red, and yellow light flashed across the room with each of Kim Tae Hyun's attacks. Isakario shouted loudly, while Tetsu's shocked face struggled to block a sword strike as a fist was raised. Isakario yelled, Damn it! You have to win at all costs, understood? Meanwhile, Trin-tan wore a fierce expression, raising his fist as well. A purple aura swirled around him. Remember to do well as promised, partner. Kim Tae Hyun smiled with determination and confidence. I will win, he said to his newly recruited ally. The tense confrontation saw both sides giving their all, and a massive explosion was inevitable. Kim Tae Hyun was thrown back by the force amid the watching crowd outside. He regained his balance. He looked at his opponent with some surprise, thinking this was definitely beyond his expectations. He hadn't expected a player with national-level power from China like Trin-tan to be here. At the same time, the other party revealed himself exuding an oppressive and dangerous aura. Trin-tan approached with a confident, triumphant smile. He sized up Kim Tae Hyun and said, So this is the guy Tetsu feared. Whatever the case, you're lucky today, kid. Trintan continued arrogantly. I'll send you to a painless death, Kim Tae Hyun. Isakario worriedly asked a question he didn't expect an answer to. Why is Trintan here? Kim Tae Hyun replied. He's one of the 3 water beings. But then his tone turned into a challenge. His voice was firm, as if expecting the answer. It's you, isn't it? Trintan. The latter was briefly stunned. Kim Tae Hyun continued accusing. You're the one who assassinated the other players, right? Trintan's expression darkened. Oh, I've been found out. Those around were shocked by Kim Tae Hyun's accusation. Kim Tae Hyun's accusation stunned everyone. Trintan seemed quite curious. How can you say that? But he had to admit. You're pretty calm about it, Kim Tae Hyun confidently said. Just as predicted. So now you plan to assassinate the Korean players next, saying that he drew a knife and took a ready stance. Kim Tae Hyun continued without hesitation. Even against a national-level powerhouse like him? That was fine. The other side was quite surprised. Because of his fearless attitude, Kim Tae Hyun boldly declared, Today I'll kill you right here. He activated his awakened power, again confidently saying, Don't think you can take me down that easily. Trintan was ready too. He immediately activated his awakened power and charged into battle. Not forgetting to release the handle, this kid really didn't know his own limits. The fight between Kim Tae Hyun and Trintan erupted. They were evenly matched, shaking the entire space. Meanwhile, Tetsu watched as they clashed. He planned to use this opportunity to escape his subordinate, also reminding himself not to miss it. Now's the time for you to retreat, Lord Tetsu. Without hesitation, Tetsu replied, Understood. Hurry up. They're rushing through. Suddenly a shout rang out. Isaka Ryoha has arrived. Clear them all out. Jose blocked his path. He arrogantly looked at Tetsu, who was trying to slip away quietly, and said, You can't just run off like that, can you? The 2 others were clearly surprised, shouting, Isaka Ryoha, you're so confident. You think your troops will lose, so you're running away, right? With a proud tone, Isaka Ryoha continued, Maybe what you fear is true, because his opponent is Kim Tae Hyun. And I'll face you guys, I haven't even been impressive for 30 seconds yet. A burst of force from Kim Tae Hyun shot toward the group trying to escape, catching them in its range. Isaka Ryoha was hit too, losing his footing. Kim Tae Hyun didn't let his guard down, even though he was fighting Trintan. He shouted at those cowards, You damn demons, just wait! Isaka Ryoha's voice rang out full of sorrow. I'm talking here. Kim Tae Hyun grabbed his script. Trintan didn't let Kim Tae Hyun relax for long, and challenged, You planning to fight me, kid? Kim Tae Hyun reacted. Their battle resumed. Trintan reminded his opponent, Then don't be careless or let your guard down. Along with that was a warning strike that sent dirt and rocks flying. Kim Tae Hyun quickly jumped away to avoid it. He looked at the one flaunting his power, and exclaimed, The chaotic demon's power, Trintan. Trintan threw a large rock at Kim Tae Hyun. He assumed a defensive stance, and kept recalling that Trintan was a player focused on physical strength. Usually he defeated other players and monsters barehanded. A strike from Kim Tae Hyun sliced the big rock into hundreds of pieces. He continued analyzing his opponent, realizing he wasn't just about brute strength. Kim Tae Hyun lunged from the shattered debris. He also had a skill that caused massive damage and was hard to dodge, a dark skill. Suddenly Kim Tae Hyun realized something. He was shocked it was the Death Scythe. At the same time, Trintan truly executed a Death Scythe strike aimed straight at Kim Tae Hyun. He gave him the smile of a predator, toying with its prey on the blade. To let you witness this skill of mine, dying would be a relief. The Death Scythe, swift as a slash, charged toward Kim Tae Hyun. It was a skill with powerful area damage. When used, it could cause adverse effects on the opponent. However, to use this skill, the user needed a huge amount of mana, meaning Trintan had poured nearly all his mana into this Death Scythe strike. Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself, he was going all in against me. The attack from the Death Scythe was truly terrifying. A massive explosion occurred at the tower's peak, shaking the entire space. The tower exploded, sending rocks flying amid thick dust clouds. Kim Tae Hyun and Trintan were blasted out of the tower. Each of Trintan's strikes landed with considerable power, but Kim Tae Hyun fought back fiercely, showing no weakness. Wherever Trintan struck, Kim Tae Hyun blocked. Kim Tae Hyun remained alert, pretending to focus power into his 2 daggers, slashing back at Trintan.
A scraping sound rang out, along with a crack appearing on the dagger's tip. Kim Tae Hyun noticed and thought, my weapon is cracking from hitting the death scythe. Trin Tun took advantage of his strength, laughing challengingly. What's wrong? You said you wanted to kill me. Another death scythe slash came flying. This time, Kim Tae Hyun had to use both daggers to block it. This isn't good. If this keeps up, the daggers will break. The cracks deepened. When struck by Trin Tun's death, Scythe Kim Tae Hyun had to risk it all. He launched a chain that wrapped around Trin Tun. Would Trin Tun be caught off guard? Meanwhile, the chain tightened around him. Kim Tae Hyun silently decided on a last resort. I'll stun him first. Anger flowed through the chain, affecting Trin Tun's body. Just when it seemed Kim Tae Hyun succeeded in stunning him, a familiar laugh rang out. Ha ha ha. So naive, causing Kim Tae Hyun to panic and react. Trin Tun was unharmed and proudly said, You think that trick could hit me? Trin Tun broke the chain and swung a deadly scythe slash. He said, I'm a national-level player with tons of battle experience. Then, the scythe blade swung down, cutting through Kim Tae Hyun's body. Everything happened too fast. He couldn't react in time. A slash that seemed to slice through Kim Tae Hyun with tremendous force. At the same time, Trin Tun arrogantly left the battlefield. The battle seemed to have ended. The space quieted amid the rubble. Tetsuo stood atop the now ruined tower. Witnessing the fierce fight, he doubted, was it truly over? But then he became certain. Kim Tae Hyun, a promising Korean player, stood no chance against Trin Tun. Meanwhile, a subordinate shouted a report. Sir, we've captured Isaka Ryohei. What are the next orders? Tetsu turned and ordered, Leave him be. Just keep him detained. Isaka Ryohei was defeated. The henchman tightly restrained him, forcing him to kneel. Keep going. We'll use him as a hostage. He still has value. Isaka Ryohei couldn't help but be furious. You bastards, you! Tetsu still had many unanswered questions, though unclear about some details. Why did Isaka Ryohei side with Kim Tae Hyun? Tetsu watched Isaka Ryohei being escorted away deep in thought. If he did that, the Japanese saintess wouldn't leave him alone. He must understand that Kim Tae Hyun, he must have seen something different in that guy to follow the kid. Tetsu glanced at the battle's aftermath and sighed, but he had trusted the wrong person. The remnants of the battle made him breathe easier, but he had been deceived in this fight. Kim Tae Hyun had lost to Trin Tun's overwhelming strength. Tetsu sensed something unusual. He exclaimed in shock on the ground the slash that seemed like a death blow from Trin Tun. In the end, he couldn't kill Kim Tae Hyun, which gave Kim Tae Hyun the chance to retaliate, when Trin Tun had exhausted his magical power on the attacks. Trin Tun collapsed, coughing up blood, while Kim Tae Hyun still stood firm. Tetsu was surprised. This might be the clue about the backer he had been searching for. Yet he couldn't do anything to that kid Kim Tae Hyun, and was even defeated by him. He only managed to shout, Lord Trin Tun! Trin Tun was stunned by the counterattack, unable to understand, but too weak to speak, filled with doubt. Why did I fall? Another mouthful of blood spewed out. Clearly he had been struck by a deadly blow from Kim Tae Hyun. He recalled the recent moment. After slashing Kim Tae Hyun, the magic power from his sword had exploded, but that was all. He was still dominating completely. Proof was Kim Tae Hyun's sword was chipped, but now Trin Tun was raging and shouting fiercely. You brat! He gathered all his strength again, preparing to unleash another powerful slash. He said to Kim Tae Hyun, You've been hiding that power. Then die. Kim Tae Hyun. On the other side, Kim Tae Hyun stood still in the face of Trin Tun's furious strike. He turned back, smiling confidently at the one consumed by rage, thinking to himself, My weapon is a rare level sword, but after fighting Queen Minoto briefly, it's nothing. A memory flashed of Queen Minoto, whom he had defeated in the past, and he continued to think. But now fighting the Grim Reaper's scythe, a formidable weapon, after so many clashes, combined with his brute strength channeled into the sword, it couldn't withstand the impact. Thinking this, he charged forward for another attack. Another battle broke out this time, truly a fight to the death. He continued analyzing his weapon, yet there was an advantage he'd considered when using so much brute force in battle, although the weapon would shatter in return. With that thought, Trin Tun's scythe collided with the two blades again. This impact truly caused the two blades to shatter completely. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't contain his excitement and said, I can take your life. He quickly flew closer. Trin Tun was stunned and off guard as his blades shattered. It didn't affect his terrifying strength.
A slash was thrown straight at Trin Tun. He stood stunned, accepting a crushing defeat. So sudden and unexpected, no time to react. Kim Tae Hyun poured a massive amount of magic power into this decisive slash. The strike pierced through Trin Tun's body. Tetsu, standing on June Tower, watched in fear as his face turned pale. Mixed with the scent of blood signaling doom for its owner, Trin Tun completely collapsed from Kim Tae Hyun's final slash. Startled blood splattered below, and the bead necklace around Trin Tun's neck snapped, scattering on the ground. Mixing with the metallic scent of blood, signaling doom for its owner, Trin Tun completely collapsed from the final slash from Kim Tae Hyun. So the battle had truly come to an end, and the victor was Kim Tae Hyun. Far away where no battle was taking place, Beach Nok and Thai Ngun were in a hotel room. With a full city view, they enjoyed the rain together with wine while discussing the fight. Bit Nok spoke up. So Trin Tun appeared well. That settles it. She lay in Thai Ngun's arms, sighing, having heard that. Tetsuo had persuaded him by exchanging a rare-level weapon. What's your plan now, Mr. Thai Ngun? Thai Man felt rather assured about Trin Tun. All right. Trin Tun made the move, so the opponent had little chance. He was a national-level Chinese player with the nickname Lightning Speed. He continued holding the beauty in his arms. Anyway, Trin Tun had plenty of battle experience. That kid doesn't stand a chance against him. Bitnguk and S-rank demon nodded in agreement. Yeah. Suddenly a phone rang, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Both of them jumped up simultaneously. On the second ring, Thai Man moved forward to answer. The voice on the other end asked, Thai Man, are you with that woman again? Thai Man was surprised that the caller knew his whereabouts. On the other end, Trung Lung calmly identified himself. Thai Man grew angry. He was leisurely sitting in a lab filled with large, eerie tubes, all containing people. He was the head of the Chinese Player Association, Trung Lung. In a steady tone, he delivered shocking news to Thai Man. Trin Tun is dead. No surprise there. On the other side, Thai Man wore a face of disbelief. Trung Lung continued with a dangerous command. His eyes flashed deadly intent. Bring Kim Tae Hyun's head here. The brutal battle ended. Kim Tae Hyun looked down at the motionless Trin Tun, wanting to use devour power on him, to increase his strength, but it failed. He thought silently. Just as I expected. Yes, the power enveloping Trin Tun's body brought no benefit. Even if you use devour on dead creatures, you cannot pour water skills from them. Only living creatures allow skill absorption. Kim Tae Hyun recalled the creatures whose skills he had absorbed using devour power. To gain skills, he continued. However, not all skills suited him. Therefore, Kim Tae Hyun had to carefully choose whom to devour. For criminals like these, he didn't need to worry about ethics when defeating them. What Kim Tae Hyun needed to focus on was the voices heard when using devour skills. Phrases like "I can't take it anymore" echoed weakly and faintly in his mind. He decided to pay attention and cover the truth later. And after the strongest, Trin Tun among the defeated enemies, everything went according to Kim Tae Hyun's plan. Tetsuo and his lowly subordinates knelt, groveling. He smiled, blandly flattering me. Tetsuo, I wanted to side with you from the start. Kim Tae Hyun had no time to entertain that bastard. He immediately erased all memories of Devour from the demons and Tetsuo and handed them over to the Player Association. As for Ryo, he also considered his task complete and returned to the Saintess. He grimaced, yelling, "Hey, don't joke. Returning to the Saintess could mean death." Ryo anticipated the danger of going back. He didn't hesitate to grab Kim Tae Hyun, wanting to continue following him, or at least not return to the Saintess. She can read memories. So if she finds out about betrayal, I'm done for. Kim Tae Hyun, however, wasn't worried, and replied, "It's fine." He added, "After all, the Saintess only wants to see me. She doesn't care much about other matters." Kim Tae Hyun analyzed. "The condition between you and the Saintess regarding the Awakener Pact is to bring me before her. So I will go with you to meet her. As for what you have done, she doesn't care." Then he cast a contemptuous glance at Ryo. "You're all battered up, yet still spouting sharp words. But she doesn't expect anything from you anyway." "Right, Ryo." They panicked and retorted. "What do you mean?" Kim Tae Hyun ignored them and began to think. The only remaining issue was the two guys from the trio called Chickenpox. He used hypnosis to track their base, from Tetsuo's memory, but the location wasn't precise. After thinking, he said to Rio, "Maybe we should rest first and figure things out later." Kim Tae Hyun returned to the house. A few days later, provided by the Awakening Association, the news updated that after 3 days in the Asian International Tournament, player Trin Tun had disappeared. The Chinese government called for public assistance in the search. Kim Tae Hyun set his phone down on the bed. Meanwhile, the broadcast continued reporting that South Korea was still leading in points thanks to its players. Kim Tae Hyun had successfully captured Tetsuo, one of the 3 chickenpox. He pondered and thought. Perhaps Trung Lung already knew about Trin Tun's death, but was investigating who was responsible. Anyway, I've hidden that well and caused damage to the 3 chickenpox, he thought deeply. Suddenly his phone rang, pulling Kim Tae Hyun back to reality. The caller ID showed Jang Jin-soo. Curious. Kim Tae Hyun wondered why he was calling at this hour. The scene shifted to a different area surrounded by small rocky hills. A place that looked remote at first glance. Jang Jin-soo seemed surprised to see Kim Tae Hyun there. "By the way, I thought you wouldn't come." "Thanks for answering," Kim Tae Hyun said, with curious and excited eyes as he approached. "There really is a lot of information I can't ignore." Then, he asked suspiciously, "But are you sure about this? Is she one of the 3 chickenpox members?" "Beechnock here," Jang Jin-soo answered confidently. "Exactly. I can't be 100% sure, but my source is quite reliable. Beechnock was in that building yesterday. Surely she'll be there again during this tournament to observe everything." They both looked toward the towering building in the distance, which appeared grand and unlike the surrounding desolation. Kim Tae Hyun silently assessed. That seems right. From what I remember, she was also in one of the nearby buildings. He had understood the situation but grew curious. "But there's something I don't get. Why are you sharing this info with me? As far as I know, you don't like me," Jang Jin-soo argued slyly. "You fool." He raised his voice to prove his point. "I'm definitely not a spy. Kim Tae Hyun, are you blind?" Jang Jin-soo showed determination and sincerity. "I completely understood what you said last time. Being ambushed by players from another country naturally makes you suspicious of everyone nearby." He raised his voice again. "But I want to prove I'm not doing anything bad. So I gave you this information, to prove I'm fully on your side. Now you understand why I did this, right?" He acted righteous again. "I want to fight alongside you against those demons." Kim Tae Hyun cooperated, pretending to be surprised by Jang Jin-soo. A light bulb went off in his head. "So I can vaguely guess who the spy is." Before going to meet Jang Jin-soo, Kim Tae Hyun received another call from Ju A-young. She talked over the phone about what I mentioned before. "Just as you guessed, there's already a spy among our 5. Kim Tae Hyun shared his theory with her. "Is it player Jang Jin-soo?" Everyone was surprised. "So you already figured it out," Kim Tae Hyun admitted honestly. "I suspected it a long time ago. So this time, he's a spy for the Japanese side, right?" He looked at the relationship with Kimura. "I already realized that about Zen. Over there, though, no matter who's sitting in front." The screen showed an investigation about Jiang Jin-soo, revealing shocking information. The strange thing was, he wasn't working for China, surprising Kim Tae Hyun on the other side, and she continued explaining. He had contacts with China a few years ago, but he was also a gambling addict. Maybe he owed a lot of money when he gambled there. Kim Tae Hyun asked again. "So he worked for both China. But why?" "Kimura Zen knew my exact location, huh?" Everyone immediately responded. "Like I said, besides him, there must be another spy." Kim Tae Hyun fell into thought. "So there are 2 spies. What kind of association manages people so loosely?" Everyone noticed the other was worried and comforted him. "But you don't need to worry too much. The Hall will have its own ways to respond in this situation," Kim Tae Hyun replied. "I already have the next plan. Remind AI to report back to me if anything comes up." Even though AI suddenly realized what he intended to do, suspiciously he asked for his opinion, and the conversation ended. Kim Tae Hyun considered 2 important reasons if Jang Jin-soo was caught for espionage. Then the second spy definitely wouldn't reveal himself. Moreover, knowing that Jang Jin-soo was a returning spy to the real world, he planned to use Jang Jin-soo as bait to trap the other spy. Meanwhile, Jang Jin-soo was still acting approaching and telling him, "Although I know Beechnock is in there, there must be many traps inside." Then he confidently patted his chest. "But don't worry, I've figured it all out. I'll show you the safest entrance." Meanwhile, he was slyly laughing inside, thinking that Kim Tae Hyun had fallen into his clumsy trap. "If you go that way, you'll die. I'm only doing this for the money." "You're just unlucky, so don't blame me."
Kim Tae Hyun knew there was not only Beach Ngok inside, but also Thai Min Man, China's top player. But all his calculations were ruined when Kim Tae Hyun unleashed a staff strike on the building in front, a powerful force bombarding the structure. The building instantly collapsed into a pile of rubble. Kim Tae Hyun proudly boasted, "It seems my strength has greatly increased after some training." Jang Jin-soo's eyes widened, and mouth dropped in shock at Kim Tae Hyun's terrifying power. Finally reacting, he shouted, "What the hell is that?" He turned and scolded him. "Why would you do that?" Kim Tae Hyun nonchalantly answered, "No need to sneak in. There are definitely traps inside. I'm confident and excited. Let's just fight in there." Jang Jin-soo tried to evade. "That might cause public backlash." Through the debris, Kim Tae Hyun spotted someone trapped. He asked, "Is that Beach Ngok?" Jang Jin-soo quickly intervened. "Hey, Beach Ngok is buried under the wreckage, battered and bloody, but she still managed to drag Jang Jin-soo down with her." "You bastard, how dare you betray us?" Jang Jin-soo didn't forget to threaten, "You're dead meat." Kim Tae Hyun watched the scene unfold, just as he predicted, enjoying the spectacle. Jang Jin-soo was startled. Nearby, unfazed, she poured fuel on the fire, saying, "What betrayal?" Jang Jin-soo hurriedly denied any connection. "Shut up, you bastard! What nonsense are you talking about?" Beach Ngok ignored Jang Jin-soo's words and turned to attack Kim Tae Hyun. "And you, Kim Tae Hyun, don't get too cocky. Someone will deal with you." Kim Tae Hyun confidently asked, "I already know the answer. Are you talking about Thai Min Man?" Which surprised the two of them. Both asked simultaneously. "How do you know he's here?" Kim Tae Hyun lazily replied to them. "Cut to the chase. Tell me, where is he?" "Since you know he's here, just say it." Jang Jin-soo tensed, trembling not from cold. "You knew from the start that I was a spy." Then angrily, he raised his fist to strike Kim Tae Hyun, though it was not threatening at all. A surge of energy came. Blood gushed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Jang Jin-soo and Thai Min Man had arrived. Kim Tae Hyun also reacted. He hadn't been affected yet when suddenly a notification appeared in his mind. "You have entered a paralyzing state. Thanks to a mysterious power you have partially resisted, but your senses and strength are temporarily reduced. Your actions will slow due to diminished vision, hearing loss, and weakened sensations. Along with the notification, blood is also starting to pour from your eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and limbs." Kim Tae Hyun realized it was Thai Min Man's control skill. Many things had already been weakened. He had blocked part of it, but all his senses were affected. Thai Min Man appeared behind him, his eyes flashing maliciously, an oppressive and dangerous aura surrounding him. He spoke irritably. "I didn't expect you'd destroy the entire building like that." Kim Tae Hyun immediately recognized his presence and turned to face him. Thai Min Man continued, "I was really curious about the one who defeated Trintan. You don't look weak at all, do you?" Kim Tae Hyun fired back defiantly. "You're actually somewhat interesting compared to the others, but to defeat you and get what I want, your skill, I'll have to try harder." He didn't bother hiding his ambition and began activating his false awakening. Meanwhile, Isaka Ryo had truly returned to stand beside the Japanese saintess Sarata. He was kneeling humbly before her. Sarata channeled her energy to read his memories and said with amusement, "Haha, your memories are quite interesting. That kid didn't just get stronger, but even defeated Trintan. Why did you betray me and break our agreement? Should I kill you, Ryo?" Ryo trembled at Sarata's threat, replying awkwardly. "Well," the saintess smirked. She patted his head and bent down to say, "Are you scared? Like I said, I don't really care about your life, as long as you bring Kim Tae Hyun here." But letting things go according to his plan wouldn't do. Then she tightened her grip slightly. Ryo, full of fear, stammered, She continued, "It seems like he's targeting the 3 water pox, right, Ryo? Or are you just scared?" Sarata's eyes gleamed with deadly amusement. "In that case, I'll go see him myself." Scene shifts to the past. Long Doong gathered the Chinese national-level players. He smiled dangerously and set 3 goals, raising 3 fingers to indicate them. First, to win the Asian Championship. Second, to weaken other guilds by defeating their key members. And third, achieving these 2 goals would prove our Chinese Players Guild is the strongest in all of Asia. His eyes flashed with malice. And use that to monopolize all dungeon and magic stone deals. So feel free to kill, torture, or use any means necessary. I'll handle the aftermath." He didn't hesitate to employ all sorts of schemes to fulfill his ambitions. Opposite him, 3 Chinese national-level players silently listened to the plan. Trinton showed no surprise at the guild leader's methods. He seemed excited. As long as I get to fight strong opponents, I don't mind. Lun Feng didn't object either. As long as it succeeds, I think it's fine. Meanwhile, Thai Min Man was quite displeased. He silently thought they had all lost their minds, but it wasn't his concern. He had already dealt with anyone blocking his secret relationship with Beechnock of the 3 Waterpox. That was what mattered to him now. So, in a way, he was just as crazy as them. And this time, when Long Doong summoned him the last time, he ordered him to bring back Kim Tae Hyun's head. Otherwise, the leader's vague threats implied consequences, and he understood. But along with that, Beechnock was also a place enticed by him. That brat Kim Tae Hyun was trailing us. If Lord Thai Min Man could act, that's why he was here to eliminate Kim Tae Hyun. He rushed forward, thinking, "It's your turn now, Kim Tae Hyun." However, he seemed to have underestimated his opponent this time. Not far away, Kim Tae Hyun showed no fear of Thai Min Man's terrifying power. He appeared equally formidable. A massive black fire dragon manifested as a pseudo-awakening. Seeing Kim Tae Hyun's pseudo-awakening, Thai Min Man was startled. His cold world had no effect on Kim Tae Hyun. He had guessed Kim Tae Hyun would be a national-level player after defeating Trinton. But he wondered in shock what kind of freakish power this was. At this moment, Thai Min Man confirmed this wasn't the usual power of a national-level player. It was as if he had transcended humanity. Kim Tae Hyun radiated overwhelming energy and said, "Cold world. A power that nullifies all senses. It would be dangerous if I couldn't use hunting." Kim Tae Hyun didn't say more and wanted to get straight to the point. He smirked meaningfully. "Whatever." His tone rose sharply. "I'll put your skill to good use." Then he clenched his fist to signal, and the black fire dragon bit and swallowed the advancing black fire dragon. The pseudo-awakening enveloped him. Thai Min Man also sensed the approaching danger, but he couldn't react in time, and stood frozen, waiting for the pseudo-awakening to swallow him and his power. A surge of force struck Thai Min Man, crushing him utterly, leaving no sign of resistance. Kim Tae Hyun's power was truly terrifying. A notification appeared Kim Tae Hyun had learned the Cold World power. Kim Tae Hyun's power was truly terrifying. A notification appeared Kim Tae Hyun had acquired the Emotionless World ability. The dagger, the only remaining weapon of Thai Min Man, was stuck in the ground, even though its owner was gone. Kim Tae Hyun approached, picked it up, and said he had no weapon, but this could still count as one. Kim Tae Hyun exclaimed with delight. Just as expected from a national-level player, he uses only expensive top-tier weapons. He didn't complain either. A notification popped up introducing the unique rank dagger information, storing the loot inside. Kim Tae Hyun looked toward Beechnock and thought, so China has lost 2 national-level players. Now only 1 national-level player remains. No matter how strong they are, they can't catch up with the points on the leaderboard anymore. The national rankings appeared, showing South Korea's points rising to 3 third, while China had only 2 third points. Below them were Japan and Qatar, with 2,750 points respectively. Beechnock and Jang Jin-soo were both unconscious, their survival uncertain. The ground was stained with fresh blood, mixed with dust and stones. Kim Tae Hyun continued calculating. "I've taken care of Beechnock. If I can find 3 more chickenpox players. Victory in the friendly tournament is guaranteed, but I'm a bit worried about Japan's silence." Just then, a strong gust of wind blew in, along with the growing loud sound of some device. Kim Tae Hyun was curious. A helicopter was flying right above him. He suspected it was a helicopter as its door swung open. From inside, someone leapt out and landed on the ground. With long, pink hair and pale skin, there was no doubt. It was Yoshikawa Sarada. She had come to this place. Kim Tae Hyun was surprised by her appearance and curiously said, "Huh?" Sarata jumped down right beside him, the force cracking the ground beneath her feet, scattering rocks everywhere. Kim Tae Hyun had to dodge before her landing impact. As soon as she landed, Sarata spoke playfully, "Hey, we meet again, player Kim Tae Hyun." Only then did Kim Tae Hyun fully recognize who she was. He was shocked. A dangerous name flashing through his mind. Yoshikawa Sarata, Yoshikawa Sarata. The name was familiar to Kim Tae Hyun. He had heard of her reputation. She possessed a powerful healing skill, ultra-fast recovery, that allowed her to heal countless people. Soothe troubled minds, and grant blessings that enhanced physical abilities. And that made her a saintess, a national-level player for Japan. But Yoshikawa's real power was mind control, manipulating memories to brainwash people. This was what she aimed for, to control the players under her command. Yoshikawa Surata used this skill to turn even enemies into her devoted followers. Kim Tae Hyun smiled helplessly, thinking, and now it's my turn. Kim Tae Hyun looked at Surata curiously. But I never told Rio or anyone my exact location. How did you find me? Surata smiled mischievously again. You should know. It's not because I couldn't find the 3 chickenpox players due to their location. Kim Tae Hyun understood. So she went through all that trouble, ignoring the demons and the friendly tournament just to find me. That's terrifying. Facing Kim Tae Hyun's accusation, Surata kept her smile. She curiously asked Kim Tae Hyun, "How can you look at me and feel nothing?" Kim Tae Hyun didn't quite understand what she meant. Surata continued, speaking urgently. I know my role as a saintess is to give people the strength to live in this miserable world. So how should I give them that strength? Her tone suddenly rose resolute. She answered her own question, by making them worship me. Kim Tae Hyun showed an expression of speechlessness. Surata continued, self-admiring. Meeting a beautiful, lovely, charming, holy, and perfect person like me is joy and happiness for everyone. As she spoke, she posed dramatically like she was at a press conference. Ultimately, worshipping and feeling me became their reason for living. Then, puzzled and angry, she said, "But why can you look at me and feel nothing?" Kim Tae Hyun, witnessing all this, still couldn't hide his speechless expression. He silently thought, wow, she's really crazy. Surata quickly switched to a dangerous tone, but that was okay. Saving even someone like her was part of a saintess's role. After that, a convoy suddenly rushed toward where the two were standing. Kim Tae Hyun turned in surprise, silently wondering, why are there civilians here? Then he suddenly noticed their dull eyes, as if they were being controlled. No. They had been brainwashed by Yoshikawa Surata. But those eyes looked at Kim Tae Hyun, full of fury. Surata spoke again. "Even after investigating Ryo's memories and his actions, there are still things I can't clarify. It's the source of his information, and the skills he's been hiding." Her eyes flashed with danger. "I've prepared. No matter what secrets you have, no matter how powerful your skills are, I will make sure you can't use them." As soon as she finished speaking, the people behind her suddenly charged at Kim Tae Hyun with terrifying white eyes. Surata played a ruthless move, feeling triumphant, because she was certain of victory, arrogantly saying in a twisted voice, "Now, even if they are civilians, will you mercilessly take down my followers, or will you silently accept my salvation?" She intended to kidnap Kim Tae Hyun's morality. Choose player Kim Tae Hyun. He couldn't help but curse quietly. Damn it, using civilians as shields. Meanwhile, the group was steadily closing in. Before being attacked by the civilians, Kim Tae Hyun angrily shouted, "You scum!" The scene shifted to a luxurious city sparkling with lights. Inside a building, 2 bodyguards spoke to the supervisors outside. "Contact President Ion. I think we've found Ba Tuidao's last base." Then they looked toward a tall building protected by an invisible layer. They discussed. "I never thought they'd be crazy enough to hide an entire space like that. No wonder we couldn't find them all this time." One of the 2 didn't notice his partner's response and suspiciously turned back to remind him. "What are you doing? I told you to call already." Before he could finish, he saw his partner lying sprawled on the ground, surrounded by a large pool of blood. The demon had arrived. He also introduced himself to the one he believed wouldn't live much longer. His dangerous gaze fell upon him. The one who had uncovered Ba Tuidao's secret spoke dangerously. Troublesome things are following again. A notification displayed Vice President Shodao of the Villains Association, one of Ba Tuidao's members with national-level power. He gently placed a hand on the bodyguard's head. The intimidating pressure made him tremble, but the feeling didn't last long. The demon struck the bodyguard down with one blow. The corner wall projected a severed body image. Blood splattered everywhere, terrifying. The demon killed without mercy. He immediately turned away, his mind full of calculations. These information hunters dared to tail me like this again. Could it be that after Nezuko was defeated, everything was leaked? His thoughts focused on Kim Tae Hyun, the thorn in his side. He believed Kim Tae Hyun had been controlling everything in this operation plan from the start. He had planned to use Chinese players to eliminate him, but unexpectedly, Kim Tae Hyun had already taken down Trin Tun. His disciples were waiting. They informed him. "The gate is already open, sir." The demon advanced, continuing to think. "But don't get too delusional. Kim Tae Hyun, you're not the only one in this world that powerful. I reached a level of strength beyond your imagination over 15 years ago." He stepped through the gate. Order given. "Let's head to the abyss." Kim Tae Hyun stood on the gravel ground, surrounded by civilians. The faint orange holy power was brainwashed, rushing aggressively toward the designated target. Those people soon piled on him in layers, yet they showed no signs of stopping. Yoshikawa Surara observed from afar, clasping her hands behind her back. Murmuring player Kim Tae Hyun is a fairly well-known false awakening at the dawn auction, because he saved many people there. Dust and sand blew into the gloomy sky, casting light on the girl, showing half in light, the rest in shadow, adding to the mystery. Her lips parted as she continued. "Although those guys are brainwashed and fight tirelessly, there's not much hope. Still, if he fights those people, he has to be cautious. Otherwise, if he doesn't use his full strength and falls to them, I'd actually be quite pleased." As she finished, a loud commotion erupted nearby. Surara's smile froze her posture, stiffened. Saying, "Huh." On Tae Hyun's side, he flared the corner of his face and hands, turning them into a solid stone armor. Emotionless eyes. On Tae Hyun's side, his face and hands hardened into solid earth armor. His eyes, emotionless, and his hands relentlessly delivered decisive punches toward those clinging to him. He sent them flying in all directions. She gasped, cold sweat running down her face, and said, "What?" Surara looked at the situation before her in confusion. When those lying on the ground were all on his side, in an attacking stance facing Yoshikawa Surara, she shouted, "What? And yet you dare to strike mercilessly at civilians," he replied. "Those guys attacked me first, so why wouldn't I fight back?" A blood-covered golden chain swiftly wrapped around Surara's waist. Wrapping several times around Kim Tae Hyun, he continued, "I already expected you would control those civilians." Surara screamed as the chain tightened around her waist. Kim Tae Hyun planted his foot firmly, gathered his strength, and changed his stance. Gripping the chain tightly, he pulled it backward and laughed confidently. "That means you'll have to pay for this." The chain was yanked forcefully backward, quickly pulling Surara into the air. Tae Hyun leapt upward, debris flying away from the impact, then delivered a powerful kick to her face. Surara's arms dropped helplessly. She couldn't react in time. The sudden kick snapped her head backward, blood splattering everywhere. The wind howled with a loud roar against the sunset. At the moment, blood spurted from her mouth, her face tilted up slightly as if trying to breathe. Shadows from her bangs darkened her eyes. Yoshikawa Surara's thoughts raced. Did I misjudge him? That thought lingered. He was a hero who had saved many. But when it came to ordinary people, he showed no mercy at all. An arm wrapped tightly around the bloodied chain, his face eyes gleaming with pleasure, and a sudden smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, those on the ground lost consciousness, trembling with dried blood at their mouths. She reflected and added, he didn't kill them, but only beat them until they couldn't fight anymore. A flash of light flickered on her left hand. Kim Tae Hyun pulled his leg back, sensing something approaching. Surara silently assessed this guy as definitely strong. A burst of light and power exploded, scattering sprouting seeds. Boom, boom, the seeds hit the ground, rapidly growing into massive trees, with many branches stretching in different directions. Everything and everyone nearby was thrown into the air. The wind howled fiercely. He and she remained airborne, separated by some distance. The controlled civilians' eyes were vacant, lifted into the air by the explosion earlier. Kim Tae Hyun's bloodied golden chain quickly wrapped around their bodies, pulling them backward. He landed safely, catching a woman restrained by Thien Kai. He gently lowered her down and pulled her toward him with the chain, then quickly pulled other controlled people with the chain through the wind to him, bringing them safely to the ground without risking their lives. Looking at the giant tree bursting into large branches spreading around, Kim Tae Hyun stood firm, holding the woman, and said involuntarily, "What, this tree grew this big from just a little seed? Is this a super-fast, germinating seed?" He looked at the woman he had just saved and continued, "But even if you control these people like this, I won't go easy on you." After speaking, he dissolved the chain until it disappeared. The woman in Kim Tae Hyun's arms seemed just freed from brainwashing, looking at him quietly and said, "Thank you for saving me, Yoshikawa Surara, and the civilians brainwashed by Thien Kai."
Behind her, Surara approached laughing. Ha ha ha, truly a hero after all. He suddenly turned toward the voice, looked at her tucked hair behind one eye, and advanced forward, saying, "The technique you used on those civilians just now, I thought it wouldn't affect them. But regardless, you're still someone who cares about others. Because of that, I've discovered your weakness." Surara wiped her cheek. Golden holy light sparkled as it sealed and healed the wound on her mouth. A dark aura surrounded her face, revealing dangerous purple eyes, and she chuckled eerily threatening. "Let's see what you do next." The woman Kim Tae Hyun held suddenly grabbed his neck with both hands. His gaze dropped and he said in surprise, "Ah, that woman." Her eyes wide open, stark white, clearly showing red nerves in the eye sockets. Tae Hyun thought she must have fainted. But what's happening now? Blood kept spilling from her mouth. Suddenly grabbed his neck with both hands. He looked down surprised and said, "Ah, that woman." His eyes widened with stark white, clearly seeing red nerves etched inside the eye sockets. Tae Hyun thought she must have fainted. But what's happening now? Blood kept flowing from the girl's mouth. Mouth wide open, soon blood flooded back into her throat. Unable to swallow, she coughed harshly. Each person affected by Thien Kai's brainwashing. Their incomplete great saint power surrounding them grew more and more, erupting as if fully activated by the brainwashing, roaring and trembling as they passed Surara. She raised her arms to shoulder height, radiated her power, then said, "As I said, those here have been brainwashed and are under my control. Even if they faint or their bones shatter, they can still get up and fight. If you want to stop these people, your only option is to kill them. Yoshikawa Surara." Excitement flashed in her eyes, her whole body surrounded by holy power. As she laughed loudly and shouted, "Accept the truth that you can't bring yourself to do it, player." Kim Tae Hyun, the sacred tree, led a crowd rushing straight to where he stood, still holding the woman, choking herself in his arms. He muttered a spell and replied, "You call yourself a saint, but don't feel the slightest guilt, huh?" Red magical power surged strongly around Tae Hyun, crackling as it surrounded him. The red spiritual power was a streak of dark evil energy. One eye lit up, glowing red. His magic-infused hand rose forward to where the brainwashed crowd's hands had reached. Suddenly, Surara felt all eyes wide open, staring at her, mouths agape, ears alert. She sensed something was wrong. Sweating coldly, she froze as a voice and system notification sounded. "The emotionless world has been activated briefly." Surara's eyes widened. Pupils dilated. She stared rigidly, her nerves taut veins visible at the corners of her eyes. Blood streamed from under her eyes, rising to her nostrils and mouth, and blood gushed out from under her fingernails. Blood sprayed from the gaps between her nails, connected to the flesh on her finger system, audio announced. Sensory perception and hearing declined, power stats decreased partially. Magic circulation around Surara was interrupted, thousands of sounds emitted. Her gaze grew distant. Darkness flooding her mind, pain staggering her. She clutched her head with one hand as blood kept flowing. A pair of fierce red eyes stared at Surara. She gasped for breath, sweat pouring from her face. Blood streamed from the corners of her eyes and mouth in rivulets showing no sign of stopping. Surara's face turned pale. She thought this was the emotionless world skill of Tai Ming Min. But how could he have used it? In front of her was the embodiment behind him, a huge skull armored with intricate patterns. Atop the skull was a visor adorned with smaller skulls, and red-black energy spread in many directions, circulating around multiple sensory parts, enveloping Surara, pressing down on her. She staggered, thinking it impossible. If he had this skill from the start, he would have used it already. This meant Surara guessed he had briefly gotten close to her, concentrating magic power into Kim Tae Hyun's hand. He gritted his teeth, his left eye still glowing dull red, saying, "You guessed right, Yoshikawa." Surara's eyes rolled back in pain, tears lingering at the corners. She opened her mouth wide, spat blood, and screamed. Tae Hyun's right hand summoned chains to pull the brainwashed civilians back, while his left hand delivered a strike. The dark energy transferred into the skull manifestation struck the Saint Surara, hit by a punch several times stronger than itself. She was thrown to the ground, not just dirt and stones, but broken branches from the sacred tree, scattered dust swirling in the wind. The brainwashed were bound with chains lying motionless on the ground, while Kim Tae Hyun stood surveying the battlefield. Where the last rays of the dusk light fell on broken branches, the bound figures on the ground, and Surara struggled to rise. He wiped dust from his face and said, "She really does have a super-fast recovery skill. Despite that hit, she wasn't down. The wind blew dust and golden sunset light. Only enough light remained to illuminate part of the shoulders of the elder Yoshikawa Sarara lying on the ground. She struggled to lift her upper body quickly, healing with holy power shining through each part of her body. Tae Hyun continued. Looks like she's recovering now. Her strength. Sarara forced strength into her right arm, half rising, her eyes flashing defiantly as she looked up at him. She said, Kim Tae Hyun, how can you use the emotionless world skill like that? What exactly are you? How can you use that skill? What exactly are you? He smiled, stepped forward, knelt before Sarara, and said, Of course, to understand this, it will take time and also require your technique. Sarara looked up, surprised by that statement. She trembled, struggling to sit up, then gazed at him, as if she had already guessed. You said you wanted Kim Tae Hyun to interrupt me. Are you trying to brainwash me? Let's see what your Thean Kai can really do. He smiled thoughtfully. I did want to meet her and learn this Thean Kai skill, but I didn't expect to clash with her under these circumstances. Looking at Yoshikawa, Sarara had forced herself to sit up, supporting herself with her hands on the ground. Behind her, Kim Tae Hyun couldn't help but think Thean Kai is a skill that controls the opponent's mind. That means, through this technique, you can see into the opponent's soul world. Kim Tae Hyun recalled the times he used Bao Thuk, and was drawn in by Queen Succubus, linking everything together. Along with Rosalia's reaction when seeing the memories in her soul, it would be accurately perceived. As for Bao Thuk, it's something I've always wanted to explore the secrets of. Related to my soul world, the hidden truths will finally be revealed. He smiled, concluding quietly, if Thean Kai can uncover that spiritual world, that would be incredible. Sarara burst into a loud laugh. Hee-ha-ha-ha! Behind her was chaos. Struggling to stand still, trembling, she looked at him and said, It seems you're underestimating me. In this battle, you really showed overwhelming strength, surprising me. But if you want to see my true power, it's simple. Sarara placed both hands before her chest, nearly clasped together. A halo of holy light appeared, shining brightly. The circle spread around her as a white entity extended its arms wide. Many large sapphire blue eyes the size of hands, plus an even bigger eye atop her head, stared forward at Kim Tae Hyun. She spoke, but before finishing, that eye widened and sprouted 4 arms. The eyes looked around, attempting to capture Kim Tae Hyun, drawing on Sarara's spiritual power to maintain the skill's form. She shouted, If you lose, you must become my follower. The light from the eye radiated downward. The priestess's face appeared in the shadows, staring intently, laughing wildly. You can't imagine the power of Thean Kai. Don't think you can use Thean Kai to get what you want. You'll regret it. Your power, once possessed, will be mine. Suddenly realizing something, she attacked. Sarara's face glowed red. Drops of blood scattered through the air. Before her was a sea of blood and a straight staircase leading upward. At the top was a throne, made of bones with skulls beneath its feet. The red steps were vertebrae. Human skulls formed the stair supports. Behind the throne was a deep, bottomless Bao Thuk eye. Red rings shimmered over the sea of blood. Sarara seemed like a tiny, helpless figure, trapped in a bloodthirsty, depraved world. Sarara looked at the scene and thought, Is this sea of blood Kim Tae Hyun's soul world? Above the throne sat a man with crossed legs, one hand resting on the armrest. His other hand propped his chin. His face was shrouded in shadows, only his figure visible as he observed thoughtfully. Who is that Kim Tae Hyun? That man. His clothes seemed made of magical energy fluttering. He chuckled, "Heh," then said, "He's smarter than I thought." As he finished speaking, a sudden pressure weighed down on Sarara. Her face darkened, sweat poured, and she panicked. The Bao Thuk eye behind the throne shot a large red ring onto the bloody water, the sea of blood raging fiercely. Greeting the massive wave, the man atop the throne looked down and said, "I didn't expect." He would use a spiritual awakening technique to peer into my mind, trying to counter me with it. She thought that was not Kim Tae Hyun, but a very dangerous person. Sarara wanted to turn and run, fear on her face. Judging in her mind, the voice interrupted, "Still a scum like you can't do anything to me." The man's face appeared, looking very much like Kim Tae Hyun, with dark pupils and glowing red irises gazing downward. His hand on the armrest raised suddenly, forming a sinister aura towards Sarara, thousands of demonic eyes appearing below. Sarara was sitting on the water's surface, staring intently at her, making her feel something unusual. Sarara's face turned pale.
her eyes filled with terrified panic as a red demonic aura streaked past a demon beast in front of her. It looked like a giant black shark, with many eyes. Towering hundreds of feet, appearing on a sea of blood, each massive fang glowing with demonic energy. It emitted a screeching sound. The sea of blood surged violently, then suddenly fell silent as darkness flashed by. Kim Tae Hyun suddenly opened his eyes, seeing himself lying in a hospital bed with an IV drip attached. Still adjusting to his situation, he unconsciously said, Tae Hyun, pushing the blanket aside. Sitting up and looking around as he asked, "Is this a hospital room? What happened? Where is Yoshikawa Surara?" Duayon pushed open the hospital room door. The noise made him turn his head halfway and look toward the door, immediately spotting her. Yeon smiled and said to him, "Yoshikawa Surara, she's here. You've finally woken up, haven't you?" Someone stepped forward to the bed where Tae Hyun lay and continued, "Do you know how worried everyone was about you? Your family stayed here all night keeping watch." He looked at her and asked, "Last night, but—" He pointed upward, saying, "Stop talking. You need to rest. You've been unconscious for over a day now." Kim Tae Hyun broke into a sweat, his face confused as he said, "What about Yoshikawa Surara?" She replied, "She's unconscious just like you. The three of them, Tui Dao Bin Ngok Jang and Jin Soo, are in a similar state. Thai Min Man is missing." The woman crossed her arms and said it all at once. Not understanding what had happened, Kim Tae Hyun remained still as he listened. Given the situation, he realized he had failed when using Tien Kai. Looking into his mental world, he had considered this possibility, but never thought he'd fail so easily. Her voice still echoed. "Are you listening to me?" Tae Hyun thought back. To have confronted her power in his mind and be unable to do anything, then faint again. Thinking of the man sitting atop the peak, eyes glowing red, surrounded by fierce demonic energy radiating red and black, he pondered further about what might be in his mental world. Kim Tae Hyun's face darkened as his gaze dropped in thought. Not good. If he couldn't uncover that soon, he wouldn't feel at ease. Even though AI softly touched his face with one hand while patting his head with the other, he said, "Anyway, you need to recover from the recent battle. You fought yourself to exhaustion." Kim Tae Hyun broke out in a cold sweat and looked up at her, staring as he replied, "All right, don't stand so close." A man hurriedly pushed open the door and shouted, "Ai Yuhan." She turned to look and said, "Huh." Taeguk stood at the door, sweating slightly. Even as AI Han spoke, "Deputy Director Taeguk," he asked Kim Tae Hyun, "You're awake? I was really worried about you." Taeguk stepped inside, extending his hand toward Yeon as he continued, "Anyway, IU AI Ang, we need the lower guild support to focus forces on the Abyss to search for Dueon." She replied, "Form a search team for the Abyss." Taeguk explained that the Korean team led by Park Seo-eung-jin had already gone missing. She and he heard the shocking news and anxiously said together, "What, at the hospital?" Taeguk shouted, "What did you say? Player Kim Tae Hyun." He anxiously looked at him and asked, "Are you planning to go there alone?" Behind Tae Hyun. A few steps back, AI Mr. Kim Tae Hyun responded seriously. "As I said, sending a search team will only cause more deaths. That's what I don't want." Thinking of the veteran players flashed through his mind as Tae Hyun continued. The location where they disappeared is deep within the Abyss, and Park Sung-jin and the Korean team are all experienced veteran players. He thought of the neighboring group and added, "If they've gone missing, it's not just because of monster attacks. Usually there must be interference from a force at least at the national level. These people are quite strong," Kim Tae Hyun concluded. "So, I will go alone to ensure everyone's safety." Taeguk looked worried, spreading both hands in response. "But if that's true, I definitely can't let you go there alone. You've just woken up from being a patient. How could I let you go like that?" Kim Tae Hyun's family pushed the door open and entered. Ji-yeon spoke up. "Exactly where do you think you're going? You're a patient and everyone in the workshop room is—" Before three people appeared at the door. Tae Hyun's aunt said, "Your body hasn't recovered yet. Where do you plan to go?" "Stay here." Ji-yeon placed her hand on her chest, sweating nervously, and said to him, "Do you realize how worried we all were?" Uncle Tae Hyun behind remained silent. Tae Hyun recounted, "Yesterday I thought you would never wake up. I was so scared." The atmosphere felt suffocating as Kim Tae Hyun looked at his family, lips trembling. "Uncle, Aunt Ji-yeon." even as the AI crossed its arms behind him and explained, "I called them here to see you." Tae Hyun turned around in confusion, continuing what the IU AIang player said. But she cut him off. "Anyway, you're awake now. Shouldn't you see your family first?" Tae Hyun's aunt explained from the doorway. "That's right. Just focus on recovering first. Then we'll figure out the rest." Tae-guk interrupted the player, Kim Tae Hyun. "Don't overdo it, this is too dangerous," Ji-yeon shouted, and Tae Hyun looked at the situation before him, recalling memories of everyone. Those who treated him badly in the past couldn't help but be understood in his heart. That's right before awakening. All around him were people who made his life miserable, instead of those who cared for him, when he was just a carrier behind the scenes. The players were pointed at unfairly by them. Kim Tae Hyun recalled, "No matter where I went, or what dangers I faced, when I returned, the only thing waiting for me was mocking eyes." Back to the present. Many people in front of him were worried about him, Tae Hyun thought. But now at this moment, their voices echoed in his ears. He smiled and said, "Thank you all for your concern." Facing his family, Tae-guk and the AI Mr. Do stood behind, waiting for Tae Hyun to speak. "But I have to go there." Everyone fell silent as he explained. "Even though they're only temporary teammates and not close, they're in danger, and I'm the only one who can save them now." Tae-guk was stunned and emotional, while the AI smiled. Kim Tae Hyun confidently declared, "That's why I have to go save them. Didn't uncle and aunt teach me never to abandon my teammates? So I have to help them return to their families." His family was silent for a moment, tears welling up, hesitantly speaking. He said, "Hyun, a gentle hand strikes." Kim Tae Hyun's back was excited as he replied, "Oh kid, that gave me goosebumps. You've grown up." He was slapped hard and cried out, "Ah!" She laughed and reminded, "It's decided, then come back safely. Bring everyone back, including you." He turned around, forced a smile, and said, "Really near the abyss by the tower." Sounds of explosions and fighting rang out. Park Sung-jin, wearing a suit and holding a sword, was thrown onto the sand. He coughed a few times, mouth agape. One Seong sitting nearby asked, "Park Sung-jin, are you okay?" 3 attackers approached through the blowing sandstorm. The one in front spoke. "I didn't expect him to hold out this long. Park Sung-jin from Korea, you're quite something." She helped him up, eyes fixed on the approaching group. He smiled, raising a hand that radiated deep red magic and deadly intent. Threateningly, he laughed, "But this endless game of cat and mouse ends here." It turned out to be a national-level player from China. Bloodsword Lin Feng looked at the Korean players and said, "Out of respect for your talent, I'll give you a chance. If you swear loyalty and become my subordinate, I'll spare your life. I'm a generous man." Sung Jin looked up, eyes wide, coughing lightly in response. "Old man, you want me to betray my country and teammates? Never, don't even dream about it." Lin Feng's subordinates beside him held small demonic swords, surrounded by deep red magic. Sneering, he said, "Value pride over life, huh? Cool, but it seems your teammates don't agree." Sung Jin and Wan Xiang looked over to see Han Gil, who was trembling slightly, raising his hand to indicate surrender. She asked him, "Player cell Han Gil." Sung Jin shouted, "Han Gil, what are you doing? You want to betray us now?" Han Gil trembled, eyes wide, thinking, "Fools, this is exactly the right moment to betray. I have to survive." He shook nervously instincts, telling him Lin Feng was the worst of monsters. "If I want to live, this is the only way." Sel Han Gil sweated eyes, looking up, pondering. "Besides, if I do this now, that night when I was wrapped tightly by the holy maiden Yoshikawa's rapid growth tree, clinging to me, suspended above the ground, Han Gil struggled to breathe and could only spit." Surara looked on, smiling. "Haha, you." She was one of the players from the Korean team. "Player, Sel Han Gil." She closed her eyes, clasped her hands behind her back, and slightly bowed her head as she spoke. "I come as the Holy Maiden to give you a mission, become my follower, and report to me detailed information on the strategic positions and all plans of Kim Tae Hyun and the Korean team." Surara threatened, "Even if you refuse, I have ways to make you obey. Do you understand? But you also know that voluntarily cooperating is better for both sides." Branches wrapped tightly around Sel Han Gil. His eyes rolled back, tears forming, as he made choking sounds. That night's memories resurfaced with teary eyes. Han Gil thought he had already betrayed everyone once. Even if it happened again, he had no choice but to survive. Park Sung-jin placed a hand on Sel Han Gil's shoulder, looking ahead as he said, "Sel Han Gil, it's going to be okay." Han Gil stopped himself, and Park Sung-jin continued,
You seem really scared facing them. But don't worry, even if I have to risk my life, I'll help you all escape. Han Gil looked at Sung Jin trembling and quietly relayed the player's words. Park Sung Jin and 3 other Korean players took battle stances. Sung Jin stood in front, ahead of Si Yeon and Han Gil, emphasizing, "So let me die first, then you can betray later if you want." Wan Shihang's hands glowed with blue magical energy. Smoke spread as the gruff girl, still dying, stubbornly kept talking. "All talk and no action, huh?" Then Seo Hyun trembled and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'll fight." He wiped his tears and took an attack stance. The Korean players readied themselves. Lan Fong sighed. "Really? Even after being shown the way to survive, you're still so stubborn." He cracked his knuckles and said to the person behind him, "Seems like I haven't been serious yet." "That's why you can't see the situation clearly, right?" Sung Jin Soo answered. "Yes, that's right." Lan Fong's eyes were not blazing red. His whole body was enveloped by a threatening red spiritual aura. "Then I'll show you the difference in class between us." His hand split apart with a touch. Red flashes lit up the sky, summoning many large swords. Pointing downwards at the Korean players, Sung Jin looked up in shock and said instinctively, "Girl." Lan Fong interrupted with a savage laugh. "Now do you get it? You bastards. The only reason you can still breathe and stand is because of my mercy." Sword Storm rushed toward the Korean players as they called out the skill name and activated their maximum abilities. Excited Lan Fong struck, and a voice rang out. "You have fallen into the world of numbness." He shuddered as he was pulled into binding ropes. Each sword storm that struck was twisted into fragmented streams of demonic energy, drawn into the 5 pillars in the dark space. Lan Fong thought, "The world of numbness from Tai Min Man means Tai Min Man is already dead." He looked up, smiling and speculating. Then this must be Kim Tae Hyun's embodiment in the sky preparing to strike. A thought crossed Lan Fong's mind. "The one who killed Tai Min Man. Is it you, Kim Tae?" He laughed excitedly and asked, "Is that right? I've wanted to meet you for a long time." He smiled and replied, "Is that so?" An explosion roared loudly. The man stood up, a red spiritual aura surrounded him in the smoke. Lan Fong held his sword in a push-dagger stance, cautious. "What now?" "All I see is a big hole in the ground," he said. "Just a finished skill, I expected more, but it was boring." Another member of the Chinese team ran over and asked, "Han, are you okay?" Lan Fong answered, "Yeah, I'm fine." The other said, "Chase after them immediately." He interrupted, "Don't let them escape." Looking at the scene before the tower, Lan Fong assessed from the after effects, magical power, and footprints. They've fled to Tower Yogan, an impenetrable dungeon deep in the abyss. At Tower Yogan, inside the tower, Sung Jin loudly said, "Kim Tae, open your mouth." He applied healing medicine and said, "First drink this, come on." Sung Jin made a hoarse sound, and Si Hyun spoke up. "Kim Tae Hyun, I know you saved us, but what do you plan to do next?" Han Gil watched from afar and added, "Tower Yogan is where many veteran players have died. It's not simple at all. This place is called the Impenetrable Dungeon. Once inside, you can't get out unless you find the exit gate, no matter where you go to avoid Lan Fong." But he shrugged and looked at Han Gil. Si Yang behind replied, "There's no other choice. No matter how strong I am, it's impossible to fight while protecting everyone at the same time. But don't worry, after all, this is just a dungeon." Sung Jin lay on the floor, took medicine, and spat it out. Han Gil thought, "Killing people with magical drugs." Tae Hyun pointed at himself and confidently said, "Just get through it, and you'll find a way out. You two stay calm." They looked confused. Si Hyun spoke, "Getting through is not easy. Did you hear what I said?" Han Gil broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Maybe you shouldn't have any plan at all." At the Dragon Man Tower, located in the deepest levels of the abyss, the Dragon Man Tower is an impregnable dungeon with 2 main features. First, countless traps are set throughout each floor. It's not easy for conquerors to get through. And second, the Dragon Man monsters possess high intelligence and overwhelming strength. The floor was covered in blood, and as Ai Ong ran forward, he thought, "What is this?" Kim Tae Hyun quickly killed a Dragon Man ahead. The group behind rushed forward. The monster was reduced to a mere corpse. She pondered, "So this place can be breached so easily, how is that possible?" He confidently led the way, recalling in his mind, "I reviewed the interview about information shared from the survivor who conquered the Dragon Man Tower,
replaying it 2 times before regressing. Kim Tae Hyun judged internally. Although the Dragon Man Tower is an impregnable dungeon, it's not impossible to survive and return from it. The Dragon Man Tower had a spatial gate in the middle of the tower, and the final boss was a massive Dragon Clan warrior wielding mysterious power. He remembered that on the middle floors of the tower far away from the final boss, there is an escape gate. It can send people back to the real world. This information has not yet been revealed. The current situation feels like a trap with monsters, but nothing too difficult. Kim Tae Hyun thought. But if you already know the traps and have the strength to defeat the monsters escaping here, shouldn't be too hard. He held the dagger in a push-dagger grip, surrounded by magical energy. Dodging arrows, striking down the purple torch monsters as the flames flickered with each step. 4 people climbed the stairs. Kim Tae Hyun led them to a room with a semicircular cross-section in the center. A magical spatial circle appeared, and AI Ong spoke. "This is the spatial gate." She added, "So there really is a gate." Sung Jin said, "Good thing we don't have to go any higher." Han Gil breathed a sigh of relief. AI Ong turned to Tae Hyun and asked, "Kim Tae Hyun, you knew about this beforehand, right?" He closed his eyes casually and replied, "How would I know, just lucky?" But in his mind he thought, "Of course I knew in advance." Tae Hyun pointed at the spatial gate and said, "Come on, let's get out of here before those monsters come back." She hurriedly said, "Ah yes, everyone get into the spatial gate." Sung Jin said, "Hey kid." "No player." Kim Tae Hyun looked carefully, then turned back gratefully and said, "Thank you for being here. Not forgetting to add, I'll remember this favor." Tae Hyun exhaled and smiled softly, replying, "You flatter me." Standing before the spatial gate, Kim Tae Hyun thought, "I didn't expect to hear thanks from Park Sung Jin, but since the whole team made it back safely, gratitude is only natural, right?" With his hands in his pockets, Tae Hyun closed his eyes, preparing to step through the gate, reflecting further on the situation. Han Gil admitted he was a Japanese spy. The spy issue had also been resolved. Han Gil's image appeared saying, "I accept the punishment, I'm truly sorry." He further reasoned, "Now we just have to handle the Demon Sword's wrath upon learning about the Saintess stopping Liu Feng's intervention, and end the duel on good terms. Things are quite stable at this moment." Kim Tae Hyun touched the teleportation space. A loud noise echoed continuously, followed by a burst of spiritual energy from the spatial rift that threw him back. Tae Hyun fell to the ground, propping himself up and looking around. Then heard an announcement. "Teleportation gate cannot operate. System notification. The master of Dragon Man Tower, Lord Kaiserin, is watching you." He steadied himself, face pale, mouth moving as he asked, "What the master of the tower?" Loud crashing sounds shook the room. Water stains on the ceiling glowed golden, trembling and falling apart. The tower ceiling collapsed, and a red dragon breathing fire flew down into the room, smoke and debris filling the air. Kaiserin threatened, "Who dares to cause chaos here?" Tae Hyun gasped, and a fire dragon softly licked its lips, saying, "It's a lowly human. It is the master of the dragon-human chain dragon tower, Kaiserin ranked SS. Dragons are among the most powerful monsters known. They are large with wide wingspans, tough scales, and fierce faces. Dragons found in the abyss are divided into 4 ranks, lowest to S. Rank is the sea dragon. Hatchling, a newly hatched dragon. S rank is the holy dragon. A dragon in its adolescent stage. SS rank is the chain dragon. The mature dragon stage, the most bloodthirsty and ferocious. But the strongest species only has fragmented clues about its existence, a mystery with eyes that can see through everything. Its power and nature unknown. That is the ancient dragon, a species that has existed since ancient times. Tae Hyun's eyes stared intently, sweat dripping down his face as he thought, "The dragon in front of me must be at least a chain dragon, created from the corpse of a holy dragon. How strong could it really be?" Charging forward, Kaiserin was engulfed in flames. He stepped back, thinking, "More importantly, why is it appearing here? According to the information I had before the regression, this was never mentioned." Kim Tae Hyun decided on a last resort. "First I should try talking." The fire dragon's voice rang out. "Go die, trash!" He thought, forget it, this won't work. When Kaiserin breathed fire toward Tae Hyun, flames engulfed the entire room. He stood amid the fire shouting, "Then let's fight!" One hand activated the binding chain skill, The other manifested a transformed arm, ready to strike. Kim Tae Hyun, fully transformed, delivering a punch to Kaiseren's face, while locking the chain tightly around its neck, pinning it down. The dragon gave a sudden roar, its body armored, and its arm, wielding a blade drawn from the demonic energy within its robe. Tae Hyun slashed multiple times across the dragon's body. He smiled, glancing back, thinking, all my skills have been unleashed. Even if it's SS rank, it should have taken a critical hit. But he didn't expect to see Kaiseren's angry scowl as it raised its sharp claws. He froze, hearing a dull impact as the dragon's counterattack devastated everything it touched. Kim Tae Hyun jumped to dodge, but was shaken by the shockwave shouting as he quickly retreated. He questioned in his mind, what is this? How can it endure so well, even if it's SS rank? This is too absurd, damn it. He chose to activate invisibility to buy time. Tae Hyun began using invisibility. Just as the skill was nearly complete, a figure with horns growing from his forehead suddenly appeared behind him. The elf with glowing yellow eyes stared intently at Kim Tae Hyun. Startled, he turned around. The man punched him, but Tae Hyun blocked it. Still, he was heavily impacted, falling flat on the ground as shards of stone flew everywhere. Tae Hyun's eyes rolled back, pupils shrinking, pressure pressing down. He gritted his teeth to stay conscious and thought, this is polymorph, the skill to change form. The other man pointed a finger skyward. Flames gathered into a fiery orb. This was Kaiseren in humanoid form. The fireball on his fingertip grew larger, until an explosion erupted in the room embers, scattering upward. Kaiseren's yellow eyes gleamed as he stood tall, grabbing Kim Tae Hyun's face with one hand and lifting him to slam into the wall. Tae Hyun panicked, a thought flashing through his mind. This is SS rank power. I can't keep up with him. Kaiseren looked at him and said slowly, where are you from? Let me check. Kim Tae Hyun was overwhelmed by the oppressive aura and startled. The system announced, you are possessed by dragon power. This power cannot be resisted. Some of your strength is reduced, and all stats are decreasing. Skills are restricted, Tone. Skin disabled. Invisibility. Disabled paralysis. Disabled monarch's heart disabled. Aura of the death, night, king disabled, chained, prison disabled, insensitive world disabled. Demonic energy spread. Tae Hyun shouted, as Kaiseren said, this feeling is definitely correct. This magical power has spread everywhere. Before my power, it not only doesn't weaken, but grows stronger. This is no ordinary magic. His face was squeezed harder. Pressure mounted. Tae Hyun's mouth made a complex sound. His eyes darkened with no visible pupils. He threatened, who did you take this power from, Hinu? Answer me, I must understand this power. Tae Hyun thought vaguely, and he is the truth behind this power. I'm the one who needs to know. Tentacles coiled around Kaiseren's arm. Kim Tae Hyun's armored hand gripped Kaiseren's hand and broke free. He used his demonic energy to suppress the red dragon and shouted, you really want to know, you bastard? Many tentacles began wrapping around him. Kaiseren asked, what? The tentacles swiftly struck, knocking the dragon far away. The red dragon and Kaiseren fell to the ground, crashing heavily onto the rocky floor. At the impact points, fresh blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. He wiped it away, eyes wide open, and lifted his head threateningly. How dare you throw me off? A human, a voice echoed from the tentacles surrounding Kim Tae Hyun. After all the trials in this demon realm, I just happened to need a hunting dog, and you came looking for me yourself. Kaiseren the foreigner from the land of the beauty queen leaned against a rock behind Tae Hyun. Tears quietly fell as he spoke. I will honor you by making you my pet. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The system announced skill activation. The queen's man Rosalia, eyes flashing, looked at him mockingly. But since I already have the queen, our fake contract is really over the top. Kim Tae Hyun laughed. Whatever you say, I don't trust those monsters. Am I right? The chairman shouted. What did you say? Player Kim Tae Hyun has disappeared. He continued. How did the rescue team vanish too? Seo Han Jiwoo and Wan Se-yang responded. We don't know. We clearly went together. Wan Se-yang spoke up. What about player Park Sang-jin? He tried to return to the abyss, determined to save Kim Tae Hyun. T-Gup replied, UA is holding him back. The chairman yelled at him. Yeah, we need to stop him, right? Is he just going to let himself get caught without a plan? The chairman looked exhausted, raising both hands to his head, and said, we don't know what Liu Feng and Zhang Long are planning, so keep secret that you guys are still alive. The chairman fell into deep thought, while Park Sang-jin and the other players returned to the battle. It was already day 6. It will be over soon, the chairman thought, sweat dripping down his face. At this point, rankings don't matter anymore, but we wouldn't have gotten this far without Kim Tae Hyun. If he doesn't come back, what's the point of all this? Now all he could do was silently pray for Kim Tae Hyun, hoping please survive Kim Tae Hyun. A wild purple wind swirled around the tower, flying to attack the demon. The demon quickly retaliated with magic against her. A fierce battle broke out. Flames covered the surroundings. Kim Tae Hyun was tied up by Rosalia, thinking that if they had separated, he probably would have died. A loud explosion occurred again. He calmly said he knew both of them were monsters. But what kind of massive battle is this? Kim Tae Hyun wondered if it was wise that Rosalia only arrived now. Kim Tae Hyun began recalling the skill he gained from the contract with Rosalia, full hypnosis on the Queen's man. He explained that he hadn't summoned Rosalia yet, because that skill consumes too much mana. He added that the summoning skill requires a lot of mana, even after activation, to maintain the summoned state. It's also very exhausting, so naturally he relied on continuous water attacks in battle to handle things. But the second problem was the real issue. The demon raised its hand. He shouted, "Meteor!" as several fireballs rained down near him and her. He panicked, shouting, "Meteor!" while Rosalia remained unfazed, confidently attacking. She slashed with her sharp claws, creating streaks of purple light. He was amazed Rosalia was too strong. The fierce demon was tightly wrapped by her power. Kim Tae Hyun feared that power was too dangerous. Even though she was on his side, if uncontrolled, it would be a problem. If he summoned her, the whole city might be burned down. The two words "but" flashed clearly in his mind. Rosalia laughed. "How do you like my power?" He smiled, thinking it really was strong. She, the fierce demon, spoke up. "Got it. This power means you are queen. Nightmare Rosalia." She, the demon, scratched her head and said, "So I really don't understand why a Grand Duke of the Abyss would follow after a lowly human."